Introduction: You're not alone in being alone. Friday night alone, scrolling social media. The soft light from your phone's screen illuminates your face as you thumb through posts, photos, and stories that paint a picture of vibrant lives lived in the company of friends. One person is out at dinner with a group, laughing and enjoying, while another is displaying an array of perfectly curated selfies from a gathering. Every scroll is a reminder of that enticing camaraderie that seems just out of reach, a reminder that so many others are not feeling alone tonight. Research shows that nearly 1 in 3 adults report feeling lonely, exacerbated by the rise of digital communication that often replaces face-to-face interactions. It is common to hear phrases like, "I feel like I don't belong," or "I wish I had someone to talk to," from people in all walks of life. The truth is that while the world has become more connected technologically, many have found themselves more isolated than ever, especially those in their late 20s to early 50s, who often struggle to find the time or energy to forge meaningful bonds. Understanding that you are not alone in this experience is critical. Social connections play a vital role in our emotional and physical well-being. Yet adulthood often brings challenges like busy schedules and shifting life priorities that can make the pursuit of friendship feel overwhelming. This book is designed to address these struggles and provide practical steps for cultivating real connections. You deserve to have meaningful relationships, and building them is a skill you can learn over time. Start by recognizing those moments when you feel isolated and use them as a springboard for change, beginning with small steps toward connection. The loneliness epidemic statistics. Worldwide, data shows that social isolation rates have escalated over the past decades. Surveys from multiple countries indicate that the number of people describing themselves as lonely has doubled in some places since the early 2000s. Even in close-knit communities, the rise of urban living, shifts in family structure, and changes in work patterns contribute to growing feelings of solitude. What makes this issue so pressing is how common it has become. It's no longer an experience limited to a small group, but a widespread public health challenge that demands attention and action. The situation has only worsened in recent years. Events like the COVID-19 pandemic forced many people into physical isolation for months, intensifying feelings of loneliness. During those times, millions reported increased anxiety and depression linked directly to social disconnection. Even now, as social restrictions have eased, many continue to struggle with rebuilding close relationships. The gap between people's desire for connection and their actual social experience remains wide, highlighting the need to understand and address this epidemic. Beyond just feeling sad or lonely, the numbers reveal how serious the consequences can be for health. Studies link chronic loneliness to a higher risk of heart disease, weakened immune systems, and increased mortality rates similar to those caused by smoking or obesity. Mental health is also deeply affected. Individuals who feel isolated often report higher levels of anxiety, depression, and cognitive decline. These findings make clear that loneliness is more than an emotional state. It's a condition that profoundly impacts well-being and lifespan. Understanding these numbers helps explain why meaningful connections matter so much. Even small changes in social habits can affect health outcomes positively. For example, people with strong social networks often recover faster from illness and report higher life satisfaction. This reality underlines the purpose of this book, to help you move beyond loneliness by building real, lasting relationships that support your mental and physical health. By recognizing how common loneliness has become and how deeply it affects us, you can see why taking active steps toward connection is essential for both happiness and health. One practical step to keep in mind is that meaningful relationships don't require perfection or a large circle of friends. Even a few trusted connections can make a huge difference in how you feel. Keeping this in mind can help reduce the pressure to fix loneliness all at once and make the goal of connection feel more manageable and genuine. Why this book exists and what it will/won't do. Building meaningful relationships as an adult can often feel like a daunting task. The world has changed in ways that make forming genuine connections more complicated than ever before. We're busier than ever, caught up in our routines and responsibilities, often feeling like there's little room or time for deep friendships. At the same time, societal shifts mean our interactions tend to be more superficial, limited to quick chats or online exchanges rather than authentic bonding. Plus, many of us grew up with limited social skills training and fewer opportunities to learn how to connect deeply with others as adults. All these factors combine to make adult friendship feel overwhelming and sometimes even impossible. Despite these obstacles, the desire for connection remains strong. This book exists because many adults are looking for real, lasting relationships but don't know how to start or keep them going. It's written for people who feel lonely, isolated, or stuck in surface-level interactions and want to change that. What this book aims to do is provide clear, practical steps to help you understand your own barriers, work through the fears that hold you back, and develop skills for building genuine relationships. It is designed to be a guide that you can return to as needed, with strategies that fit real life, not just ideal scenarios. This book won't promise instant fixes or make all your loneliness disappear overnight. Building real connection takes time, effort, and patience. It won't tell you that creating lifelong friendships is easy or that everyone will instantly love you. Instead, it offers tools to help you improve from where you are, facing your specific challenges, small wins, and progress along the way. If you're hoping for a quick shortcut or a guarantee that everyone will be your friend, this won't be the right fit. But if you're ready to learn, to try different approaches, and to keep going even when it gets tough, you'll find useful advice and encouragement here. This book is structured to meet you where you are. It recognizes that everyone's experience with loneliness and connection is unique. You might feel shy, guarded, or overwhelmed by social fears, and that's okay. The ideas inside are practical, realistic, and tailored to adult life. You won't find promises of easy answers, but you will find methods to change your mindset, build confidence, and create genuine bonds with others. The goal isn't to transform into someone else, but to connect more fully with the real you, authentic, imperfect, and deserving of connection. The process of developing a true connection with others isn't just about finding new friends. It's about discovering how to nurture these relationships over time, how to understand your own needs, and how to develop the skills that make interactions more meaningful. This book will guide you step by step through that process, providing exercises, reflection prompts, and practical tips. It's about making gradual, manageable changes that lead to richer, more satisfying relationships. Remember, connection is something you can learn and improve at, no matter your starting point. This isn't about fixing everything overnight, but about taking small, intentional steps toward building the kind of relationships that truly fulfill you. Whether you're looking to deepen existing connections or start fresh with new people, this guide is here to support you in making that journey attainable and real. All you need to begin is a willingness to try and a belief that you deserve genuine connection. How to use this book and the promise. Connection is learnable. You deserve it. This book is designed to guide you through the process of forming real and meaningful connections with others. Many people feel isolated, as if they're floating through life without anyone to share it with. You're not alone in feeling this way. The good news is that building authentic relationships is something that can be learned. You deserve the kind of connections that fill you with joy and support. Throughout this book, you will find practical strategies and insights to help you break through the barriers that have kept you from deepening your relationships. As you read through these chapters, keep in mind that everyone has the capacity to connect with others. The ability to forge bonds is not an innate trait reserved for a select few. Rather, it is a skill that can be developed over time. No matter your past experiences, connection is available to you. It's okay to feel uncertain at times, but know that growth comes from practicing new ways of interacting and engaging with those around you. This journey is a path toward authentic relationships that can profoundly impact your life. To make the most of this book, start by reading it in a way that feels comfortable for you. Each chapter builds upon the last, offering insights and actionable steps to help you move toward genuine connections. You can approach the material gradually or immerse yourself fully, whatever suits your style. As you progress, take the time to reflect on what resonates with you personally. Each concept introduced is designed to spark your thoughts and feelings, encouraging you to take steps toward real connections. Engage with the exercises and reflection prompts included in the chapters. They are there to help you assess your current situation and envision how you want your social life to look. Don't shy away from the questions that arise. They are meant to encourage honest self-exploration. It's essential to check in with yourself as you implement the strategies discussed. Set realistic expectations for your growth and understand that building connections takes time, effort, and, at times, a bit of courage. Remember, the only way to fail in this process is not to try at all. In addition to working through the chapters, it can be helpful to have a notebook on hand. Use it to jot down insights, strategies that have worked for you, or even feelings that come up as you read. This reflection can solidify your learning and help you build a personal roadmap for making connections. By documenting your journey, you can track your progress and celebrate your small wins as you take steps toward a more connected life. Chapter 1: The 4 Types of Loneliness. 2 people, both lonely in different ways. On one side of the city, Emily sits in her small apartment, scrolling through her phone late into the night. Her social media feed shows pictures of friends meeting for dinner, laughing in groups, or sharing inside jokes. Each image sharpens the ache she feels, a deep, gnawing emptiness that comes from not having anyone she truly calls a friend. She has acquaintances, people she can say hi to at work or nod to in the elevator, but nobody she would invite over or confide in. Despite being surrounded by people, Emily's days pass with little meaningful contact. The silence in her home echoes a social loneliness that feels hard to break. She tries to remind herself that connections are difficult as adults and that she's not alone in feeling this way, but the raw feeling of isolation doesn't easily fade. Across town, Michael is at a coffee shop, seated at a corner table, typing away on his laptop. He often works here because it gives him some background noise and a sense of being around others. Michael has a handful of friends and colleagues who check in now and then, yet something still feels missing. When they meet, conversations often stay on the surface, catching up on work, commenting on the weather, but rarely do they dive into anything real. Michael longs for someone who understands the parts of him he keeps hidden, the fears, the dreams, the struggles. He experiences emotional loneliness, surrounded by casual connections, but craving deeper bonds. There is a loneliness that comes not from a lack of people, but from the absence of intimacy and trust in his relationships. Emily's experience fits the pattern of social loneliness. She lacks a circle of true friends and feels disconnected from any community. This form of loneliness is about the quantity of meaningful relationships. People in Emily's position often find themselves on the outside looking in, watching others enjoy friendships they have yet to build. It can lead to feelings of invisibility and social anxiety, making it hard to take the first step toward creating new bonds. Michael's situation highlights emotional loneliness. Even though he has people around him, the emotional connection he craves is missing. Emotional loneliness happens when relationships don't provide the depth and vulnerability needed to feel understood. It can feel lonely in a crowded room and can sometimes be more painful than having no friends at all. Michael's struggle shows how loneliness isn't only about the physical presence of others, but the quality of those connections. Both Emily and Michael's stories help illustrate that loneliness is not one size fits all. Some people experience situational loneliness, where changes like moving to a new city, a breakup, or a job change suddenly uproot their social world. Others may battle chronic loneliness, a lifelong pattern shaped by past experiences and internal beliefs. Understanding the type of loneliness one faces can guide the right strategies for overcoming it. Recognizing your personal experience within these types allows you to be clearer about what you need. Loneliness feels universal, yet it often has a unique shape to each person's life. For example, someone feeling social loneliness may need opportunities to meet new people, while someone facing emotional loneliness might focus on developing deeper conversations and vulnerability with existing connections. By identifying what kind of loneliness you recognize in yourself, you can start to take more targeted steps toward real connection. One practical way to begin this process is to reflect on your recent interactions. Ask yourself if you feel like you have at least a few people with whom you can share your true thoughts and feelings. Or do you find yourself mostly stuck in casual, surface-level conversations, leaving you still longing for closeness? This simple awareness can open doors to understanding your loneliness better and shaping your approach to building meaningful relationships. Type 1. Social loneliness, no friends at all. Social loneliness occurs when someone finds themselves without the company of friends or close acquaintances, leaving a gap in their daily life that can feel surprisingly heavy. It means waking up and realizing there's no one to share your thoughts, celebrate your successes, or support you during tough times. Living without friends can involve strange moments of isolation, like sitting through social events feeling invisible or avoiding outings altogether because it just doesn't feel worth it without someone to enjoy them with. The absence of friends often turns everyday routines into routines of loneliness, making small tasks feel emptier. Many people don't even notice how lonely they are until they reflect on what their days lack: companionship, shared laughter, or someone who truly understands them. Understanding social loneliness is crucial because it clearly differs from other types of loneliness. It's not about missing emotional closeness or life-changing events. It's about the outright lack of social interaction. Recognizing this helps to pinpoint exactly what's missing in your life. If your days are filled with fleeting encounters or superficial interactions, but no deep, steady friendships, you're experiencing social loneliness in its most stark form. This realization can feel uncomfortable at first, but it also clears the path toward meaningful change. Once you see that the core issue isn't shyness or a lack of effort, but simply not having enough social connections, you can set targeted goals to build your circle. Living socially disconnected often leads to habits that reinforce loneliness. If you haven't had friends for some time, you might find yourself avoiding social situations altogether because it feels easier, not facing rejection or awkwardness. Or worse, you may not even remember how to initiate conversations by now, as these skills tend to fade without practice. It's common to tell yourself that everyone else already has their friends or that it's too late to start. These thoughts increase the sense of isolation, creating a cycle that can be hard to break. But knowing that social loneliness is a pattern, not a fixed trait, opens the door for change. It becomes possible to take small steps toward building genuine connections, one at a time, changing your social landscape from lonely to connected. One practical approach is to take inventory of your current social life. Reflect honestly on whether you have friends or even casual acquaintances. Sometimes, people realize they've been isolated for longer than they thought, often because they've grown accustomed to solitude or lost touch with past friends. Making a list of people you've interacted with in the past, neighbors, colleagues, distant family members, can help identify potential connections. Small actions like reaching out with a simple message or inviting someone for a quick coffee can start to change your experience. Remember, Building a social life takes time, and it's okay to begin with just one or two new connections. The goal isn't to fill your life with dozens of friends overnight, but to create a foundation of meaningful interactions that reduce the sense of being completely alone. Type 2. Emotional loneliness, surface connections only. You may find yourself in a crowded room, exchanging polite smiles, small talk, and laughter, yet still feel a deep sense of isolation. This can happen with coworkers, acquaintances from local events, or even online friends you interact with on social media. These interactions, while pleasant on the surface, often lack the depth needed for true emotional connection. You may feel that everyone around you is engaged in meaningful relationships, while you are stuck in a cycle of superficial exchanges that do not satisfy your emotional needs. One key factor contributing to this type of loneliness is the fear of vulnerability. Many people shy away from opening up because they worry about how others will perceive them. This fear keeps interactions shallow, leading to a lack of trust and intimacy. Self-awareness can be the first step toward change. Acknowledging that these interactions are not fulfilling is crucial. Pay attention to how you feel after these encounters. If you consistently leave feeling empty, it may be time to reevaluate how you connect with others. Taking intentional steps can help create the emotional connections you crave. Begin by finding common ground with those around you. This can be as simple as sharing personal stories or interests that go beyond the usual pleasantries. Ask open-ended questions that encourage deeper discussions. Instead of the standard, "How was your weekend?" try asking, "What was something that made you happy this weekend?" This shift can invite others to share more about themselves, fostering a sense of belonging. Remember, building emotional connections takes time and effort, so be patient with yourself and those you engage with. Establishing deeper relationships will not happen overnight, but by nurturing connections mindfully, you affirm your worth and cultivate a richer social life. Type 3. Situational loneliness, life change caused isolation. Situational loneliness occurs when major life events disrupt your usual social connections, leaving you feeling unexpectedly isolated. Unlike other types of loneliness that might build over time, this kind hits suddenly because something in your life shifts. Maybe you moved to a new city, ended a close relationship, started a demanding new job, or faced a health issue that makes getting out harder. These moments often act like a wedge between you and the people who once surrounded your life, cutting off easy access to companionship and support. You might still want connection, but the familiar paths you used to take to find it aren't ready for you anymore. Think about moving to a new place where you don't know anyone, and the routines that once kept you connected vanish overnight. Or consider how finishing a long-term relationship doesn't just end the romance, but often leaves a gap where friends shared as a couple disappear or shift away. Even positive transitions, like starting a new job or becoming a parent, can unintentionally isolate you because your schedule changes and your interactions become more limited or different than before. Each of these shifts puts you in a social position that feels unfamiliar and lonely, often making you question your sense of belonging and how to rebuild your connections. Recognizing that situational loneliness is tied to life changes helps make sense of the confusion and pain you experience. It's a natural response to disruption and not a reflection of your worth or desirability as a friend. When you understand that your loneliness has a cause related to external changes rather than an internal flaw, it becomes easier to give yourself patience and permission to adjust. This awareness also opens a door to thinking about how to rebuild your social network in manageable steps, focusing on creating new routines and reaching out gently to others. Managing situational loneliness involves realizing that social connection is often built through repeated, small interactions over time. For example, attending local events, joining groups where shared interests bring people together, or even starting conversations in new environments like work or community classes. These actions might feel difficult at first, but they are ways to replace the old social anchors that no longer exist. Sometimes, rebuilding means accepting invitations or initiating contact even when you don't feel fully ready, knowing that these moments plant seeds for future friendships. Another part of healing from situational loneliness is adjusting your expectations around friendships and giving yourself grace. Life changes often mean that the relationships you had before don't work the same way anymore. Some close connections might fade for a while others may become stronger in unexpected ways. Staying open to different types of social bonds, whether casual, activity-based, or deeper friendships, can help you create a network that fits your current situation rather than waiting for past patterns to reappear. This flexibility lowers the pressure and opens up more opportunities for connection. Often, situational loneliness comes with emotional challenges like grief, anxiety, or self-doubt, which can make reaching out harder. It's normal to feel uncertain about where you belong or worry about being a burden to others. Reminding yourself that many people experience similar moments after big life shifts can reduce the sense of being alone in this. Talking to others who have gone through comparable changes or even seeking support from counselors or peer groups can be a helpful way to share your feelings and learn practical ways to cope. When you find yourself facing situational loneliness, one practical step is to create small, achievable social goals. This might mean setting a goal to try one new activity each week or reconnecting with an old acquaintance for a coffee. These micro-actions help you slowly build confidence and expand your social comfort zone. The key is to focus on consistency and kindness toward yourself, acknowledging that rebuilding your social world takes time and effort, but is completely possible. Type 4. Chronic loneliness, lifelong pattern. Chronic loneliness is a deep-rooted experience that often spans a lifetime. It isn't simply about being alone temporarily, but instead involves a persistent feeling of disconnection from others that feels inescapable. Many people who face this type of loneliness grew up feeling isolated or misunderstood, and over time, those feelings became a steady part of their identity. It can feel as though no matter what they do, they are destined to walk through life without close, meaningful relationships. This pattern won't change easily without intentional efforts directed specifically at overcoming these ingrained barriers. Understanding the roots of chronic loneliness starts with recognizing its origins. For many, this loneliness stems from early childhood experiences, such as neglect, rejection, or consistent feelings of being different or not fitting in. These early experiences shape how someone views themselves and others, creating a worldview where connection feels risky or unattainable. Some might have grown up in environments where emotional neglect made trusting others difficult, or they may have faced repeated rejection that reinforced a sense of unworthiness. Over time, these wounds can cause the individual to build armor around their feelings, making genuine closeness hard to achieve. This lifelong pattern also often involves internal beliefs that keep someone stuck, constantly telling themselves they are unlovable or that nobody truly cares can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Physical barriers such as social anxiety, low self-esteem, or difficulty reading social cues also develop alongside these beliefs, creating a cycle that perpetuates loneliness. Interestingly, many people trapped in this pattern also find themselves withdrawing from efforts to connect because they have learned that reaching out leads to rejection or disappointment. Such habits reinforce the sense that they will always be alone, no matter how much they desire connection. Breaking free from lifelong loneliness involves recognizing these deep patterns and understanding that they are not fixed traits, but habits formed over years of experience. Since this pattern often feels like a part of who someone is, it can seem overwhelming to change. Yet, even the most ingrained patterns can shift when approached with patience and the right strategies. It starts with compassion for oneself, acknowledging the pain of lifelong loneliness without judgment. This awareness opens the door to gradually challenging the beliefs and behaviors that keep loneliness alive. One practical step is to see loneliness not as a personal flaw, but as a pattern that has developed over time. This mindset can help reduce shame, making it easier to begin small efforts toward connection. For example, focusing on building even one or two genuine relationships instead of trying to change everything at once can feel less daunting. Remember, change might be slow, but it is possible. Recognizing that lifelong patterns can be reshaped helps break the belief that loneliness is inevitable or unchangeable. Small, consistent efforts over time are often what lead to meaningful shifts, even in long-standing patterns. Understanding your history and how it influences your present feelings of loneliness can shed light on what needs to be addressed. Sometimes, talking with a mental health professional who understands attachment and emotional patterns can provide insight and tools to undo lifelong loneliness. Therapy can be a safe space to explore past wounds, challenge negative beliefs, and develop healthier ways of relating to others. Even if changing long-held habits feels impossible right now, knowing that your patterns are learned and can be unlearned offers hope and a path forward. Self-assessment. Which type are you? Understanding your loneliness is the first step in addressing it successfully. There are 4 main types of loneliness, each with its unique characteristics. The first type is social loneliness, which describes those who feel they have no friends or social circle at all. If you find yourself scrolling through social media on a Friday night, feeling like everyone else is out having fun while you're home alone, you might relate to this type. Recognizing this feeling is essential because it indicates a lack of meaningful connections. Then, there's emotional loneliness, experienced by those who might have acquaintances but lack deep emotional connections. This type can leave you feeling isolated even in a crowd. You might attend gatherings and share small talk, yet walk away feeling as though no one truly understands you or values you deeply. Acknowledging this kind of loneliness is crucial as it highlights a need for more substantial and fulfilling interactions. The third type is situational loneliness, which often arises from life changes such as moving to a new city, changing jobs, or going through a significant personal loss. If you've recently experienced a transition and feel disconnected from your previous relationships, this may describe your situation. It's a reminder that loneliness can be straightened out with patience and proactive effort. Lastly, there's chronic loneliness. This type can stem from patterns established over a lifetime, where feelings of isolation persist, regardless of attempts to connect. If you've battled loneliness for an extended period and feel trapped in a cycle of despair, recognizing this type of loneliness is particularly important. It highlights a recurring issue that may require professional support to overcome. Identifying which type resonates with you is a powerful tool for understanding your emotional landscape and determining how to take action. Once you know your specific loneliness type, you can begin to propose tailored strategies for making meaningful connections. It's important to recognize that each type requires different approaches for healing and fostering relationships. Finding clarity in your loneliness type not only fosters self-awareness, but also opens the door to action. For example, if you identified as socially lonely, you might make a goal to join a local club or group that aligns with your interests. Those recognizing emotional loneliness could take steps to deepen existing friendships by sharing more about themselves or reaching out for one-on-one conversations. Understanding your loneliness type helps you focus your energy on the specific changes you need to make in your life. A practical step to kickstart your journey is to reflect on your experiences honestly. Keep a journal where you note down moments when you feel lonely and think about what type of loneliness accompanies those feelings. This will not only deepen your self-awareness, but also help shape your insights as you begin your efforts to build real, lasting connections. By taking this initiative, you set the groundwork for a more connected life. Why it matters. Each needs different approach. Loneliness isn't a one-size-fits-all experience, even though it might feel that way at times. Recognizing the specific type of loneliness you're dealing with helps you understand what your mind and heart truly need. For example, someone with social loneliness struggles with a lack of friends or casual social contacts, while emotional loneliness hurts because of missing deep, meaningful connections. Identifying where you fall on this spectrum matters because the way you address your loneliness should match the root cause. It's like treating a cold with the right medicine rather than just guessing and hoping for the best. When you don't recognize the particular form your loneliness takes, you risk using the wrong approach, which can make you feel even more stuck. Imagine trying to fix emotional loneliness by simply joining a lot of social events without seeking real bonds, or attempting to handle situational loneliness by waiting for time to pass alone instead of reaching out. Each form of loneliness calls for a different kind of care and attention. Taking the time to understand your own experience can reduce feelings of confusion and frustration, making the path toward connection clearer and more manageable. Different types of loneliness respond to different actions. Social loneliness, where a person feels they have no meaningful friendships or large social circles, often improves through stepping into new social environments and activities. It might mean joining a club, attending classes, or participating in community events. But for emotional loneliness, surface-level social interactions won't fill the gap. Instead, it's about nurturing trust, vulnerability, and honesty with a few trusted people. Situational loneliness happens when life disruptions, like moving to a new city or a breakup, knock your usual connections away. Here, the strategy is often about patiently rebuilding while acknowledging the temporary nature of that isolation. It helps to find small ways to re-engage with the world gradually, rather than forcing immediate closeness. Chronic loneliness, which can feel like a lifelong solitude pattern, requires more careful and often longer-term efforts. This might include professional support, learning new social skills from the ground up, and gently challenging deep-seated fears about connection. Recognizing these distinct needs provides a clearer map for moving forward. Trying to apply the same approach for each kind can waste valuable time and energy. The real breakthrough comes when you learn to tailor your efforts based on where loneliness shows up for you. It's not about trying harder in general, but learning how to listen to your specific needs and respond with the right tools and mindset. This way, the journey toward connection feels less like a frustrating chore and more like a series of small, confident steps that actually bring you closer to meaningful relationships. Action step: identify your type. Understanding your loneliness begins with looking inward and honestly assessing how you feel in different social settings. Think about your recent experiences. Do you find yourself lacking genuine connections with others? Or are your relationships mostly surface level? Maybe you've noticed that you have plenty of acquaintances but struggle to form deeper bonds. Others might feel lonely because life changes, like moving, losing a loved one, or changing jobs, have left them isolated. Perhaps you have felt this persistent sense of being alone over many years, even when surrounded by people, which hints at a chronic form of loneliness. Take some time to recall moments when you felt left out, misunderstood, or simply unable to connect. Recognizing your personal experiences with loneliness is an essential step toward figuring out which type you identify with most. Use specific questions to help clarify your feelings. Do you mostly wish for more friends to hang out with? Or do you long for deeper emotional bonds with one or two people? Are there particular situations where loneliness hits hardest, like during stressful times or after a breakup? Reflect on whether your loneliness stems from not enough opportunities to connect or from feeling disconnected even when you're around others. For example, if you often avoid social events because they feel empty or superficial, you might lean toward emotional or social loneliness. If you're lonely because you've recently experienced a significant life change that left you isolated, situational loneliness could be your main challenge. And if you've felt this way most of your life, chronic loneliness might be the underlying pattern to address. These questions help paint a clearer picture and set the stage for targeted efforts to build connection. Understanding your primary loneliness type helps identify what kind of approach will be most effective. For instance, if you realize you mainly suffer from social loneliness, your focus might be on expanding your circle of acquaintances and practicing social skills. If emotional loneliness feels more prominent, working on developing deeper, trusting relationships will be key. Recognizing whether your loneliness is situational can guide you to rebuild connections affected by recent life changes, such as moving or losing a loved one. Finally, identifying chronic loneliness suggests a need to work on long-term patterns and beliefs that keep you feeling isolated, despite efforts to connect. Knowing your type allows you to tailor your strategies instead of trying generic solutions that don't fit your specific experience. The clearer you are about your situation, the more purposeful and effective your steps toward connection will be. As a practical tip, write down a few moments or feelings that stand out when you think about loneliness. Keep a journal, listing situations where loneliness peaks or recedes. Over time, see if patterns emerge. Do you often feel lonely after social gatherings, or only during quiet moments? Do you feel more disconnected when life is busy or when everything is calm? Jotting these details will help you spot which of the 4 types most aligns with your experiences. This clarity makes it easier to choose the right next steps and to feel confident about moving forward on your path to better connection. Chapter 2: Why Adult Friendships Are So Hard. Remember when making friends was easy? Reflecting on childhood friendships, it's hard not to remember just how simple it once was to meet people and form connections. Whether it was on the playground, in the classroom, or even at home in the neighborhood, friendships blossomed effortlessly. Kids would approach each other, introduce themselves, and in no time, they were sharing snacks, secrets, and laughter. The power of play transformed strangers into buddies within minutes, and there was little worry about being judged or expecting perfection. Making friends often involved simple questions about favorite toys or games, and the innocence of childhood allowed friendships to grow unhindered by the complexities of adult life. However, as we transitioned into adulthood, the landscape shifted dramatically. Making and maintaining friendships became a daunting task filled with invisible hurdles. Unlike in childhood, where we were surrounded by peers and school settings, adult life often lacks natural environments for connection. The hustle of work schedules, family responsibilities, and personal commitments leaves little room for social interaction. Adults face busy lives where friendship can feel more like a luxury than a necessity. This absence of structured social environments undermines the natural inclination toward connection, resulting in isolation even for those who actively seek companions. Establishing deeper connections has become an intricate dance of timing and vulnerability. As adults, fear creeps in, fear of judgment, rejection, or simply not fitting in, which often paralyzes our ability to reach out. Unlike the carefree days of youth, where expressing feelings came easily, adults often carry the weight of past hurts and the pressure of social expectations. The simplicity of introducing oneself or striking up a conversation has been clouded by worries about how we'll be perceived. To combat this, it can be helpful to remember the ease of those childhood friendships and try to recapture some of that spirit. Be willing to step out of your comfort zone and initiate connections, focusing on authenticity rather than perfection. Making the effort to reach out, even in small ways, can lay the groundwork for fulfilling adult relationships. Reason 1: no built-in community, no school/college structure. When we think back to making friends during our school or college years, it often seems almost effortless. The classrooms, clubs, dorms, and shared schedules created natural meeting points. You saw the same faces every day, worked on projects together, and had routines that naturally encouraged connection. There wasn't a need to hunt for friendships because the environment itself was built to bring people together. Fast forward to adulthood, and those structured places mostly disappear. Without these natural settings, the ease of making friends vanishes, leaving many people feeling adrift. No longer are there set classes or organized events where everyone shows up at the same time. You might work in an office, but even then, interactions can be limited to just those you need for the job, often confined to surface-level chats. Outside work, the opportunities to meet people are scattered and optional, not guaranteed by the system. This lack of a built-in social infrastructure means adults have to find ways to build their own communities, which isn't always easy if you haven't done it before or don't have a roadmap. Without places like school or college to provide clear social roles and routines, adults often feel like they are starting from scratch. The usual rhythms that once guided us in forming friendships now vanish, replaced by less structured and often unpredictable environments. While children and teens have teachers, classmates, and extracurricular activities to lean on, adults might only have work or family commitments, both of which can limit social opportunities. This change can make many feel unprepared for the task of creating meaningful relationships. Because adult life often revolves around responsibilities such as careers, households, and sometimes parenting, time and energy for socializing get squeezed. Even when people want to meet others, they might not know where to go or how to start meaningful interactions outside of superficial small talk. The result is a common feeling of isolation, not because there aren't people around, but because the usual ways of connecting aren't present anymore. Finding friends might require more intention, effort, and creativity than it once did. Many adults feel like friendships become optional extras rather than natural parts of daily life. Unlike school, where everyone is in the same place and socializing is built into the schedule, adult friendships often need to be scheduled, planned, and nurtured actively. This can feel tiring or overwhelming, especially for those who are shy or have had few positive social experiences. Without a community already in place, the task of starting fresh can feel like trying to build a house with no foundation. A helpful way to begin is to think about your daily or weekly settings where you already spend time, even if you don't currently socialize there. It could be a gym, a local coffee shop, a hobby group, or even an online forum related to your interests. These places offer chances to see the same people regularly, which is a key ingredient in building friendship. When repeated contact happens, trust and familiarity start to develop naturally, making deeper connections easier to build over time. Reason 2. Everyone's busy, friendship becomes optional. Life as an adult often feels like a constant juggle of responsibilities. Between work deadlines, family obligations, household chores, and personal goals, there's very little breathing room left. Because of this, making time for friends frequently gets pushed to the back burner, seen more as a nice-to-have than a necessity. It's easy to fall into the mindset that if there's spare time, it should be spent on chores or relaxation rather than on socializing. Over time, this mindset can lead to meaningful relationships slipping away, replaced by a sense that friendship is something extra rather than an essential part of life. Many adults believe that friendship is a luxury they can only afford during vacations or holidays. They see connection as something to enjoy when life slows down, not as a constant, ongoing piece of well-being. This view often makes social interactions feel like chores rather than opportunities for genuine connection. Instead of viewing friends as part of a support system, they become optional extras that can be skipped when life is busy. When days fill up quickly, it's tempting to let friendships take a back seat, convincing ourselves that staying busy is more important or that we're simply too tired to put energy into maintaining relationships. Now, it might seem understandable that adults are busy. Most people work full-time or longer hours, try to keep up with family or personal commitments, and often feel overwhelmed just managing daily routines. But this busyness is what makes it so easy to overlook friendships. When our schedule is packed, it's tempting to prioritize immediate, tangible tasks over the more intangible and often less urgent need for connection. The problem is, as time goes on, this pattern creates distance, sometimes even loneliness, because friendships require intentional effort. The busier our lives get, the more we tend to see friendship as something to do when there's free time, rather than a vital part of our mental health and emotional balance. Many people believe that friendship can wait, operate on a whenever I have time basis, or that it naturally happens without effort. But in reality, friendships need nurturing, just like anything else worthwhile. If the mindset remains that connecting with friends is an optional activity when life is less hectic, it becomes easy to lose touch. Without consistent effort, even the strongest friendships can weaken or fade, leaving us isolated even among supposed busy social lives. One practical tip for breaking this pattern is to look at your schedule realistically. Instead of waiting for large blocks of free time, find small gaps, like a 10-minute coffee break or a short walk, and use them to reach out to someone. Making connection a regular habit, even in small moments, keeps relationships alive. It helps remind us that friendship isn't just a nice-to-have, but a necessary part of living well amid a busy life. Reason 3. Social skills atrophy. We forgot how to connect. In our younger years, we engage with peers daily, at school, during extracurricular activities, or in casual settings like parks and community events. These encounters provide natural opportunities for refining our social skills, from initiating conversations to navigating group dynamics. However, as adulthood approaches, the frequency of these interactions diminishes. Work commitments, family responsibilities, and busy schedules take precedence, often at the expense of casual social engagement. The result is a gradual decline in our ability to connect meaningfully with others, leaving many feeling isolated and unsure of how to re-enter social spheres. It's important to recognize that social skills can be relearned. This process starts with small steps, acknowledging the discomfort and vulnerability that might arise in social situations. For instance, practicing active listening in conversations can create a deeper sense of connection. This means giving full attention to the speaker, nodding, asking follow-up questions, and showing genuine interest in their experiences. Additionally, seeking low-pressure environments can facilitate practice without the heavy weight of expectations. Whether it's chatting with a neighbor or striking up a conversation with a barista, these interactions serve as opportunities to hone your skills. With consistent effort and openness to learning, individuals can take significant strides towards strengthening their ability to connect with others. Small, manageable actions can foster gradual improvement. Consider setting a goal to initiate one conversation per day. This could be a simple greeting or a brief comment about the weather. Over time, these small exchanges can build confidence and help rekindle a sense of community. Remember, the more you practice, the more comfortable you will become in social situations. Self-compassion is key. Recognize that everyone experiences awkward moments and that growth takes time. By focusing on the process rather than the outcome, you can reclaim the joy of authentic connection. Reason 4. Fear of vulnerability. Rejection stings more as adults. As we get older, being vulnerable with others often feels riskier and scarier than it did when we were younger. When you're a child or teenager, rejection can sting, but it usually doesn't shape your sense of self in the same powerful ways. Adults carry more emotional baggage, past disappointments, failed friendships, and setbacks that make the threat of rejection feel heavier. This means we're less willing to let people see our true selves, worried that once they see our flaws or weaknesses, they'll turn away for good. Vulnerability, that essential ingredient for deep connection, becomes something we avoid, protectively locked behind walls we've built to keep from being hurt. This fear isn't just about pride or shyness. It's about the way rejection triggers feelings of shame and loneliness that have been amplified by time. When you invest emotionally in friendships as an adult, the stakes feel higher. This is partly because adults often have fewer social circles, so each potential loss seems more significant. If you've been let down many times before, it's natural to brace yourself against new disappointments. All of these experiences pile together, making it feel safer to hide your true thoughts and feelings rather than open up and risk being misunderstood or dismissed. Because vulnerability means showing your authentic self, it can feel like handing someone a map to your deepest fears and insecurities. For many adults, this level of openness feels too dangerous because rejection no longer just hurts temporarily. It can leave lasting scars. This hesitancy blocks genuine connection and creates a cycle where loneliness feeds fear and fear builds more barriers. When fear of vulnerability takes hold, many adults respond by building emotional walls. You might find yourself avoiding difficult conversations or steering away from topics that reveal who you truly are. Small risks like sharing a personal story or admitting a mistake feel overwhelming, so it feels easier to keep interactions casual and surface level. While these boundaries can create a sense of safety, they also prevent friendships from becoming meaningful. Without vulnerability, relationships only scratch the surface, and deep connection remains out of reach. This protective stance often leads to a paradox: craving connection but withdrawing from the very experiences that create it. The effort of reaching out and opening up feels like it is met with too much potential pain. So many adults simply stop trying. Invitations may be declined not because of lack of interest, but out of a fear of rejection or disappointment. Over time, this pattern can deepen the sense of isolation and reinforce the belief that true connection isn't possible. The result is a lonely loop, where the fear of being hurt becomes its own kind of hurt. Missing out on vulnerability also robs adults of the chance to receive support and understanding. Sharing fears or struggles can be an opportunity to strengthen bonds and invite trust. But without taking that risk, friendships remain transactional and less fulfilling. This keeps people stuck in a cycle where they yearn for closeness but don't take the natural risks necessary to get there. Recognizing this cycle is the first step toward breaking it. One way to begin feeling more comfortable with vulnerability is to start with very small risks. Instead of sharing your deepest fears right away, try opening up with minor personal details or opinions in safe settings. Notice how people respond when you are honest about little things. Most often, others react with empathy, curiosity, or kindness, not rejection. These small moments can help you build confidence in being seen and accepted without judgment. It also helps to remind yourself that everyone struggles with vulnerability and fears rejection. No one is perfectly guarded or fearless. When you accept that being vulnerable is part of the human experience, it becomes easier to take those first tentative steps. You don't have to pour out your whole story all at once. Instead, try revealing pieces one at a time and observe the responses. Over time, these small acts of courage can add up, softening the walls and making genuine connection more possible. Remember, the fear of rejection is a signal that you care deeply about connection. It means you are human. Rather than trying to eliminate this fear, practice leaning into it gently. This practice helps you rewrite old stories that say vulnerability equals danger, replacing them with new experiences where openness leads to acceptance and friendship. Reason 5. Social media illusion, fake connection. Social media has transformed the way we connect, but it also creates a false sense of relationship. When you scroll through your feed, it looks like everyone else is surrounded by friends, constantly sharing moments, support, and joy. But beneath the surface, many of these interactions are superficial, lacking true emotional depth. Likes, comments, and shares give us a quick hit of validation, but they don't replace real conversations or shared experiences. This constant stream of curated content can make us feel more alone, even when we're comparing ourselves to others' highlight reels. Many people believe they are building relationships through social media because of the frequency and immediacy of interactions. However, these interactions often stay on a surface level. Someone might comment on your picture or send a quick message, but that doesn't mean they truly understand your struggles or joys. The conversations are often rushed, shallow, and detached from the complex reality of our lives. Over time, this can create a sense of false closeness. We feel connected, but in truth, we're only skimming the surface. It's easy to fall into a trap where we feel socially fulfilled because of the number of followers or likes we have, but these are not indicators of deep connection. They might boost your mood momentarily, but they rarely satisfy the human need for genuine understanding and support. If you're relying on virtual interactions to fill your emotional void, you may find yourself feeling emptier over time. The key is recognizing that social media fosters an illusion of relationship, one that can mask loneliness instead of curing it. Recognizing this fake connection starts with awareness. Notice how much time you spend engaging online versus actually talking to people in person. Pay attention to how you feel afterward. Do you feel more energized or more drained? Do your online interactions truly uplift you, or do they make you feel more disconnected? Remember that genuine bonds require vulnerability, shared experiences, and emotional depth, things that digital exchanges rarely provide. When you see social media as a tool for occasional connection rather than a substitute for real relationships, it becomes easier to prioritize face-to-face interactions that foster authentic closeness. Simply put, social media can be a helpful supplement, but should never replace real interactions. Be mindful of how much of your online time is spent on superficial scrolling, and try to convert some of that time into real conversations. Whether it's a quick call, a meetup, or sharing a genuine moment face-to-face, these real exchanges are what ultimately build trust and true connection. Impressions on social media are fleeting. Real relationships are built on ongoing, meaningful engagement that involves more than just likes and emojis. Finally, remember that your worth isn't measured by the number of followers or likes you have. Focus instead on cultivating real relationships where trust, vulnerability, and support are present. Look for opportunities to shift your focus from virtual validation to real-world interactions, where you can truly see, hear, and connect with others on a human level. Key insight: the system is broken, but you can still connect. Many adults share a common struggle: the difficulty in forming genuine connections in today's world. The social structures we once relied on have shifted dramatically. Without the natural opportunities provided by schools, workplaces, or communities, we find ourselves lost in a sea of superficial interactions. Social media, which promise to keep us connected, often leaves us feeling more alone. The pressure to maintain a perfect online persona can create barriers that stop real connection in its tracks. The system that once helped us build friendships appears to be failing us, leaving many feeling frustrated and hopeless. Despite these systemic issues, there is still hope. Individuals have the power to cultivate meaningful relationships, even in a broken system. It begins with awareness and recognizing the obstacles we face. By understanding why it feels difficult to connect, you can take control and make intentional efforts to foster relationships. Building genuine connections requires a willingness to step outside your comfort zone and actively seek out moments of vulnerability, which can lead to deeper bonds. Each effort counts, whether it's reaching out to a coworker for a chat or joining a local club that interests you. The process won't always be easy, but taking small steps can lead to significant changes over time. Start by identifying the kinds of connections you crave and seek opportunities to engage with others who share similar interests. Remember, Connections don't always have to bloom into deep friendships right away. Sometimes, it's about getting to know someone on a lighter level and allowing that bond to grow naturally. Focus on quality rather than quantity. Even in a flawed system, your willingness to connect can create ripples that inspire others to do the same. Take the first step today. Every effort matters. Action step: identify your biggest barrier. Most adults want real friendships, but many feel stuck or blocked by invisible walls they don't quite understand. These barriers often build slowly over time and can be hard to spot because they feel like just who we are rather than things we can change. One of the biggest obstacles is fear. Fear that people won't like the real you, or that you'll say the wrong thing and be rejected. This fear can keep you from reaching out or showing vulnerability, which is the very thing that helps friendships grow. Another common barrier is feeling too busy. Work, family, and daily responsibilities can push social connections way down the list, turning friendship into an afterthought instead of a priority. When making friends depends on empty weekends or rare free evenings, it's easy to give up trying. Social confidence can also get in the way. If you're convinced you're awkward or boring, you might avoid situations where friendship could start. This isn't just about shyness. It's the way negative self-talk convinces you that you don't have anything meaningful to offer. Perfectionism plays a role here too. Thinking you have to be interesting, funny, or charming before anyone will want to spend time with you. On the flip side, some people hold back because of past hurt. If you've been betrayed or deeply disappointed, it's normal to put walls up. Those walls protect you, but they also stop new connections from forming. Meanwhile, comparing your social life to others can deepen feelings of loneliness. Seeing seemingly effortless friendships on social media can make you believe that everyone else is doing fine except you. That sense of everyone else has it easier creates distance rather than closeness. To break through loneliness, the first step is figuring out which of these barriers matters most in your life. This isn't about judging yourself or ticking boxes, but about gaining clarity. Sit quietly and ask yourself what usually stops you from making friends or deepening existing ones. Do you find yourself hesitating to message someone first because you're afraid they might ignore you? That fear of rejection could be your main blocker. Or maybe you constantly tell yourself you don't have time to keep up with people, and friendship feels like a luxury you can't afford. If so, your barrier could be a busy schedule or poor time management. Sometimes the way you talk to yourself reveals the biggest hurdle. Listen to your inner voice. Does it say you're not interesting enough, or that you have to hide parts of yourself? If so, perfectionism or low self-confidence might be what's holding you back. If you notice you avoid invitations or cancel plans at the last minute because old wounds feel too unsafe to risk new disappointment, past hurt could be the heart of the problem. To identify your biggest barrier, try tracking your thoughts and behaviors over a week. When you turn down invitations, pause to note why. When you scroll social media and feel left out, write down what specific thought comes up. This practice helps you see patterns instead of guessing. Once you know your primary obstacle, begin thinking about small ways to respond differently. If fear of rejection dominates, remind yourself that everyone experiences some degree of rejection and that it's not a reflection of your worth. Practice reaching out with low-pressure attempts, like asking someone a simple question or commenting on a shared interest, to build courage. If your schedule is the biggest barrier, try blocking just 15 minutes a week to connect, even if it's a quick text or coffee. For self-confidence struggles, challenge negative thoughts by writing down qualities you like about yourself or times when you've been a good friend. If past hurt is the issue, take gentle steps toward vulnerability with people who seem trustworthy, knowing you control the pace. Making this process manageable makes it less intimidating and more realistic. Understanding your biggest barrier is not about fixing yourself overnight. It's about recognizing what keeps you from the connections you want so you can start making different choices, no matter how small. Even a tiny shift, like responding to one message or saying yes to one invitation, moves you closer to breaking down those walls. The key is patience and kindness toward yourself as you navigate these changes. Friendship takes time, and knowing what stands in your way is the first step toward turning loneliness into relationship. Chapter 3. Your connection blocks. You're invited, but you find reasons to say no. It happens more often than you might think. You're chatting with a coworker, or maybe texting with someone you've recently met, and then an invitation comes up. A simple cup of coffee, a weekend get-together, or a casual dinner. Something inside you tugs at you. Part of you wants to say yes, to step out of your routine and connect. But another part pushes back, making excuses, creating reasons to stay home instead. Maybe you tell yourself you're too busy, too tired, or not feeling well. Perhaps you worry you won't have anything interesting to say or that you won't know what to do once you're there. Over time, these little internal barriers become habits. They start to feel like normal responses whenever an invitation appears. You might think, I'll just skip this one. No big deal. But after a while, saying no so often begins to build a pattern of isolation. It's not usually about the event itself, but what it represents, a chance to connect, to share a moment with someone else. Instead, your mind finds reasons to resist. Sometimes, it's a fear of rejection, imagining that if you go, nobody will want you there. Other times, it's feeling unsure about yourself, worried you might be judged or seen as awkward. Many people unknowingly create mental barriers rooted in fears and insecurities that keep them from accepting invitations. These can include worries about being judged, feeling like they don't belong, or simply feeling overwhelmed by social situations. Sometimes the barrier is familiarity, thinking, I don't know what to say, or what if I mess up? These thoughts act like filters, making the idea of socializing seem more stressful than it really is. The truth is, these mental blocks don't just pop up out of nowhere. They develop over time, fed by past experiences, self-doubt, or misunderstandings about what it means to connect with others. It's easy to overlook how much these barriers can be invisible yet powerful. You might dismiss them as just shyness or laziness, but they often serve as protection mechanisms. If you've ever hesitated to accept an invite because you're afraid of rejection, it's because your mind is trying to shield you from feeling vulnerable or disappointed. If you find yourself avoiding social situations because you worry you're not interesting enough, that's another form of self-protection. These reasons may seem logical in the moment, but they also keep you stuck. The irony is that by avoiding social events, you reinforce feelings of loneliness and reinforce the belief that connection is too risky or uncertain. Recognizing these barriers is the first step, understanding that they are not character flaws, but rather responses born from fears and insecurities helps remove some of their power. Instead of seeing your reasons as excuses, see them as signals. They point to underlying worries that can be addressed. For example, if fear of rejection is a primary blocker, then working on building resilience, developing a mindset of acceptance, and remembering that rejection is rarely personal can help. If feelings of awkwardness are dominant, practicing small, low-pressure social interactions can gradually build confidence. Eventually, it's about shifting your internal dialogue. Instead of framing social invitations as risks, see them as opportunities. Every invitation you accept is a chance to learn, to grow, and to find out that the world doesn't always meet your worst fears. It's about replacing automatic reasons to say no with deliberate, new choices that prioritize connection. Overcoming these barriers is not about eliminating fear altogether, but learning to walk through it, knowing that connection is worth the effort, even when it feels uncomfortable. Block 1. Fear of rejection. What if they don't like me? This fear can be paralyzing. When we worry about what others think, it can stop us from reaching out to potential friends or engaging in social situations. Many find themselves stuck in a cycle of negative thoughts, asking, what if they don't like me? In these moments, it is easy to convince ourselves that we aren't worth someone else's time or attention. The resulting self-doubt can hold us back from forming lasting connections, making us feel even more isolated as we retreat further into our comfort zones. Often, this fear stems from past experiences or unrealistic expectations. For instance, if you've faced rejection before, it can amplify your fear. It's crucial to acknowledge that not every interaction will result in a deep friendship, and that's okay. Be gentle with yourself. Realizing that rejection is a part of life can relieve some pressure. Surround yourself with supportive people who encourage open dialogue about these feelings. They can help you rationalize your fears and provide perspectives that ease your anxious thoughts. Additionally, to manage rejection fears effectively, it can be useful to practice reframing negative thoughts. When you catch yourself spiraling into worry about others' opinions, remind yourself that everyone has their insecurities. Focus on what you can offer as a friend rather than what you think might deter others. This shift in perspective can foster self-acceptance and open the door to more genuine interactions. Taking small steps, like initiating a simple conversation, can build confidence and show you that many people are open and willing to connect. Remember, every conversation is a chance to learn and grow, regardless of the outcome. Block 2. Fear of being too much. I'm annoying/needy. When you worry that you are too much, it often means you are afraid of overwhelming others with your needs, feelings, or personality. This fear usually hides a deeper worry about being rejected or judged if you show too much of yourself. Feeling too much can come from years of experiences where your emotions or needs were dismissed, ignored, or met with frustration. To protect yourself from repeating that pain, you might hold back, shrink your presence, or avoid reaching out for help or connection altogether. At its core, this fear of being annoying or needy acts like a shield. It's a way your mind tries to keep you safe by stopping you before you can be hurt. You might replay conversations in your head, worrying you talked too much or asked for too much attention, even when the other person was fine with it. This protective mechanism comes from a place of vulnerability. You want to connect and be accepted, but you're not sure if you'll get that acceptance if you're fully yourself. It can feel safer to stay small, quiet, or invisible rather than risk rejection by expressing your true needs or feelings. This block can show up in many ways. Sometimes it makes you avoid texting a friend too often or quickly ending a conversation so you don't seem clingy. Other times you might apologize for asking for support or downplay your achievements so no one feels you are bragging. There can be a constant background voice telling you not to take up space, as if your presence is a burden. Understanding this isn't about being flawed or weak. It's about how your brain learned to protect you from hurt. Recognizing it as a defense can help you see it more clearly and start to challenge it rather than let it control your connections. Changing how you experience being too much begins by shifting the way you think about yourself and your place in relationships. Instead of seeing your needs or emotions as burdensome, try to view them as natural parts of being human. Everyone has moments when they need more support, want to share their excitement, or feel vulnerable. Accepting this makes it easier to express yourself without guilt or fear. It helps to remind yourself that true friendships allow room for you to be fully who you are, including the parts that might feel too much. Another helpful approach is to put your fears into perspective by checking the facts. When you worry you're annoying someone, pause and ask yourself what evidence supports that worry. Often, you will find there is little or no proof. People might enjoy your company more than you realize. If you can, gently ask close friends how they feel when you reach out or share. Their feedback can help you correct distorted beliefs and build more confidence in your interactions. Setting boundaries is also key to managing this fear without shutting down your needs. Healthy boundaries aren't walls. They are clear guidelines that protect your well-being while respecting the other person's limits. For example, if you feel hesitant about texting too much, decide on a reasonable frequency that suits both of you and communicate openly about it. If you need emotional support, ask for it in ways that feel manageable for you and others, like sharing a little at a time or choosing moments when your friend can listen carefully. Boundaries help you express yourself clearly and respectfully, reducing the risk of feeling too much or ignored. Learning to tolerate some discomfort is part of overcoming this block. It's natural to feel awkward or uncertain when you start showing more of yourself. Those feelings don't mean you are a burden, just that you are stepping outside your comfort zone. Practicing small acts of openness, whether it is telling someone how your day went, asking for advice, or saying when you feel lonely, builds emotional muscles over time. You will begin to see that being too much often turns into being just enough, and real connection blossoms when you allow yourself to be seen fully. A practical way to start is by writing down moments when you hold back because you think you are too much. Next, try rewriting those moments, imagining a trusted friend reacting with kindness rather than judgment. This helps you reframe your internal dialogue toward more self-compassion. Remember that everyone brings their whole self to relationships, and it's not your job to shrink or hide to make others comfortable. Instead, true connection happens when you can be honest about who you are and what you need, without fear of being a nuisance. Block 3. Perfectionism. I have to be interesting. Perfectionism often shows up as the lingering belief that you need to always be interesting, impressive, or entertaining to be valued by others. It's a subtle but powerful voice inside your head telling you that if you're not mesmerizing or entertaining, people won't like you or want to stay connected. This idea can make social situations feel exhausting because you're constantly trying to perform or hide your true self behind a facade of perfection. Many people develop this mindset early on, perhaps from high expectations from family, school, or society, and carry it into adult relationships without realizing how much it's holding them back. This block leads to behaviors like over-preparing before social interactions, endlessly rewriting what you plan to say, or avoiding situations where you might be judged as not good enough. It also encourages a harsh internal critic that constantly finds fault in yourself, reinforcing feelings of inadequacy. Because you're so focused on appearing interesting or impressive, you may hide your vulnerabilities and real thoughts, which prevents genuine connection. Instead of sharing your true self, you show a curated version meant to impress, creating an emotional distance that keeps people at arm's length. Perfectionism as a barrier isn't about aiming for excellence. It's about the fear of being rejected or seen as boring. It's the belief that if you're not constantly lively, clever, or entertaining, you're unworthy of love or friendship. This mindset often leads to burnout, as you're always on edge trying to meet impossible standards for yourself. It also increases the likelihood of feeling lonely because the more you hide your authentic self behind an effort to be interesting, the less others really get to know who you are. This cycle makes real connection seem out of reach, keeping you stuck in self-imposed isolation. In reality, everyone has moments of awkwardness, vulnerability, and plainness. Authentic relationships thrive on honesty and acceptance, not perfection. Recognizing that trying to be interesting all the time is a flawed goal can be freeing. Instead of aiming for perpetual brilliance, focusing on simply showing up as you are and sharing your genuine thoughts makes meaningful connections possible. Remember, being real and imperfect often makes you more relatable and approachable than trying to keep up a flawless act. A simple tip is to remind yourself that no one expects you to be perfect. Your true presence, even with flaws, is what attracts real connection. Block 4. Comparison. Everyone else has friends. You scroll through social media and see bustling groups of laughter and activity, all while you feel isolated. It's easy to assume that everyone else has it figured out, that they possess an innate quality or effortless charisma that you lack. This perception can fester and grow, creating an internal narrative that you are somehow less worthy because your social circle feels sparse. Such thoughts can leave you feeling inadequate and even further drive a wedge between you and the idea of forming new connections. Take a moment to reflect on the reality behind those images. Most people selectively share their best moments, not the everyday struggles or quiet nights alone. This selective portrayal creates an illusion that can amplify your isolation. Acknowledging that everyone has their battles can shift your perspective, making it evident that you are not alone in your feelings. Consider focusing on your own journey rather than measuring your worth against the curated experiences of others. This adjustment in mindset encourages real connections, as it allows you to approach relationships with openness and authenticity instead of the weight of comparison. A practical way to combat this comparison mindset is to keep a journal where you can express not only your feelings about your social life, but also record moments of joy, connection, and progress. This practice serves as a reminder that meaningful relationships are built over time, not manufactured overnight. The more you celebrate your own steps forward, no matter how small, the less power comparisons hold over you. Understand that feeling lonely is a shared human experience, and by embracing this reality, you can step away from the shadow of comparison and toward the light of potential friendships. Block 5. Past hurt. Betrayal made you guarded. When someone betrays our trust, it can leave a deep wound that doesn't easily heal. Betrayal often comes from people we care about, friends, partners, or family members, and that makes the pain especially sharp. After experiencing this kind of hurt, many people become guarded, putting up emotional walls to protect themselves from being hurt again. These walls can stop you from fully trusting others or opening up in new relationships. You might find yourself hesitating to share personal thoughts or feelings, even with people who have shown kindness and understanding. The fear of being vulnerable again, only to be let down, can feel safer than risking connection. This guardedness doesn't mean you don't want connection. It means your heart is trying to defend itself. Sometimes you may notice yourself stepping back just when a relationship seems to be getting closer. You might keep conversations surface level or avoid making plans because the idea of deeper involvement triggers anxiety or memories of past pain. This instinct to protect yourself can also make you overly cautious about who you let into your inner circle. While these limits can feel like shields, they also create distance, leaving you feeling isolated even when opportunities for connection are present. Past betrayals can make you sensitive to certain behaviors that remind you of previous hurt. A friend canceling plans at the last minute, a colleague not returning a message quickly, or even a slight change in tone during a conversation might all feel like signs of rejection or abandonment. This heightened alertness can lead you to misread situations, pushing people away before they even have a chance to get close. Understanding that these reactions come from your past experiences rather than the present moment is an important step toward loosening the grip of those emotional barriers. It's common not to realize how much old wounds are still influencing your thoughts and actions today. Past betrayals can shape your expectations of others and your own relationships. You might expect others to eventually let you down or assume that people are not trustworthy unless proven otherwise. This mindset can make it difficult to accept kindness or to believe that people genuinely want to connect with you. When you recognize that these beliefs come from earlier experiences, you gain a clearer view of what's holding you back. It gives you a chance to question those automatic assumptions and see if they still serve you. Awareness also helps you identify patterns. Maybe you notice yourself withdrawing whenever someone gets too close, or you find reasons to doubt friends' intentions. These behaviors are often signs that your past pain is still at work. By naming these patterns, you take the first step toward changing them. You can remind yourself that not everyone will betray you the way someone did before. People are different, and many are capable of building trust and showing care once given the chance. Healing from betrayal is not about ignoring the past or pretending it didn't happen. It's about seeing how it influences you now and deciding how much power you want to give it moving forward. This doesn't mean rushing into new friendships before you're ready. Instead, it means giving yourself permission to be cautious without closing off completely. Learning to open up again at your own pace, while also challenging your fears and doubts, creates a path to genuine connection. This path may include setting boundaries that feel safe, communicating your needs clearly, and looking for signs of consistency in others. One practical way to start softening your emotional guards is by practicing small acts of trust. This might mean sharing a little more than usual with a coworker or accepting an invitation when you feel unsure. It can also involve reflecting on moments when others have surprised you with kindness or reliability. Keeping a journal of these positive experiences can help balance negative expectations and slowly rebuild your sense of safety in relationships. Over time, as you allow yourself to feel more comfortable in your connections, the walls built by past hurt can start to come down, making room for healing and meaningful friendship. How each block shows up in behavior. Everyone has internal patterns of thought and emotion that influence how they act around others, especially when it comes to building relationships. These blocks often operate on autopilot, shaping our responses without us fully realizing it. For example, someone who fears rejection might come across as distant or guarded, unintentionally creating the very distance they want to avoid. Similarly, a person battling perfectionism might hesitate to reach out, worried they won't say or do the right thing, which then prevents any genuine connection from forming. These mental blocks tend to show up in our decisions and behavior every day. When invited to hang out, someone anxious about being too much might decline, even if they really want to connect. A person with a comparison habit might judge themselves negatively, convincing themselves everyone else has better friendships, leading them to withdraw or avoid initiating. Past hurts can leave someone feeling overly cautious, making it hard to trust new people or to show vulnerability when it's needed most. Over time, these patterns can become so ingrained that they feel like part of who we are, even though they're really just protective responses hiding behind a facade of self-doubt or fear. Recognizing how these blocks manifest helps you see why connecting feels so difficult at times. If you think about your own reactions, maybe withdrawing when someone invites you out, or feeling nervous before a social event, you can start to trace those feelings back to the underlying block. For example, if you shy away from new situations because you're worried about rejection, that's a clear sign of fear of rejection showing up in behavior. If you constantly compare yourself to others and feel like you're falling short, that's your comparison block at work. Awareness is the first step toward changing these patterns. One practical way to start noticing these blocks in action is to pay attention to your immediate reactions when someone reaches out or when an opportunity arises. Do you come up with excuses? Do you feel a rush of anxiety or self-criticism? Do you hesitate or pull back? These are clues that a block is operating under the surface. Eventually, understanding how your internal barriers shape your external behavior can open up possibilities for intentionally shifting your responses, even if just a little at a time. A helpful tip is to keep a simple journal or mental note of moments where your behavior diverges from what you'd like it to be. Was it fear of rejection that kept you silent? Perfectionism that held you back from sharing your true thoughts? Comparing yourself, leading to withdrawal? Identifying these patterns in real situations makes them less automatic and more manageable. With practice, you can learn to act differently in small ways, which over time creates new behavioral habits that support more genuine connections rather than reinforcing old blocks. Key insight: these are protection mechanisms, not character flaws. Many adults feel a natural urge to hold back in social situations, a sentiment rooted in our past experiences. These hesitations are not inherent flaws in our character. Instead, they are protective mechanisms developed over time. Recognizing them as such allows for a more compassionate view of ourselves. When we perceive our connection blocks, like fear of rejection or the anxiety of being too much, as just our minds trying to shield us from potential pain, we nurture a sense of understanding. Self-compassion begins when we acknowledge that these feelings are common in a world where connections can feel precarious. Understanding that everyone encounters these feelings can reduce the heavy burden of loneliness. For example, someone who avoids social gatherings may think they are simply unsociable, but their behavior is often a response to prior experiences or perceived threats. Realizing this can lead to a kinder internal dialogue where we treat ourselves like a friend who is struggling instead of judging ourselves harshly. These self-protective habits, while limiting, are grounded in a desire to keep ourselves safe. Clarity comes from understanding which connection blocks affect you most profoundly. By identifying the specific barriers in your life, you can begin to address the underlying fears driving your behavior. For instance, if you constantly compare yourself to others, it might stem from deep-rooted insecurities. Unpacking the characteristics of your primary block provides insight into why you might resist reaching out to others or shying away from vulnerability. You might find that your hesitation stems from a history of hurt, leading to an instinctive protective response. Self-exploration can take many forms. Journaling your feelings and experiences can reveal patterns that help pinpoint your barriers. Engaging in honest conversations with trusted individuals about your feelings can also illuminate these blocks. The key here is not just to identify, but also to understand that uncovering these protective mechanisms is a step towards healing and deeper relationships. Knowing which blocks resonate with your experiences empowers you to navigate social settings with intention rather than hesitance. As you gain awareness of your connection blocks, think about how these mechanisms can coexist with a desire for deeper relationships. There is a balance to be found. While it is essential to keep yourself safe, it's equally important to find ways to lower those defenses when possible. Consider small, manageable steps you could take to gradually push against those protective barriers. For example, if fear of rejection holds you back from reaching out, consider initiating a very low-stakes interaction, such as a friendly text or a brief chat with a neighbor. Every small step taken is a building block towards building richer connections, allowing you to engage with others authentically while still honoring your need for safety. Remember, navigating social interactions doesn't require you to abandon your protective instincts. Rather, it invites you to become more aware of when those instincts serve you and when they hinder your ability to connect. Cultivating awareness gives you the chance to practice vulnerability in a controlled way, ultimately enriching your relationships. Action step: name your primary block. Behind many of the struggles to form deep, meaningful relationships lie invisible walls we build inside ourselves. These walls often come in the shape of fears and doubts that whisper reasons not to try or to hold back. One of the most common blocks is the fear of rejection, a voice that asks, "What if they don't like me?" This fear can stop you from reaching out or being yourself, keeping you stuck in loneliness. Another frequent block is the worry about being too much. You might fear that you're annoying, needy, or that if you express your true feelings, you'll push people away. This often leads to hiding your thoughts or keeping interactions superficial. Perfectionism can also be a major barrier. It convinces you that you need to be interesting, funny, or impressive enough to be worthy of friendship. This pressure isn't just exhausting. It creates a wall between who you are and who you think you should be. Alongside that is the trap of comparison, where you measure yourself against others and feel lacking because everyone else has friends or seems to navigate social situations more easily. This comparison steals your confidence and increases the sense of isolation. Another powerful block comes from past hurts. Maybe someone betrayed your trust, or you experienced rejection that left you feeling guarded. This pain often causes people to put up emotional shields, making it harder to take the risks friendship requires. Each of these barriers acts like a protective mechanism, designed to keep you safe from hurt or disappointment, but at the same time, they limit the chance for genuine connection. Understanding where your walls come from is the first step to loosening their hold on you. Getting clear on which internal barrier affects you most can help you focus your energy in one direction instead of feeling overwhelmed. Start by paying attention to situations when you hesitate to connect or feel stuck. What thoughts run through your mind? If you often worry about being rejected, that fear is likely your primary block. If your biggest concern is, am I interesting enough? Your perfectionism may be the main barrier. Another useful approach is to notice your strongest emotional reactions. Do you feel dread before social events because you think you'll say the wrong thing? Or do you hold back because you don't want to appear needy? You can also reflect on patterns from your past. For example, if you notice you avoid deep conversations or pulling away after being hurt before, your block might stem from past trauma. Write down your thoughts and feelings honestly without censoring yourself. This simple exercise can bring clarity about what blocks you most. Try ranking these blocks by how often they show up or how much they stop you from trying. Knowing your primary block helps because you can choose strategies that directly address the root cause rather than trying to fix everything at once. Once you've identified your main connection block, start observing it in daily life. When it shows up, gently question the thoughts behind it. Are they facts or just fears? For instance, if fear of rejection is strong, remind yourself that not every social attempt leads to failure, and that rejection is painful but not the end of all possibilities. If your biggest block is comparison, try to notice what triggers that feeling. Is it social media, someone's success story, or your own insecurities? Awareness like this gives you power to make small shifts in mindset. Knowing your primary barrier isn't just an intellectual exercise. It's the start of real change. When you can name the block, you can also practice responding differently. For example, if you fear being too much, try expressing something small and genuine with a trusted person and notice the result. If you battle perfectionism, allow yourself to show up imperfect once in a conversation and remind yourself that authenticity matters most. Each attempt chips away at the hold that block has on you. It's helpful to set small, doable goals that challenge your block without overwhelming you. If fear of rejection is your block, a goal might be saying hello or asking a simple question in a group setting. If comparison is your challenge, limit time spent on social media or replace judgmental thoughts with gratitude for your unique qualities. Tracking these small wins builds momentum and confidence over time. One way to support this process is to keep a journal where you note when your block comes up, what the situation was, and how you handled it. Over time, you'll see patterns and also evidence of your progress. Remember, connection takes courage, and each step forward matters, even when it feels small. Your primary block is not a permanent sentence. It's something you can learn to manage and reduce with practice and patience. Chapter 4. Redefining what friendship means. Unrealistic friendship expectations keeping you lonely. Many people walk around with a mental image of friendship shaped by movies, TV shows, and social media. These images often show groups of friends laughing together all the time, sharing everything, and always being in sync. It's easy to think that's what friendship should look like, and when your own relationships fall short of that ideal, disappointment sneaks in. You might feel that everyone else has found the perfect circle, leaving you feeling left out or like something is wrong with you. That sense of missing out, fueled by constant social streams showing seemingly perfect connections, can make loneliness feel even sharper and more persistent. The truth is, those portrayals are usually exaggerated or staged. Real friendship isn't about perfection or constant companionship. It's about deeper, real connection that grows over time, with its own ups and downs. Many believe that if they don't have a big, active social life or a dozen close friends, they must be doing something wrong. But that's not how genuine relationships work. The images we see on screens rarely show the quiet moments, the misunderstandings, or the effort needed to truly connect. In reality, friendship takes patience, effort, and a willingness to accept the imperfections in others and in ourselves. People often have unrealistic ideas about what a best friend should be or how close two friends should feel. This can lead to setting expectations that are too high or expecting too much from casual acquaintances. For example, some think that to be a good friend, you need to spend hours together every week or share every detail of your life. When those expectations aren't met, frustration and disappointment grow. This all-or-nothing thinking makes it hard to appreciate the smaller, genuine connections that can actually bring value and meaning to your life. Not every friendship has to be intense or constant to be worthwhile. Understanding that friendship exists on different levels helps clarify what realistic expectations should look like. Some relationships are fleeting, like chatting with a neighbor once in a while. Others might involve doing activities together, like a workout buddy or a coworker you grab coffee with sometimes. Then there are close friends who know your core self and support you through tough times. At the deepest level, a few people might become your core friends, those you trust completely and can be vulnerable with. Most people don't need dozens of close friends. They just need a few that fit into these different tiers of connection. Reducing complexity and allowing relationships to be what they are rather than what you wish them to be is a big step. Accepting that real friendship involves give and take, patience, and authenticity helps you set realistic goals. Instead of aiming for an ideal that's unlikely, focus on cultivating meaningful, manageable connections that fit your life. You'll find that building relationships based on genuine interest and shared values is far more satisfying than chasing an impossible image of perfection. Sometimes, lowering your expectations opens the door to actually forming authentic bonds that enrich your life, rather than drain you with unfulfilled fantasies. Remember, the key is to recognize the different forms friendship can take and appreciate what each relationship offers. By adjusting your expectations, you'll reduce feelings of loneliness, and you'll open yourself to building relationships grounded in reality, ones that can bring genuine comfort and support without the pressure of meeting an unrealistic standard. Focus on quality over quantity and give yourself permission to enjoy friendships that are real, imperfect, and perfectly enough. What friendship actually is versus fantasy version. Friendship often gets depicted in an idealized way in movies, books, and social media. We see friends laughing together, always available for support, and sharing every moment with one another. This fantasy version of friendship can lead to unrealistic expectations. Many people believe that true friends should be there at all times, ready to catch you when you fall. However, the reality of friendship is often much more nuanced. True friendships require effort, understanding, and sometimes accepting that friends have their own lives. It's normal for friendship dynamics to ebb and flow over time. Recognizing that friends may not always be available doesn't diminish the value of the connection. It simply reflects the complexity of adult lives. When approaching friendship, it helps to understand that perfection is not the goal. Everyone has their own challenges, and sometimes friends may struggle with their issues. A healthy friendship does not mean always being each other's support system. It often means showing up with understanding and knowing when to give space. By understanding these nuances, individuals can begin to reshape their expectations about what friendship entails. This shift can lead to stronger, more fulfilling relationships built on reality rather than fantasy. Breaking down friendships into tiers allows us to have a clearer understanding of their roles and importance in our lives. Consider thinking of friendships as a tiered structure. At the base are acquaintances, people you interact with casually but do not share deep connections with. Next, you have activity friends, those you enjoy doing specific things with, such as sports or hobbies, but might not deepen the connection beyond those shared experiences. These tiers help communicate the varying degrees of intimacy and commitment present in different friendships. At a more involved level are close friends, those with whom you share personal moments and care deeply for each other. Finally, there are core friends, typically just 1 to 3 people, who understand you at a fundamental level and can be counted on during tough times. Recognizing your friendships in this way creates room for realistic expectations. You don't need to strive for a large circle of core friends. What matters is having a few solid connections that provide emotional support and companionship. With this tiered system, it becomes easier to appreciate each friendship for what it uniquely offers, allowing you to focus on nurturing those connections that truly matter. In your journey of reconnecting with others, consider mapping out your friendships according to these tiers. It can help you identify areas that need nurturing or friendships that may require more investment. This method promotes a healthier approach to friendship, alleviating the pressure of unrealistic expectations while fostering stronger connections that align with your life. Focus on your existing relationships, recognizing where you can deepen connections and where it may be necessary to let go. The friendship tiers: Tier 1, acquaintances; Tier 2, activity friends; Tier 3, close friends; Tier 4, core friends, 1 to 3 people max. Friendship often gets wrapped in an idealized vision that can make real-life connections feel like disappointing failures. Movies show us tight-knit groups that do everything together, friends who always say the right thing, and relationships where conflict is rare or quickly resolved. Social media pictures only reinforce this idea with carefully curated moments of joy and togetherness. The reality is different. Friendships come in many shapes and sizes, and expecting every relationship to match those perfect images sets us up for frustration and loneliness. One common misconception is that a friend must be someone you share everything with or spend all your free time alongside. This belief adds pressure and can stop us from appreciating the smaller, but still meaningful, connections we do have. Not every person in your life will be a source of deep emotional support, and that's okay. Some relationships are meant to be lighter, less intense, but still valuable in their own way. Recognizing this helps us lower unrealistic expectations and opens the door to real connection, even when it doesn't fit the all-or-nothing narrative we often hold on to. When people understand that friendships don't need to be perfect or all-consuming, they start to see the variety of roles different people play. They notice how colleagues who share a laugh by the coffee machine, neighbors who wave hello, or gym buddies who encourage each other during workouts can all add to their sense of belonging. These relationships don't replace deep friendship, but they create a wider circle of connection. So, friendship is not a single type of relationship, but a range of connections that serve different needs and moments in life. Many people think of friendship as one big category, but it helps to see it as layered. At the broadest level, you have acquaintances, people you know by name or face, but don't spend much time with. These can be coworkers, neighbors, or people you chat with occasionally in classes or meetings. Acquaintances don't require deep sharing or intense loyalty. They form the outer circle of your social world, and while these connections might feel thin, they still provide a sense of social belonging and familiarity. Moving closer to the center, there are activity friends. These are people you enjoy spending time with when doing specific things, like playing sports, attending hobby groups, or working on community projects. You bond over shared interests or routines, but the friendship usually stays within that context. You might grab coffee occasionally or catch up around those activities, but the relationship is mostly about doing things together rather than sharing personal struggles or secrets. Closer still are your close friends. These are the friends who know more about your life story, your ups and downs, and whom you trust with personal matters. You spend time chatting about your feelings, seeking advice, and offering support. These relationships often grow from shared experiences that extend beyond activity and move into emotional connection. Close friends might not be in your daily life, but you check in regularly, celebrate milestones, and turn to each other during tough times. At the core, however, are your core friends, usually only 1 to 3 people. These friendships are profound and rare. Core friends truly understand you at a deep level and are part of your inner circle where loyalty and trust go beyond regular friendship. They're the people you might call in a moment of crisis, share your biggest dreams with, or spend hours with without feeling the need to fill silence. Having a few core friends is realistic and fulfilling, far more than striving for a large number of casual acquaintances or activity friends that don't offer that kind of connection. Seeing friendship as tiers allows you to appreciate every connection for what it is without demanding too much from any single relationship. Not every friend needs to be a core friend, and not every acquaintance deserves to be pushed past their natural place. Instead, you can map your social circle with a clearer understanding of who fits where and what kind of interaction to expect. This approach also encourages you to nurture different relationships in different ways instead of treating all friendships as if they require the same effort, time, or emotional commitment. One helpful way to start is by thinking about the people in your current life and placing them in these tiers. You might be surprised to find that some acquaintances could become activity friends with a little effort, or that certain activity friends have the potential to become close friends if you open up more. Understanding these layers guides you toward realistic goals for connection, removing the pressure and disappointment that comes from expecting every relationship to meet impossible standards. You don't need 20 close friends. You need 2 to 3 core plus supportive tiers. Growing up, many of us imagined having a vast circle of friends. Dozens of people who knew us well, supported us through everything, and filled every quiet moment with connection. But the truth is, those visions often don't match real life. As adults, trying to maintain many close relationships takes time and emotional energy that most of us simply don't have. The effort to keep a large number of close friends can lead to feelings of exhaustion, guilt, or frustration when we fall short. No wonder so many feel stuck or lonely despite having friends on social media or in passing. The key is recognizing that quality matters more than quantity. We don't need a dozen close friends. We need a few solid relationships that truly nourish us. Redefining what friendship actually means can help shift expectations and reduce some of the pressure. Instead of aiming for perfection or a large network, focus on developing meaningful bonds with just a handful of people. It's helpful to think of friendships in tiers or layers, each serving a different purpose but working together to build a supportive system. The innermost layer consists of 2 to 3 people you trust deeply. These are your core friends, the ones you can be vulnerable with and who understand your struggles and joys. Surrounding them are supportive acquaintances who share interests or activities without the expectation of deep emotional intimacy. Then, there are broader connections, people you cross paths with, like colleagues, neighbors, or gym buddies, who add variety and lightness to your social life, but don't require emotional depth. Focusing on developing a handful of core relationships may seem less impressive than boasting about a large group of friends, but in reality, it's far more sustainable and fulfilling. When your energy is directed toward cultivating these tight bonds, you're more likely to nurture trust, understanding, and shared experiences. Setting realistic goals is crucial. Aim for regular check-ins or shared activities with your core friends, and allow your other relationships to naturally fit into your life without needing constant attention. Remember, genuine connection isn't about ticking off a list of friends, but about deepening a few meaningful ones. Starting with this approach can help you avoid burnout, foster authenticity, and create a stronger sense of belonging. A practical tip is to think of your friendship network as a mini ecosystem. Your core friends are like the roots of a tree, giving it strength and stability. The supportive tiers act as branches that provide variety and resilience. When obstacles or busy seasons come, having this layered system allows you to care for yourself and others without feeling overwhelmed. Focusing on quality over quantity, setting clear boundaries, and being intentional with your time creates space for genuine, lasting relationships. Building this kind of system takes time and effort, but the payoff is relationships that truly support and enrich your daily life. Start by identifying who already fits into your core and supportive tiers. Chances are you're closer to having a healthy, manageable circle than you think. Realistic expectations versus deal breakers. It's vital to comprehend the difference between realistic expectations and deal breakers when seeking meaningful friendships. Realistic expectations allow us to understand that friendships have natural limitations and imperfections. For instance, expecting a friend to always be available for every event or to match our enthusiasm 100% of the time can set us up for disappointment. Healthy friendships are based on mutual respect and understanding that neither party will fulfill every need or desire. On the other hand, deal breakers often relate to fundamental values or behaviors that significantly impact the relationship. For example, if a potential friend repeatedly disrespects your boundaries or engages in behavior that contradicts your core beliefs, you have a legitimate deal breaker. Recognizing these factors can help foster healthier relationships. Identifying personal boundaries is an essential step in distinguishing genuine deal breakers from idealistic standards that can lead to unmet expectations. Consider what values are non-negotiable for you. Is it honesty, respect, the ability to support each other during tough times? Write down your top 3 to 5 core values and evaluate friendships against them. If someone struggles to respect these values, it's a sign of a deal breaker. Additionally, be aware of any idealistic standards that might be limiting your ability to connect. For instance, thinking you need to have a friend who loves all the same hobbies as you can narrow your options. It's possible to enjoy varied interests, yet still form a strong bond. Consider if your expectations are based on real compatibility or idealized notions of friendship. Finally, remember that relationships are a two-way street, requiring effort and understanding from both sides. Always be open to feedback and communication because assumptions can lead to misunderstandings. Sometimes, a friend may not meet a specific expectation, not due to a lack of care, but because they might be dealing with their own challenges or struggles. Maintaining open communication can help clarify these situations. Reflecting on your expectations and differentiating between genuine deal breakers can lead to healthier, more fulfilling friendships. Start by being honest with yourself about what you need and are willing to give in your connections. This reflection can guide you toward building lasting relationships. Action step: map your current friendships by tier. Friendships vary in depth and intensity, and knowing this can help you see your social life more clearly. Many people expect all their friendships to be equally close, which often leads to disappointment or confusion. But the truth is that friendships naturally fall into different levels or tiers based on how much time, energy, and personal information you share with those people. Recognizing these tiers helps you set reasonable expectations for each relationship, so you don't push for something deeper before it's ready or get discouraged that everyone isn't as close as you want. The first tier includes acquaintances, those people you know by name or recognize from certain places, like coworkers, neighbors, or gym buddies. These connections might involve brief chats or friendly hellos, but they don't go much beyond surface-level interaction. The second tier involves activity friends, people you hang out with occasionally for shared interests or events, such as a hiking partner or a book club member. You enjoy spending time together but may not dive into personal conversations regularly. Close friends make up the third tier. These are the people you trust more deeply, share your feelings with, and turn to during tough times. They tend to be fewer in number because they require more emotional investment. Finally, the core friends in your fourth tier are the rare few who know you inside and out. These are the people you call when something huge happens, who stand by you through thick and thin, and who make you feel truly seen and accepted. Understanding where your current friends fit in these tiers can calm your expectations and help you appreciate the roles each person has in your life. Not everyone needs to be a core friend, and not all acquaintances have to be close friends. Each tier serves a purpose, and all are valuable in their own way. Comparing your friendships to an idealized picture of nonstop, deep connections isn't helpful. It's more useful to see your social circle as a range of connections that come with different levels of closeness and commitment. Sitting down and honestly mapping your friendships according to these tiers can reveal a lot about your social life. It shows who occupies which role, whether you have enough close friends to rely on, or if most of your connections are still at the acquaintance level. This awareness helps you spot the parts of your social circle that might need reinforcement or intentional growth. For example, if you notice you have many activity friends but very few core friends, you might want to focus on strengthening a couple of those relationships by sharing more openly or making time for one-on-one conversations. On the other hand, mapping your friendships can also highlight the strengths you already have. Maybe you have core friends who are consistent supports, or you regularly enjoy social activities with a set group of activity friends. Recognizing these solid foundations can boost confidence and reduce feelings of isolation. You also get a clearer idea of which relationships are healthy and fulfilling versus those that feel draining or one-sided. That makes it easier to decide where to invest your time and to step back from connections that aren't serving you well. This kind of mapping encourages a more intentional approach to friendship building. Instead of waiting passively for relationships to deepen, you can make thoughtful choices about who to reach out to and what kind of connection you want to nurture. It also keeps expectations realistic, so you don't put undue pressure on yourself or others. Remember, friendships grow in their own time, and having a balanced mix across different tiers reflects a healthy social life. Try creating a simple chart or list, placing names of friends into the 4 tiers: acquaintances, activity friends, close friends, and core friends. Reflect on how you feel with each person, how often you communicate, and what kinds of support you exchange. Give yourself permission to move people between tiers as relationships evolve, and don't be surprised if your list changes as you become more intentional. Mapping friendships isn't about judging yourself for what you lack. It's about seeing your social world clearly so you can grow it in the directions that feel right to you. Chapter 5: Building Your Social Confidence. Walking into a room, panic sets in. Walking into a room full of people can sometimes feel like stepping into an unfamiliar world. Your heart pounds a little faster, your palms become sweaty, and suddenly, the noise and movement seem overwhelming. For many, it's a familiar experience, those moments when you want to slip in quietly and hope no one notices you. But behind that panic often lies a belief that you're supposed to be confident and effortless, which only intensifies the anxiety. The truth is, social confidence isn't an innate trait. It's a skill that can be built over time with practice and a shift in how you see yourself in social situations. When you walk into a room feeling anxious, it helps to recognize that everyone else is likely feeling some level of nervousness too. Even people who seem self-assured were once beginners, just like you. It's normal to worry about how you'll come across or whether you'll say the right thing. But instead of trying to be perfect, focus on small steps. Maybe it's just giving yourself permission to stand near the door or to make eye contact with one person. Every little effort counts toward growing your confidence and reducing panic over time. One practical way to approach these moments is by starting small. For example, set a goal to say hello to one person or ask a simple question like, "How's your evening going?" This may not seem like much, but it's a concrete step that shifts your focus from fear to action. Reframe those nervous feelings as excitement. The same physical sensations happen in your body in both cases. Recognizing this can help reduce the power of anxious thoughts and make stepping into social situations feel less daunting. It's also useful to prepare a few simple scripts or topics to ease the pressure. Having a go-to line or question can reduce the mental load and make initiating conversations easier. For instance, commenting on the setting, asking about a common interest, or sharing a light joke can serve as icebreakers. Remember, everyone has moments of discomfort, and most people are receptive to genuine, friendly interaction. Embracing imperfections, being okay with stumbling over words or feeling awkward, frees you from the need for every interaction to be perfect. Another key is to practice regularly in low-stakes environments. Start with small interactions, like chatting with a cashier or a neighbor, to build your comfort level. Over time, these small wins accumulate and make larger social situations less intimidating. Confidence isn't about never feeling nervous. It's about acting despite the nervousness and realizing that you can handle these situations. Each positive experience reinforces that you're capable of connecting even when it feels uncomfortable. Truth about social anxiety: everyone feels it. Social anxiety is a common experience that many people face, yet it often feels isolating. It can strike everyone, regardless of age, background, or social status. When you're in a social setting and your heart races or your palms sweat, remember that others are feeling the same way. This shared experience can diminish the stigma associated with social anxiety and empower you to approach situations with more confidence. Understand that you're not alone. Even those who seem outgoing and self-assured sometimes battle the same fears that hold you back. Recognizing that social anxiety is fundamentally human can be the first step in moving past it. Building social confidence takes time, but there are practical strategies you can use to make the process easier. Start with low-stakes practice. This could mean chatting with a cashier or lighting up a conversation with a colleague about weekend plans. These encounters help you get comfortable speaking with others without the pressure of making a lasting impression. Another essential technique is to reframe your nervousness. Instead of viewing anxiety as a weakness, see it as a sign of excitement. This shift in perspective can help transform your mindset in social situations. It's also crucial to embrace awkward moments. Everyone has experienced them, and instead of letting them knock you off balance, allow yourself to laugh and move on. When a conversation stalls or takes an unexpected turn, use humor to let the pressure off. Preparation can also be a game changer. Think about common social scenarios you encounter and create scripts for them. For instance, prepare a few icebreakers or ask open-ended questions that invite others to share about themselves. Doing this helps reduce the fear of not knowing what to say and makes interactions feel more manageable. How to build confidence? Start with low-stakes practice. Building social confidence isn't something that happens overnight, especially if you've been feeling isolated or awkward in social settings for a long time. The best way to start is by focusing on low-stakes interactions. These are moments where the outcome doesn't feel critical and the pressure to perform or impress is minimal. It can be as simple as saying hello to a neighbor, making small talk with a barista, or commenting on the weather to a coworker. These small encounters slowly rewrite the way your brain reacts to social situations, reducing the anxiety that often comes with fear of rejection or embarrassment. By breaking down social connection into manageable pieces, you give yourself permission to practice without the fear of heavy consequences. Low-stakes practice works because it provides a gentle way to test the waters. When the stakes are low, the fear of messing up loses some of its grip, making it easier to try again if things don't go perfectly. Over time, these small experiences add up and build a foundation for more meaningful connections. This approach recognizes that confidence is less about suddenly becoming outgoing or charming and more about gradually becoming comfortable with being seen and heard bit by bit. It's about creating a pattern of success that your mind can rely on, so the next time you face a bigger social situation, it won't feel as threatening. Nervousness before or during social interactions is natural. Instead of fighting it, try to shift how you think about those feelings. Nervousness and excitement share many of the same physical signs: racing heart, butterflies in the stomach, a quickened breath. When you reframe your anxiety as excitement, it can reduce the sense of threat and help you focus on the opportunity to engage rather than the possibility of failure. This mental shift doesn't remove nervousness, but changes its meaning so it becomes fuel instead of a roadblock. Another useful strategy is embracing imperfection. Nobody connects perfectly every time. Awkward pauses, missed social cues, or moments of silence happen to everyone. Accepting that these moments are part of the process lowers the pressure you put on yourself and makes interactions feel more natural. When you allow yourself to be imperfect, it opens the door to genuine connection because it becomes clear that you don't need to be flawless to be liked or valued. This mindset helps you move through uncomfortable moments with less self-judgment and more resilience. Preparing simple conversation scripts can also reduce anxiety. Having a few go-to lines or questions ready can feel like a safety net when you're unsure what to say. It might be as straightforward as asking about someone's weekend plans, commenting on something happening around you, or sharing a brief personal detail. These scripts don't have to be rehearsed speeches. They're just gentle nudges to get the conversation started or keep it flowing. When you practice these kinds of interactions regularly, they become easier and more natural, and you begin to trust yourself to navigate social situations with less stress. Focusing outward during conversations instead of inward on your own nervousness helps too. Paying attention to the other person's words and body language keeps you present and shifts your focus away from fears or doubts. This outward focus can make conversations feel less intimidating and create authentic moments of connection, even in casual exchanges. Try setting a simple goal like initiating 3 small conversations in a week. These don't have to be deep talks. The idea is to get comfortable with the rhythm of social interaction. Over time, you'll build a track record of positive experiences that quietly strengthen your confidence. Reframe nervousness as excitement. Feeling nervous before social interactions is a common experience. It often manifests as a racing heart, sweaty palms, or a sense that your stomach is flipping. But instead of seeing these signs as signs of weakness or failure, try viewing them as signs of anticipation. These physical sensations are your body's way of gearing up for something meaningful, much like the rush athletes or performers feel before a big moment. This shift in perspective can make a huge difference. When you think of nervousness as excitement, it changes your mindset from one of fear to one of eagerness. Instead of dreading the possible embarrassment or rejection, you begin to see the opportunity for growth, connection, or even fun. It's a simple mental trick that can turn anxiety into motivation, helping you walk into social situations with a more positive attitude. Imagine standing in a room full of strangers, feeling that familiar flutter in your chest. Instead of thinking, "I'm going to mess up," you tell yourself, "I'm getting excited to meet someone new." This small change in how you label your feelings can ease the tension and foster a more open, welcoming attitude. Your body will still react the same way, but your mind will interpret those signals differently. Practicing this reframe is straightforward. When you notice nervous feelings creeping in, pause for a moment and label them as excitement. Remind yourself of the potential good outcomes, such as learning something new, making a connection, or simply challenging yourself to be more social. This resourcefulness makes it easier to act on those feelings rather than letting them hold you back. One practical way to implement this is through visualization. Before entering a social setting, close your eyes for a few seconds and picture yourself feeling energized and enthusiastic. Imagine your body radiating confidence, your smile genuine, and your mind prepared for a positive interaction. Visualizing excitement can prime your brain to see social interaction as something to look forward to rather than fear. Another tip is to recognize that many of the people around you feel the same way. Confidence doesn't mean the absence of nerves. It means acting despite them. If everyone else is feeling a bit anxious, then your nervousness is part of the normal human experience. When you reframe it, you're aligning your attitude with reality instead of fighting against it. Ultimately, turning nervousness into excitement is about embracing your human emotions and choosing how to interpret them. With consistent practice, you'll start noticing that those butterflies or racing heartbeats become signals that you're ready for something important, rather than signs that you're failing. This simple shift can unlock a more positive approach to social situations and help you show up as your authentic self. If you want to make this change stick, try journaling about your feelings afterward. Write down moments when you felt nervous but redefined it as excitement. Notice how your attitude shifted your experience. Over time, this reinforcement will help you naturally view social anxiety as a sign you're about to do something brave, something worthwhile. Accept awkward moments. Awkward moments happen to everyone. They can occur without warning, like an unexpected pause during a conversation or a miscommunication that leaves both people feeling uncomfortable. It's easy to think of these instances as failures, but in reality, they are a natural part of social interactions. Accepting that awkwardness is inevitable can free you from the pressure to perform perfectly in social situations. Instead of trying to eliminate these moments, consider reframing them. They can serve as an opportunity to connect with others in a genuine way. When you acknowledge the awkwardness, it often becomes easier to laugh it off, lightening the mood for both of you. Accepting awkward moments may feel challenging initially, but there are practical ways to embrace them. Start by reminding yourself that everyone experiences awkwardness. Even the most socially adept people face these moments. This shared experience can create a bond with others, easing the discomfort. When you find yourself in an awkward situation, try to respond with humor. A simple, self-deprecating joke can break the tension and show others that you don't take yourself too seriously. Another strategy is to practice acceptance. If you feel a conversation taking an awkward turn, take a deep breath and lean into it. Sometimes, acknowledging the awkwardness directly can help. For instance, saying something like, "Well, this got a bit weird, didn't it?" can turn an uncomfortable pause into a shared joke, creating connection. Practicing vulnerability in these moments can lead to deeper, more authentic interactions over time. Building social confidence involves changing how you perceive awkwardness. Instead of viewing it as a negative, consider it a signal that you are taking risks in your social life. Each time you embrace these moments, you gain more confidence. This shift in mindset can encourage you to push past your comfort zone, knowing that an awkward moment is not the end of the world. Social interactions become less intimidating when you accept that nobody is perfect. Finally, remember that the people you connect with probably appreciate your authenticity. No one wants to converse with a robot. They seek real human interaction, flaws and all. Being open about your awkwardness can lead to deeper connections as others feel encouraged to share their own experiences. The next time you find yourself facing an awkward moment, take a breath, accept it, and watch how it transforms your interactions. To help you practice this, try stepping into a social situation with the intent to embrace awkwardness. When you feel a moment of discomfort, remind yourself that it's okay to be imperfect and that everyone around you is likely feeling the same way. This approach can change your entire outlook on social gatherings, turning anxiety into excitement. Focus outward, not inward. Building confidence in social settings usually starts with small, intentional steps rather than giant leaps. When you focus too much on yourself, worrying about how you appear or what others might think, it often leads to self-criticism that freezes you in place. Instead, by gently shifting your attention outward, you reduce the pressure that builds inside and create space to connect more naturally with those around you. Instead of analyzing every word you say or every expression you make, look at the person you're talking to and pay attention to them. This simple shift, focusing on what they are sharing or how they feel, can lighten the load of self-consciousness and make conversations feel more relaxed. Even when nerves are present, acknowledging that these feelings are part of the process, not signs of failure, can help you approach social interactions with more ease. Every small step you take, like asking a question or listening attentively, adds up over time. These intentional actions help build a habit of looking outward, which gradually reduces the habit of harsh self-scrutiny. When you tune into others instead of yourself, it not only boosts your confidence, but also invites genuine connection, as people naturally respond to those who show interest in them. Starting conversations can be uncomfortable, but it's one of the most effective ways to get more comfortable with social situations. Try initiating simple interactions, like commenting on something in your environment or asking a casual question. You don't have to think of the perfect thing to say. The goal is just to open the door. These small moments shift your focus from internal worries to external engagement. If you approach these interactions as chances to learn or simply to share a moment, the pressure to perform decreases. Feeling nervous or awkward during these interactions is common, but reframing these feelings as excitement rather than fear changes your brain's response. When you remind yourself that butterflies in your stomach show that you care and that something meaningful might happen, those feelings become energizing instead of draining. Embracing awkward moments is another important strategy. Instead of trying to hide or fix them immediately, accept that awkward pauses or mistakes are part of real conversations. They make you human and often give others permission to relax too. Over time, this acceptance strengthens your social confidence, as you stop fearing imperfection and recognize it as part of connection. When you carry your attention outward and practice these simple approaches, each encounter feels less like a test and more like an opportunity to share time with another person. This mindset change lowers the stakes, allowing you to be present rather than stuck in your head. Remember, social confidence is not about never feeling nervous. It's about learning to move forward despite that nervousness by focusing on the people around you. Lower the stakes. When approaching social interactions, one of the simplest ways to ease anxiety is to lower your expectations. Instead of aiming for perfect conversations or instant connections, focus on just showing up and being present. The more you see these interactions as low-pressure opportunities, the less fear you'll feel about messing up or being judged. Remember, people are often more understanding than you think, especially when they sense someone is genuinely trying. A great way to reduce nervousness is to prepare a few simple topics or questions before entering a social situation. You don't need elaborate stories, just a handful of casual questions like, "What do you do for fun?" Or, "Have you seen any good movies lately?" These act as safety nets, giving you something to fall back on if the conversation stalls. The idea isn't to impress, but to keep things flowing without stress. Reframing your mindset can also make a big difference. Instead of viewing each interaction as high stakes, see it as practice or a chance to learn. If a conversation doesn't go perfectly, it's no big deal. It's merely a step toward feeling more comfortable over time. When you lower the stakes for yourself, the pressure eases and genuine, relaxed conversations become more natural. This shift allows you to focus less on the outcome and more on enjoying small moments of connection. It's also helpful to adopt a mindset where mistakes are okay. Many adults worry about saying the wrong thing or appearing awkward, but everyone has those moments. Instead of being self-critical, accept that some awkwardness is normal and even expected. People appreciate authenticity more than polished perfection. When you accept that you don't need to be perfect, you free yourself from self-imposed pressure, making it easier to be yourself. One practical tip is to aim for shorter, more frequent interactions instead of long, high-stakes conversations. For instance, saying hello and exchanging a quick comment about the weather or a shared environment is enough. These small exchanges build confidence and gradually help you get comfortable with casual interactions. Over time, these low-stakes moments add up, making socializing feel much less intimidating. A key component of lowering risks is to lower your internal voice's volume. Instead of obsessing over what might go wrong, remind yourself that most social mishaps are minor and often forgotten quickly. Focusing on your breathing and staying grounded in the present also helps. When you feel yourself overthinking, take a deep breath and remind yourself that no interaction is the end of the world. Sometimes, simply giving yourself permission to be imperfect is the best step toward more relaxed connections. Finally, choosing to go into social situations with a mindset of curiosity rather than expectation can shift your experience completely. Instead of hoping for a perfect new friend or deep connection, see it as an opportunity to learn about others and yourself. This way, even if the interaction feels small or awkward, you're still gaining something valuable. This approach keeps things light and helps you focus less on the outcome and more on the experience itself. Scripts for common fears. Many adults experience social anxiety that arises from common fears. These fears can include concern about being rejected, feeling like we have nothing valuable to contribute, or simply worrying about saying the wrong thing. Understanding these fears helps demystify the underlying reasons we hesitate to connect with others. When we can recognize and name our fears, they seem less daunting and more manageable. It's important to realize that these feelings are not unique to us. They are shared among many people. Recognizing that you're not alone in your experience can be an empowering first step toward initiating conversations and building relationships. Having a few ready-made scripts for those tricky moments can boost your confidence when you're trying to initiate a conversation. For example, if you find yourself worried about being seen as too needy, you might say, "Hey, I'd love to get to know you better. Do you want to grab coffee sometime?" This approach is straightforward and shows genuine interest without overwhelming your potential new friend. Another common fear is the fear of rejection. A simple way to combat that feeling is to remind yourself, it's okay if they aren't interested. I can try again with someone else. This shifts the focus away from personal worth to the willingness to connect. If you're nervous about making small talk, you could use a script that invites engagement, such as, "I've been trying to explore new hobbies. What do you enjoy doing on weekends?" This encourages the other person to share about themselves, allowing the conversation to flow naturally. Practicing these conversations in your mind can help ease your nerves when the situation arises. The more you repeat these scripts, the easier it becomes to engage without feeling overwhelmed by fear. By addressing common fears and having practical responses, you can slowly build your social confidence. Begin with low-pressure environments, like a casual gathering with acquaintances or a group activity. Even if a conversation doesn't go perfectly, you gain valuable experience that adds to your confidence. If someone interrupts or you lose your train of thought, remind yourself that it's a normal part of conversations. Every interaction is an opportunity to grow, and with practice, you will find your comfort zone expanding. Remember, the key is persistence. Each small step you take to engage in conversation can lead to more meaningful connections over time. If you find yourself hesitating, recall the scripts you've practiced. The more you use them, the more intuitive they will become. Carry this mindset into your interactions and see how it empowers you to connect with others without the weight of fear holding you back. Action step: initiate 3 low-stakes conversations this week. Starting a conversation can feel like a big hurdle, especially when loneliness has made social interaction feel unfamiliar or intimidating. Low-stakes conversations are small, casual exchanges that don't carry heavy expectations or pressure. They might happen with a barista, a coworker in the hallway, or a neighbor you pass by occasionally. These moments don't have to lead to deep friendship or a lasting bond right away. Instead, they serve as gentle practice sessions for your social muscles, helping you get more comfortable talking with others without the fear of being judged or rejected. When you begin with low-stakes conversations, you're giving yourself permission to be imperfect and human. You don't have to say the right thing or keep the other person entertained. The goal isn't to impress, but simply to connect in a small way. This approach takes the spotlight off your performance and puts it on the shared experience of casual interaction. Over time, that experience adds up, making future conversations feel less daunting. Repeated practice not only helps lower anxiety, but also slowly builds your confidence, making deeper connections more approachable. Beyond building confidence, low-stakes conversations open the door to noticing others in ways that feel simpler and safer than jumping into heavy topics or high-pressure situations. These exchanges are a reminder that social connection doesn't always have to be complicated or intense. They show you that even brief moments of friendliness matter, and that every conversation is a chance to practice showing up as yourself. This small step can create a ripple effect for your overall social life, making connections easier to come by and less overwhelming. Setting a goal to start 3 casual conversations within a week might sound manageable, but the key is making it feel doable rather than like a chore. Choose moments that naturally allow for a quick exchange: a line at the grocery store, a parking lot encounter, or a break room chat at work. Approaching these encounters with simple conversation openers like comments on the weather, a compliment, or a question about something around you can make the start easier. For example, saying, "That book looks interesting. Have you read it before?" Or, "I like your shoes. Where did you get them?" invites a response without pressure. It's helpful to remind yourself that the goal isn't to carry on a long conversation or extract personal information from the other person. Instead, focus on the shared moment and being fully present. Keep your tone light and your body language open. Smiling and maintaining relaxed eye contact can signal friendliness. If the person responds positively, you can follow up with a brief question or comment that flows naturally. If they seem uninterested or give short answers, it's perfectly okay to politely end the brief interaction and move on. The point is to get comfortable initiating, not to force connections. To track your progress, consider jotting down a quick note about your conversations. What did you say? How did it feel? What went well and what was tricky? This reflection helps you see that none of these conversations have to be perfect, and it highlights your courage in trying. You might also notice patterns, whether certain settings feel easier or what kinds of openers work best. This feedback loop builds your social skills and encourages you to keep taking small steps. With each interaction, you are growing more confident in your ability to connect, turning what once felt scary into a natural part of your daily life. Chapter 6: What you bring to the table. I'm boring. Why would anyone want me? Feeling like you're boring is a common thought that sneaks into many people's minds, especially when they compare themselves to others. Often, these feelings come from stories we tell ourselves, narratives that paint us as uninteresting or lacking in qualities that attract others. But here's the truth: these stories aren't the full picture. Everyone has unique traits and qualities that can spark connection. Recognizing that feelings of inadequacy often reflect internal judgments rather than reality can open a path toward understanding your true value. Many people believe they have nothing special to offer or worry that others won't be interested in what they have to say. That inner voice might say, "I'm boring. I have nothing to contribute." or I'm just not fun enough. The challenge is that these thoughts don't come from actual facts. They come from fears, insecurities, or past experiences that made you doubt yourself. Remember, everyone has their own stories and quirks that make them interesting in their own right. No one is perfectly captivating all the time, and that's okay because authentic connections aren't built on perfection. Instead of focusing on what you think you lack, it helps to recognize and embrace the qualities you already bring into relationships. Think about moments when you've made someone laugh, offered a listening ear, or shared something genuine. Perhaps you're good at making others feel comfortable, or you have a contagious sense of curiosity. Your presence, how you listen, think, and respond, matters more than you realize. People are often drawn to authenticity and kindness, not perfection or endless entertainment. Knowing that everyone has a mix of strengths and flaws can be freeing. It's easy to believe that others are always more interesting or more loved, but that's often just a story we tell ourselves. In truth, most people are just as unsure of themselves as you are. They're waiting to meet someone who's real, relatable, and genuine. When you understand and accept your own unique traits, your humor, honesty, curiosity, or support, you set the foundation for real relationships to grow. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up as you are and trusting that you have something valuable to offer. A practical step you can take right now is to make a list of qualities or moments that make you unique. Think about times when you've connected with others naturally or when someone appreciated something about you. These remind you that you are more than the stories of boredom or insignificance. Every person has a mix of traits that make them interesting. Sometimes it just takes a bit of attention and self-compassion to see them clearly. Remember, people are usually more interested in your authenticity than in some curated image you think you need to project. The scarcity mindset, trying to prove your worth. The scarcity mindset can be a profound barrier to genuine connection. When you constantly feel that you need to prove your worth to others, it creates a cycle of loneliness and insecurity. This mindset often stems from a fear of not being enough. You may find yourself thinking that if you don't show your value, you will be overlooked or rejected. This need to validate your worth can lead to behaviors that push people away instead of inviting them in. For example, you might overcompensate by boasting about your achievements or by being excessively accommodating, all in an attempt to gain acceptance and approval. However, this approach usually has the opposite effect, making you feel even more isolated. Living with a scarcity mindset means you often compare yourself to others. You might think, everyone else has closer friends. What do I offer that's special? This thought can spiral into self-doubt, making it even harder to initiate connections. When faced with the challenge of making new friends, you might catch yourself pondering your inadequacies instead of focusing on the potential for real friendship. This focus on perceived deficiencies can hold you back from approaching others, leading you to feel stuck in a cycle of isolation. Shifting your perspective is crucial for moving past these feelings. Begin by recognizing your unique qualities and what you genuinely bring to your relationships. Instead of concentrating on what you believe you lack, consider the strengths you possess. People are drawn to authenticity, honesty, and genuine curiosity, not a polished facade. Your real self, with its flaws and quirks, is what can attract meaningful connections. Rather than trying to stage manage every interaction to prove your worth, allow yourself to be present and open. This shift can be transformative in establishing deeper, more authentic relationships. Embrace the idea that you don't need to be perfect to be valuable. Focus on your presence, your honesty, your curiosity, and your capacity to support others. Real relationships thrive on connection, not comparison. Take the time to evaluate what makes you unique as a friend. Are you a good listener? Do you have a knack for making people laugh? These qualities matter more than fitting a predefined mold of friendship. Fostering self-acceptance is paramount. It not only allows you to offer your true self, but also invites others to do the same. By confronting the scarcity mindset and acknowledging your inherent qualities, you pave the way for building more fulfilling connections. Engage in self-reflection and create a friendship inventory to identify the traits you possess that can enrich your relationships. This step will help you recognize that you have much to offer and that your presence is indeed valuable. When you view yourself through a lens of authenticity instead of scarcity, you create opportunities for deeper connections with others. The truth: people want real, not perfect. Many people believe they have to be interesting, funny, or flawless to earn friendship. Sometimes this belief comes from past experiences where rejection felt personal, or from comparing ourselves to others who seem more confident and popular. When you think about friendship this way, it's easy to feel like you are not good enough or that something about you is missing. This mindset puts pressure on you to perform or hide parts of yourself, which can make connecting with others feel like a chore instead of a joy. The truth is that these negative beliefs create walls, keeping you from showing who you really are and making it harder for others to see and appreciate the real you. When you focus on being perfect, you miss out on the messy, real moments that build trust and closeness over time. Fear of rejection often fuels these beliefs. You might worry that if you say the wrong thing, appear awkward, or reveal your struggles, people will decide you aren't worth their time. Because of this, you keep your guard up or limit the things you share. This need to protect yourself ironically makes genuine connection impossible because closeness depends on vulnerability. When you don't allow others to see your true feelings or imperfections, relationships stay shallow. Holding on to the idea that you have to be perfect means missing the deeper connections that come from honesty and authenticity. Overcoming these beliefs takes practice and permission to be seen as you are, not as you wish you were. The qualities you bring to friendships are less about being flawless and more about simply showing up as yourself. Your presence alone, being willing to listen, share, and spend time, is enough to create connection. People want companionship and someone who cares about their thoughts, feelings, and experiences. Honesty is another powerful quality because it builds trust. When you admit your struggles or share your true feelings, you invite others to do the same, which strengthens your bond. Curiosity about others also goes a long way. Asking questions, remembering details, and showing real interest tells people they matter and that you value them beyond surface-level friendliness. Humor and lightness, even when things are tough, add balance and joy to relationships. You don't need to be a comedian, just a person willing to share smiles and moments of laughter. Offering support is perhaps the most meaningful gift. This doesn't mean solving problems or fixing lives, but being there in ways that feel genuine to you. Sometimes it's as simple as sending a message to check in or listening without judgment. These everyday acts, grounded in who you truly are what make friendships last and feel real. When you recognize and embrace these qualities, you stop chasing an impossible standard and start building deeper connections with the people around you. Try this simple exercise to see what you bring to friendship. Think of a time when someone appreciated you or felt comforted by your presence. What did you do or say? What part of you showed up in that moment? Writing down a few examples can help you focus on the genuine qualities you already have. This shifts your mindset from scarcity, believing you must earn love, to abundance, recognizing you are enough as you are and have plenty to offer. What you actually bring: your presence, honesty, curiosity, humor, support. Many people underestimate what they actually offer in relationships. They focus on their flaws, missing the fact that their real value comes from qualities that are genuine and often invisible. The truth is, you don't need to be perfect or have an exciting life to connect deeply with others. Instead, what makes you meaningful in someone's life are the authentic parts of who you are: your presence, honesty, curiosity, humor, and support. Bringing your presence means being fully there when you're with someone. It's about paying attention, listening without distraction, and genuinely engaging. People can tell when you're truly present, and that creates a feeling of safety and connection. It's easy to think that being busy or distracted is harmless, but in reality, your simple act of offering focused attention can be a powerful gift. People crave connection that feels real, and your presence is the foundation for that. Honesty is another core trait you already possess. It involves sharing your true thoughts and feelings, even when they're imperfect or uncomfortable. Sometimes, we worry that honesty might scare others away. But in truth, honesty builds trust. It shows that you're genuine and dependable, qualities that deepen any relationship. Being honest doesn't mean oversharing or being brutally blunt. It means being authentic and transparent in a way that respects both your own truth and the other person's space to be themselves. Curiosity is often overlooked as a relational strength, but it's essential. Curiosity fuels conversations, encourages learning about others, and keeps interactions lively and meaningful. Asking questions about someone's interests, life experiences, or opinions shows that you're genuinely interested. Curiosity also keeps you from making assumptions and helps you understand others better. When you approach interactions with open-ended questions and a willingness to learn, you create a space where others feel valued and seen. Humor is another skill that everyone can develop. It's not about being a comedian, but about sharing lightness and ease. Humor helps break down barriers, diffuse tension, and create a sense of camaraderie. Genuine humor often comes from seeing the absurdity in everyday life or sharing a funny observation. When used appropriately, humor invites others to relax and feel comfortable around you. It's a natural way to forge connections and remind people that relationships can be joyful even during challenging moments. Support might be the most tangible thing you bring. Offering support doesn't mean fixing someone's problems or needing to be everything to everyone. Instead, it shows up in small, consistent ways. Listening when someone needs to talk, offering encouragement, or simply being dependable. Support builds trust because it conveys that you care and are willing to stand by others through their ups and downs. Being a reliable presence makes others feel safe and more willing to invest time and emotion in your relationship. Understanding what you bring boils down to recognizing these qualities as inherent parts of who you are, not something you need to fabricate. When you value your presence, honesty, curiosity, humor, and support, you step into relationships with confidence. People are naturally drawn to authenticity, not perfection, and when you show up as yourself, you lay the groundwork for real connection. If you want to get clearer on your strengths, take a moment to list moments when you felt you helped someone, made someone laugh, or simply felt truly yourself in a conversation. These stories remind you of your natural talents and give you confidence in sharing more of yourself. Remember, what you bring to any relationship has less to do with what you do and more with being genuine and present. Cultivating awareness of these qualities encourages you to lean into them and helps others see the real you. Exercise your friendship inventory. Many people struggle with feelings of inadequacy, often wondering what they can offer in a friendship. By taking the time to consider your unique qualities and strengths, you begin to appreciate your value. This reflection can empower you, reassuring you that you have much to bring to the table. It's important to recognize that relationships are built on the give and take of personal traits. Identifying these traits allows you to shift your perspective from self-doubt to self-acceptance, which ultimately creates a foundation for deeper connections. This exercise is designed to help you think critically about what you enjoy sharing with others and how you engage in relationships. When you write down what you bring to friendships and how these traits matter, you may discover that you possess great qualities, whether it's your listening skills, sense of humor, or ability to empathize with others. Start by listing 5 attributes you hold that contribute positively to your friendships. Reflect on specific instances where these qualities made a difference in a friendship. This reflection not only reassures you of your worth, but also helps you identify areas to further nurture in yourself. Continue to expand your friendship inventory by actively seeking feedback from your friends about what they appreciate in you. This can be done through casual conversations or even a short message asking for their thoughts. The responses you receive may surprise you and provide a clearer picture of the strengths you possess that you might have previously overlooked. Engaging in this practice allows you to be more intentional about how you connect with others and nurtures a sense of security in your relationships. Remember, building meaningful connections takes time, but by cultivating an awareness of what you have to offer, you lay a strong foundation for friendships rooted in authenticity and mutual respect. Try to focus on this inventory regularly, especially when you feel lonely or unsure of your place in your social circle. Action step: write 5 things you bring to friendships. Everyone has something unique to offer in a friendship, even if it's hard to see at first. It helps to pause and think about the qualities or strengths that come naturally to you. Those things that friends often appreciate but might go unnoticed in daily life. Maybe you are a good listener who remembers small details, or you have a way of making others laugh when they're down. These are the qualities that create a foundation for connection. Your ability to be present, your honesty when you share your thoughts, the way you show curiosity about someone else's life, all of these are strengths. Recognizing what feels authentic to you is key because friendship isn't about pretending to be someone else. It's about showing up as you in ways that matter. You might find it easier to see what you bring if you think about moments when people have turned to you or appreciated your presence. Sometimes strength isn't about big gestures. It's in small, steady habits like checking in regularly or being dependable. Maybe you offer comfort through calmness when a friend is upset, or maybe your passion for a hobby invites others to join you and share new experiences. These are natural contributions that create trust and warmth. When you acknowledge these qualities without judgment, you create space to build on them and be more confident in what you can give to a friendship. It's also helpful to remind yourself that most people value real, consistent connection more than perfection or grand achievements. Your presence and willingness to be real with others often matter far more than trying to impress. Think about the ways you show kindness, the ways you handle conflict, or how you encourage others. These are the threads that hold friendships together over time. Even if you feel shy or uncertain about your social skills, you likely bring qualities that make friends feel seen and appreciated. Naming these strengths helps shift the focus from what you worry is missing to what you already contribute. Putting your contributions into words is a practical way to make them easier to remember and build on. Writing down 5 things you bring to friendships forces you to be specific and recognize your value. It doesn't have to be about huge acts. It can include simple, yet meaningful qualities that others notice or benefit from. When you see your traits in black and white, they become more real and less abstract, which can boost your confidence to share yourself in relationships. For example, you might write down that you are trustworthy, meaning friends can count on you to keep their confidence. You might list empathy because you really listen and try to understand what others feel. Humor could be on your list if you often lighten the mood or help friends laugh during stressful times. Curiosity shows that you care enough to ask questions and show genuine interest in people's lives. Lastly, perhaps patience is something you bring when friends take their time to open up or need space. These 5 things can be personality traits, patterns of behavior, or ways you actively support others. Having this list makes it easier to remind yourself why people want to be around you, not just as a quiet thought, but something written down you can return to. It also guides you when thinking about how to deepen your friendships. Maybe you notice that your curiosity keeps conversations flowing, so you decide to use it more to bridge gaps with new people. Or maybe your reliability reassures a friend who's going through something tough. This exercise isn't about perfection or comparison. It's about owning what you bring so you can be more intentional in building and maintaining connections. Try to think beyond just what you think society values and focus instead on what truly reflects who you are and what feels comfortable to give. Your list will be different from anyone else's because it's based on your unique ways of connecting. If you're stuck, you can also ask a close friend or family member for their view on what you bring to your relationships. Sometimes others see qualities in us that we overlook. Creating this friendship inventory gives you a clear picture of your strengths, turning uncertain feelings about your worth into something positive and actionable. Chapter 7. Where to actually meet people. Put yourself out there. But where? Many adults wonder where they can find opportunities to connect with others in a genuine way. The idea of putting yourself out there can feel overwhelming, especially if you're unsure where to start or worried about rejection. It's natural to ask yourself, should I join a club, attend events, volunteer somewhere? The truth is, there are countless options, but the key is choosing places that align with your interests and comfort level. Making connections takes stepping outside your usual routines, but it doesn't mean diving into crowds or forcing yourself into uncomfortable situations. Instead, it's about finding small, manageable ways to open up and be present in environments where authentic interactions are more likely to happen. Sometimes, just shifting your perspective on where to meet people can make a big difference, turning everyday routines into opportunities for connection instead of just errands or chores. Physical spaces and social environments each offer unique chances to meet new people. For example, if you love reading, going to a library or a local bookstore's book club can be a natural setting to strike up conversations. If you're into fitness, joining a gym class, hiking group, or a running club can help you meet others who share your lifestyle. For those who enjoy creative activities, taking a pottery class or attending art workshops allows for informal, relaxed interactions. Volunteer events or community service projects are also great places. They tend to foster a sense of shared purpose and camaraderie. If talking feels intimidating at first, start by simply showing up. Over time, casual exchanges like asking about a craft project or commenting on a shared activity can lead to more meaningful conversations. Think about what you enjoy or are curious about. Then look for places where those interests naturally bring people together. Turning to less obvious venues can also make a difference. Neighborhood gatherings, farmers markets, or local festivals often draw people looking to connect in a laid-back setting. Religious or spiritual groups, hobby meetups, or learning classes, like cooking or language courses, provide ongoing opportunities to build relationships gradually. Online platforms can be helpful as well, especially when combined with offline meetups. Joining a local meetup group for beginners in a new hobby can introduce you to like-minded peers in a comfortable environment. The point is not to force connections, but to find spaces that feel right for you. Consistency matters. Showing up regularly helps others recognize you and builds trust over time. Remember, most people attending these spaces are looking for connection too, and a simple hello or shared smile can open the door to something more meaningful if you're willing to take the first step. More than anything, the act of stepping outside your comfort zone begins with small actions. It might mean saying hi to someone in a park or asking a question about a class you're attending. These small moments can grow over time, creating the foundation for genuine friendships. If you're unsure where to start, pick one place that feels manageable and plan to go regularly for a few weeks. Over time, you'll likely start noticing familiar faces and build confidence in your interactions. Remember, building new connections is a gradual process, and giving yourself permission to be imperfect along the way will make it a lot more manageable. Finding the right places comes down to matching your interests, having realistic expectations, and being open to the small, everyday opportunities to connect with others who are also looking for genuine relationships. The formula: Proximity plus repeated interaction plus shared experience. Building genuine connections often hinges on three fundamental components: proximity, repeated interaction, and shared experience. Proximity refers to the physical or even emotional closeness between individuals, which makes it easier to connect. Think about the workplace, where coworkers often develop friendships simply because they are around each other frequently. When people occupy the same physical space or engage on similar platforms, the likelihood of forming a connection increases. This is why communities thrive around local events, coffee shops, or even during daily commutes. Repeated interaction is another critical aspect. It's not enough to see someone once for a brief moment. Meaningful relationships grow through consistent engagement. Regular encounters create familiarity and trust, allowing conversations to deepen over time. These interactions can vary, from weekly meetings to casual chats during lunch breaks. The more often you see someone, the more comfortable you become, paving the way for a true friendship to take root. Creating opportunities for ongoing interaction can significantly enhance your ability to forge bonds. Shared experiences tie everything together. These experiences can be as simple as attending the same event, participating in a workshop, or brainstorming together. When individuals go through something together, whether it's overcoming challenges or celebrating successes, it fosters a sense of unity. Shared experiences provide common ground and a wealth of memories to discuss, reinforcing connections that might otherwise remain superficial. When these three elements, proximity, repeated interaction, and shared experiences, coalesce, they create a fertile environment for genuine relationships to flourish. Implementing the formula of proximity, repeated interaction, and shared experience can be integrated into your everyday life seamlessly. Start by positioning yourself in environments where potential connections can happen. This means attending local events, joining clubs, or participating in community classes. Don't underestimate the power of ordinary spaces like gyms or libraries. These are all prime spots to meet like-minded individuals. Just being present in these settings increases your chances of connecting with others who share your interests. Next, establish routines that encourage repeated interaction. This might mean scheduling regular meetups with a group or simply having lunch with a coworker weekly. Consistency is key. You can also use technology to maintain engagement, like setting reminders to check in with friends or joining online forums where people discuss shared interests. It's about creating a rhythm in your social life that feels natural and inviting. Finally, seek out opportunities for shared experiences. Attend workshops, volunteer, or even organize a group outing. Whenever you can, invite someone to join you in an activity you both enjoy. Whether it's hiking, cooking classes, or book clubs, shared experiences don't just offer something to talk about. They create memories that bind you together. By incorporating these strategies into your daily life, you're not just on the path to friendship, you're also enhancing your social well-being and overall happiness. To kickstart your journey, consider planning a small gathering or meetup around a hobby or interest you love. It doesn't have to be elaborate. The main goal is to create an environment where proximity, repeated interaction, and shared experiences can thrive. Where to go? Hobby/interest groups, classes, volunteering, work/co-working, dog parks, parent groups, niche communities, online and offline local groups. Meeting new people can feel daunting when you don't have a natural community to step into. But the good news is that there are many everyday spaces designed for shared interests and activities where friendships often take root. Hobby or interest groups are especially welcoming because they center around something you already enjoy, like a book club, a gardening workshop, or a hiking group. When people come together around a common activity, the focus shifts from awkward introduction to participation, making it easier to strike up conversations and build rapport. Classes, whether they are cooking lessons, dance, art, or language courses, offer a unique opportunity to learn alongside others, which encourages small talk and collaboration. The structure of a class creates natural breaks and shared experiences that promote interaction. Volunteering also opens the door to meaningful connections, as working together on a cause promotes a sense of teamwork and shared values. Volunteer settings vary widely, from animal shelters to food banks, so you can find one that aligns with your interests and schedule. Workplaces are often overlooked, but they provide repeated exposure to the same group of people and natural chances to build friendships. If your job doesn't bring people together in a social way, co-working spaces can be a great alternative. They bring freelancers, remote workers, and entrepreneurs into a shared environment where casual conversation and collaboration sometimes blossom. Dog parks might seem like just a spot for pets, but they are also social hubs where people often bond over their animals. Parent groups and playdates naturally connect caregivers in similar life stages, offering both companionship and support. Niche communities, whether about certain fandoms, crafts, or outdoor activities, pull people together around very specific passions. You might find these groups meeting up at local venues or joining forces for events. Online and offline groups exist side by side. While online forums and social media groups connect people through shared interests geographically far apart, local meetups rooted in the same interests turn those connections into face-to-face friendships. The key is finding the places where your genuine interests overlap with those of others, creating a solid starting point for connection. Deciding where to start often comes down to what feels manageable and interesting to you. Think about your current hobbies or something new you've always wanted to try. Signing up for a class nearby, for instance, doesn't just teach a skill, but puts you in regular contact with the same people, helping friendships form naturally. When looking at volunteering options, consider causes that spark your passion. Working alongside people who care about the same thing makes conversations flow more easily and makes you more likely to return. Begin with low-pressure involvement. Attend one event or meeting and see how it feels without expecting too much. Sometimes the first time can feel awkward, but being consistent usually leads to familiarity and friendship. When you attend, try to arrive early or stay a bit later than others, as quiet moments before or after group activities create great chances for informal chats. Listening well and showing curiosity about others' experiences encourages people to open up. Even simple compliments or getting involved in shared tasks can break the ice. Niche communities can be especially welcoming because they provide a space where people feel understood and appreciated for who they are. Whether through a local gaming club, a knitter's circle, or a community garden, showing up regularly and contributing a little can help you build trust and belonging over time. If online local groups interest you, look for community boards or apps focused on your area, where people plan meetups, share events, and offer support. Online engagement can make in-person meetings easier because some connection already exists. Keep in mind that forming genuine connections requires patience. Focus less on the number of acquaintances and more on the quality of each encounter. If a group doesn't feel right, it's okay to try another. Building relationships through shared activities means you're cultivating connections naturally, not forcing them. Pay attention to which settings make you feel relaxed and welcome, then lean into those gradually. As a practical step, set a goal to attend at least one new group or activity this week, and make it your mission to simply listen and learn about others rather than push for instant friendship. Small actions like remembering someone's name or following up about a shared interest after a meeting show you care and lay the groundwork for deeper bonds. What doesn't work? Bars, networking events, friendship apps. Many people believe that they can find meaningful connections simply by showing up at a bar, attending a networking event, or swiping on a friendship app. These ideas often come from a genuine desire to meet new people easily and quickly, but the reality is quite different. Bars tend to attract crowds looking to unwind or socialize casually, not necessarily to build deep, lasting friendships. Conversations can be superficial, and people are often more interested in having a good time than investing in someone new. It's common to leave feeling more lonely, even after hours of small talk with strangers. Networking events are designed for professional growth, not friendship. They often involve structured activities that emphasize job titles, achievements, or shared business interests. While it's possible to make a connection here, most of these interactions are brief, transactional, and lack the personal depth necessary for genuine friendship. People go into these events with the goal of making contacts, not lifelong companions. As a result, even if you meet someone who seems friendly, the relationship seldom extends beyond the event itself. Friendship apps and online platforms might seem like a straightforward way to meet people, but they come with their own set of issues. Many users have the same goal, to find someone to connect with. Still, the format encourages quick judgments based on profiles, pictures, or brief messages. It's easy to feel discouraged when conversations don't flow naturally or when people aren't interested in investing time beyond the app. The digital setting often leads to surface-level exchanges that lack the emotional richness of a real-life connection. Plus, everyone is more likely to present a curated version of themselves, making genuine compatibility difficult to assess without face-to-face interaction. Most of these environments, bars, networking events, friendship apps, share a common flaw. They focus on quantity rather than quality. The assumption that more social opportunities mean more meaningful friendships often leads to disappointment. Many people spend time and effort on these tactics, only to find that true connection remains elusive. This approach can even deepen feelings of loneliness if people keep hitting dead ends, questioning whether they're ever capable of forming real bonds. Instead of relying on these traditional methods, it's more productive to focus on intentional, meaningful ways to meet people. Building real relationships takes time and patience, and it often comes from shared experiences and opportunities that allow for genuine conversation. Approaching social life with this perspective can save a lot of energy and help reduce frustration. Starting small, with activities that match your interests and give room for honest interactions, tends to be much more effective than trying to fit into pre-made social settings designed for crowd attraction rather than connection. Understanding what doesn't work can help you avoid wasting your time and emotional energy. It's about recognizing that some popular routes are designed for convenience or broad exposure rather than deep, lasting bonds. You might find that shifting your focus toward more intimate, purpose-driven encounters leads to better results. Finding one or two close friends often comes from investing in activities that foster real conversations and shared interests, not from crossing your fingers in crowded rooms hoping for a spark. Lastly, remember that genuine relationships usually don't start with a quick exchange or a casual swipe. They grow slowly and require effort, honesty, and vulnerability over time. Keep this in mind as you navigate your social life. Quality friendships are worth the wait, even if it means stepping away from environments that promise quick fixes but rarely deliver lasting connection. Key insight: commit to one place for 2 to 3 months minimum. Choosing one place to connect with others can be transformative for building friendships. Consistency is key when it comes to developing meaningful relationships, and sticking to a single community space helps you do just that. When you commit to a specific location, whether it's a local gym, a coffee shop, or a community center, you increase your chances of encountering the same individuals multiple times. This repetition lays the groundwork for familiarity, which is essential in forging real connections. Each time you visit, you have the opportunity to greet someone you saw before, engage in small talk, and gradually delve into deeper conversations. It's in these repeated interactions that friendships can begin to bloom, moving from superficial pleasantries to shared experiences and understanding. Staying in one place for a few months creates an environment where relationships can evolve at their own pace. Initially, conversations may revolve around light topics: what drink you ordered, the weather, or mutual interests. As you continue to show up, these discussions can grow into more substantial dialogues, allowing you to learn about each other's lives, aspirations, and struggles. Genuine bonds are often built through shared experiences. The more you participate in the community, the more experiences you create together with others. Whether it's participating in a group workout, attending classes, or simply hanging out in the same space regularly, these shared moments contribute to a sense of belonging and connection. Over time, people begin to see you not just as a stranger, but as someone whose presence enriches the space. As you commit to one community, you also establish yourself as a part of that environment. With each visit, confidence grows. You begin to feel more at home. This comfort can then encourage a certain level of vulnerability, which is vital for deep connections. Being in a familiar space allows you to relax and open up, sharing more of who you are. Admitting you had a tough day or sharing a personal goal can lead to deeper conversations that resonate with others. It's in these moments of vulnerability that trust is built, and trust is the foundation of any meaningful relationship. Plus, showing consistency signals to others that you value their company and are interested in forging connections. Eventually, you may find that people begin to reach out to you, solidifying the relationships you are nurturing. Sticking to one community also exposes you to a variety of personalities and perspectives. You might meet someone whose life experience contrasts significantly with yours, leading to rich discussions that broaden your horizons. Every interaction is an opportunity to learn and grow. Moreover, in a consistent environment, individuals often recognize and appreciate your unique qualities. Your humor, kindness, or shared interests stand out when you engage in the same space repeatedly. This repetition cultivates an understanding of your character, making it easier for others to bond with you in authentic ways. Instead of fleeting encounters filled with polite small talk, your time invested in one place transforms these interactions into meaningful connections. For successful connection building, aim to attend your chosen community space regularly, at least once a week if possible. As you immerse yourself in this environment, notice how your relationships evolve. Watch for familiar faces and don't hesitate to initiate conversations. Over time, what began as casual chats may develop into friendships that enrich your life. Remember, building connections takes time, so be patient and enjoy the process. Action step: choose one activity, sign up, commit to 8 weeks. Choosing the right activity to join can make a big difference when it comes to building real connections. It's not just about finding something to do. It's about finding something that feels meaningful and enjoyable to you. When an activity matches your interests and values, it naturally encourages deeper conversations and shared experiences. This creates a strong foundation for relationships that go beyond surface-level small talk. For example, if you enjoy cooking, signing up for a local cooking class or community kitchen event will put you in touch with others who share your passion. Or if you love books, a book club gives you regular chances to discuss ideas, emotions, and stories with others. The key is picking something that you look forward to, so you show up with enthusiasm and authenticity. It helps to think about what you want from your social life as you choose an activity. Are you hoping to make a few new casual friends or find a close connection? Do you want to develop a specific skill or simply spend more time with others? Activities that involve teamwork, collaboration, or regular meetings tend to encourage bonding over time. On the other hand, one-off or very competitive events might not offer the same chance for building trust and familiarity. Remember, the goal is to find something that feels both fun and aligned with who you are. That way, the effort feels less like a chore and more like an opportunity to be yourself with others who appreciate the same things. Once you've thought through what feels meaningful, the The next step is to pick one specific activity and make the commitment. Signing up right away helps avoid overthinking or delaying, which often leads to staying stuck in loneliness. It might feel uncomfortable at first, but taking that simple action signals to yourself that connection matters and you're ready to invest time in it. Giving yourself an 8-week window to fully engage is key. It takes consistency for relationships to move beyond casual acquaintance. Showing up regularly builds trust, familiarity, and shared memories. During this 8-week period, try to participate fully in each session, even if some days feel harder than others. To grow real connections, you need the chance to practice vulnerability, share your thoughts, and listen with genuine curiosity. These moments happen best over time, not just once or twice. Committing also helps you build a habit of social activity, which can boost confidence and reduce the mental blocks that get in the way of reaching out to others. Think of it as a social experiment with yourself, giving you a clear time frame to see how your efforts affect your feelings of loneliness and connection. If doubts about whether this will work creep in, remind yourself that meaningful friendships almost never appear instantly. Being consistent in one place allows relationships to deepen naturally. You don't have to rush or force anything. Just showing up and being open is a huge step. In the process, you'll likely discover new sides of yourself and others, making the experience rewarding beyond just making friends. At the end of the 8 weeks, you can evaluate how you feel and decide whether to continue, switch to something else, or expand your social circle further. The key is to start with that one activity and stay with it long enough for real connection to grow. Chapter 8: How to Start a Conversation and Keep It Going. Standing next to someone, silence, panic. Imagine you're at a social gathering, perhaps a party or a networking event. You find yourself standing beside someone, and suddenly, neither of you speaks. The room hums with noise and chatter, but all you hear is the sound of your own rapid breathing. You glance over, hoping they'll say something to break the silence, but then it feels like both of you are waiting for someone else to make the first move. The tension rises, and an awkward panic starts to settle in. Your mind races through all the things that could go wrong. What if they think you're weird? What if they ignore you? You start to feel exposed and vulnerable, as if everyone around is watching and judging. That moment of silence becomes a heavy weight, stretching out endlessly, making your palms sweaty and your stomach churn. This scene isn't uncommon. Most people have felt it at some point, standing next to a stranger, feeling the pressure of silence, and suddenly panicking. It's natural to want to fill the gap with words, to avoid feeling awkward or rejected. But often, those quiet moments are just part of the process of building connection, not a sign of failure. When we're in unfamiliar social situations, even the most confident people can freeze up or worry about saying the wrong thing. The fear that we'll be judged or that the conversation will die out loops in our minds, heightening the panic. Instead of spiraling into anxiety, think of that silence as a natural part of getting to know someone. Sometimes, a pause in conversation can offer space to breathe and gather your thoughts. Rather than fearing it, you can see it as a moment to shift your perspective. If you want to ease into the silence, practicing simple, intentional actions can help. For example, a genuine smile can communicate friendliness without words. Making eye contact shows you're engaged, and often, that alone encourages the other person to speak. If no one breaks the silence, a light comment about your surroundings or the event can help, like, "This song is pretty catchy, isn't it?" Or, "Has this been a busy night for you?" Small, genuine statements create a bridge between silence and conversation. Another useful tip is to remember that everyone experiences pauses, especially when they're unsure of what to say. You're not alone in feeling awkward or panic-stricken in those moments. When nerves hit, focus on your body. Take a slow, deep breath to calm your racing heart. Remind yourself that most people are more forgiving than we think, and that a little silence isn't the end of the world. Sometimes, a quick acknowledgement of the silence, like a light laugh or saying, "Well, this is awkward," can diffuse tension and even make the situation more relatable. Humor, when used sparingly and sincerely, can turn an uncomfortable moment into a shared laugh. Building comfort with silence takes practice. Start by intentionally spending brief moments with others without immediately filling the space. Practice just standing quietly with someone, observing what happens. Often, you'll notice the other person might smile, look away, or subtly shift their body language. These cues give you clues about whether they're interested in talking or just waiting. When you're ready, you can extend the conversation with a simple, open-ended question or comment. Remember, a kind, genuine approach makes it easier to keep the flow moving naturally and reduces the panic that comes with silence. Over time, you'll find that standing next to someone without speaking isn't a threat, but an invitation for connection when the moment feels right. Truth about small talk, necessary bridge to real talk. Small talk is often dismissed as trivial chatter, but it plays a crucial role in building connections. Engaging in light conversation creates a comfortable atmosphere that encourages more profound interaction later. It allows people to ease into deeper topics by first establishing rapport. When two individuals share a few words about the weather, local news, or an event they both attended, they are laying the groundwork for trust and comfort. This initial exchange invites further dialogue, dismantling barriers that might otherwise keep them at a distance. Think of small talk as an appetizer before the main course. Just as a light meal stimulates your appetite, small talk sparks interest and opens the door for authentic conversations. Many people hesitate to engage in small talk because they feel it lacks substance. However, these exchanges have their own value. They serve to break the ice and allow both parties to gauge each other's openness. A few shared laughs or comments on a common experience can help to lower defenses, making the transition to deeper topics feel more natural. It's essential to see small talk as a skill that can be developed, rather than a vague formality to endure. Mastering this art not only makes social interaction smoother, but also provides a pathway to genuine relationships. By consciously practicing small talk, individuals can enhance their conversational skills, becoming more adept at navigating social situations. Learning how to ask open-ended questions, share insights, and respond thoughtfully can transform a mundane exchange into a meaningful interaction. For instance, instead of simply asking someone about their weekend, you can ask, "What was the highlight of your weekend?" This opens the door for more detailed responses and helps foster a sense of sharing. As you practice this, you'll find that these initial discussions become easier and more engaging. Small talk is the stepping stone to finding common interests, shared values, and emotional connections. Embrace it not as a hindrance, but as a significant part of creating lasting bonds with others, setting the stage for richer conversations to follow. A simple tip for enhancing your small talk is to genuinely listen. Pay attention, show interest in what others say, and respond accordingly. This active engagement can turn a brief interaction into a meaningful exchange that leads to a deeper relationship. The three-step framework. Step 1. The opener, context-based, observation, compliment. Step 2. The follow-up, open-ended questions, listen for hooks. Step 3. The deepening, go one layer deeper. The opener isn't just about breaking silence. It's about creating a bridge. When you base your comment on context or observation, it signals that you're present and engaged rather than fishing for conversation. For instance, if you're at a coffee shop and notice the person beside you ordering something new, you might say, "That drink looks interesting. Have you tried it before?" This kind of opener is specific and connected to a shared environment, making it easier for the other person to respond. Similarly, a compliment connected to something unique rather than generic, like, "I love how you've styled your scarf. It's very creative," feels authentic. The point is to avoid cliches and focus on what genuinely catches your attention at that moment. Opener ideas can also come from people's actions, mood, or even the vibe of a place. You might mention a unique detail about the event you're attending or something amusing you both just witnessed. By tailoring your opener to what's actually happening, you give yourself a natural lead-in that people are more likely to engage with. Practicing noticing small details around you sharpens your ability to find these openings and builds your confidence in initiating conversations that matter. Once you've made an opener and the conversation starts to flow, the next step is the follow-up. This means asking questions that go beyond yes or no answers to invite more thoughtful responses. Open-ended questions work best because they encourage the other person to share more about themselves, their thoughts, or experiences. Instead of asking, "Do you like this event?" try something like, "What brought you here today?" or "What do you enjoy most about events like this?" These kinds of questions help the conversation grow naturally and give clues about what matters to the other person. When you listen carefully to their answers, you can spot hooks, interesting points, or feelings they mention that you can ask more about, showing that you're genuinely curious. Listening closely to what someone says is crucial for moving from polite chat to meaningful conversation. When you hear something that stands out, such as a hobby, a recent experience, or a strong opinion, it's an invitation to explore more. You might say, "You mentioned you love hiking. What's the most memorable trail you've been on?" This approach not only keeps the dialogue going, but also creates a safe space for the other person to open up. The goal is to create a rhythm where talking becomes a shared discovery rather than a one-sided interview. As the conversation progresses, deepening the connection means going a layer beneath surface-level topics. This doesn't require heavy or overly personal questions immediately, but gently inviting reflection or feelings can build trust and connection. For example, after learning someone enjoys hiking, you might ask, "What do you think draws you to nature?" Or, "How does it feel when you're out on the trail?" These questions offer room for emotional expression or insight, which helps both of you move beyond small talk. When you respond genuinely and share your thoughts too, the conversation becomes a real exchange rather than a series of questions and answers. This three-step framework, starting with an opener, following up with open questions, and going deeper, creates opportunities to form meaningful bonds, one conversation at a time. Try practicing this method in everyday situations. Notice what you observe, ask questions that invite stories or feelings, and gently explore what lies beneath the surface. With time, this way of connecting will feel more natural and even enjoyable, making loneliness less of a barrier and connection more accessible. Remember, real relationships grow when both people feel heard and understood. How to handle awkward silences. Almost everyone experiences moments of silence during a conversation. These pauses can feel uncomfortable, especially if you're worried about saying the wrong thing or ruining the flow. But in reality, pauses are a natural part of how humans communicate. They aren't signs of failure or disinterest. They're simply the way conversations ebb and flow naturally. Recognizing this helps reduce the pressure to fill every second with words and allows you to view silence as a normal, even useful, part of interaction. Many people have grown up believing that silence indicates something wrong. They might think there's a need to be constantly talking to keep the other person engaged. But silence can actually give both people a moment to process their thoughts or to collect themselves. It can create space for genuine reflection or emotion to come through. By understanding that silences are common, you start to see them less as obstacles and more as signals that the conversation is just pausing briefly before resuming. Reframing silence as normal removes some of the anxiety around it. Instead of worrying about a dead spot in the chat, accept that pauses are part of natural dialogue. Think of them like breathing in music, a necessary rhythm that adds depth. When you see silence not as an awkward mistake, but as a sign of a real, unhurried exchange, it becomes easier to stay calm and composed. This shift in mindset helps you approach quieter moments with patience and confidence, easing some of the tension both you and the other person may feel. When you experience an awkward silence, it's tempting to fill it in quickly with random comments or awkward jokes. Instead of rushing to speak, try to embrace the pause. Sometimes, simply pausing and letting the silence sit for a moment allows both of you to gather your thoughts. Taking a slow breath and resisting the urge to jump in maintains the natural rhythm of conversation and signals that you're comfortable with a little space. Open-ended questions are another effective tool in handling silences gracefully. When the conversation slows down, asking a question that invites a detailed response can restart the flow. For example, instead of asking yes or no questions like "Did you have a good weekend?" try "What was the best part of your weekend?" or "How did that make you feel?" These types of questions give the other person room to share more and help extend the conversation without feeling forced. Demonstrating patience is key. It can be challenging to sit quietly without feeling the need to fill every moment, but showing that you're comfortable with silence can be a sign of confidence and empathy. If a pause occurs, rather than panicking, maintain eye contact or nod gently to show you're engaged. Sometimes, saying nothing for a few seconds can give the other person encouragement to speak again. As you practice this, it becomes easier to stay present, relax into the moment, and allow the dialogue to flow naturally without feeling pressured to keep talking nonstop. Remember, conversation isn't about constant chatter, it's about connection. Small pauses often allow both parties to reflect, deepening understanding. Using open-ended questions keeps the dialogue open-ended, giving the conversation room to breathe. And being patient with silence transitions from feeling like a problem to being a natural part of meaningful interaction. These techniques, practiced regularly, can make handling awkward silences less daunting and help you feel more confident in your conversations every time. How to exit gracefully. Exiting a conversation gracefully is essential for maintaining dignity and ensuring that doors for future connections remain open. An abrupt exit can leave both parties feeling uncomfortable, while a considerate departure reflects respect for the other person's time and emotions. When you handle ending interactions thoughtfully, you help establish a foundation of trust. People appreciate it when they feel valued, and a well-managed exit can enhance your reputation as someone who is cordial and aware of social nuances. Being able to exit conversations gracefully can be particularly crucial in social settings where you might encounter the same individuals repeatedly. Whether it is at a networking event, a community gathering, or a casual meet-up, learning how to bow out without causing awkwardness is a valuable skill. A graceful exit shows that you are not only attuned to the dynamics of social interactions, but that you also prioritize ongoing relationships. By leaving on good terms, you create a welcoming environment for future encounters. There are several strategies one can use to exit a conversation politely. One effective approach is to use a polite time-related statement. For instance, saying something like, "I've really enjoyed our conversation, but I need to catch up with someone else," provides a clear cue that you are moving on while expressing appreciation for the discussion. This kind of exit acknowledges the interaction you had while seamlessly shifting to the next social obligation. You might also consider expressing a desire to continue the conversation at a later time. Phrases like, "Let's chat more about this over coffee sometime," or "I'd love to hear more about your project. Could we connect on that?" show your genuine interest in maintaining the relationship. Offering to exchange contact information can further solidify this intent and provide a concrete opportunity for future engagement. It's important to keep your tone positive and your body language open to leave a memorable impression that feels inviting. Ultimately, practicing these strategies can enhance your confidence in both initiating and exiting conversations. The more you become comfortable with graceful exits, the more natural they will feel. Consider rehearsing your phrases in low-pressure settings. By honing this skill, you'll find that exiting conversations becomes a part of your social repertoire, allowing you to navigate interactions with ease and professionalism. Action step: practice one opener this week. Starting a conversation can feel like a big hurdle, especially if you're not used to opening up to strangers or acquaintances. The key is to pick something that feels easy and natural for you, something you could say without overthinking or sounding rehearsed. This might be a comment about your immediate surroundings, like noticing the artwork on the wall or the weather outside. It could also be a genuine compliment, such as mentioning someone's shoes or the book they're holding. Another option is a casual question related to the situation, like asking if the person attends a weekly event or what they think of the food being served. The goal isn't to impress or script a perfect line, but to lower the barrier to interaction. When your opener feels authentic and simple, it doesn't create pressure on either you or the person you're speaking to. For example, instead of trying to come up with a clever icebreaker, simply saying, "That's a great jacket. Where did you get it?" feels both natural and inviting. It shows interest without demanding too much from the other person and makes the first step less intimidating. Keep in mind that the best openers are those that fit your personality, whether that means being warm and friendly, curious and direct, or even a bit playful. If it feels like you, it will also come across more genuine. Think about how you would normally start small talk if you weren't worried about making a new friend. Sometimes the simplest statements or questions invite the most genuine responses, opening the door for conversation to grow naturally from there. Once you've chosen an opener that feels comfortable, the next step is to practice using it in real situations throughout your week. This doesn't mean you need to approach a stranger on the street right away or force conversations in every setting. Instead, look for low-pressure moments where brief social exchanges can happen naturally, like waiting in line or sitting next to someone at a cafe. Pay attention to your body language. Stand or sit in a relaxed way, make gentle eye contact, and smile if it feels right. These nonverbal signals show openness and friendliness, which can make the other person more willing to engage. Your tone of voice matters, too. Using a warm, calm tone that sounds interested rather than rehearsed makes your opener easier to receive. If you're nervous, it's okay to acknowledge that quietly by focusing on steady breathing and reminding yourself that it's just a simple conversation, not a performance. Timing also makes a difference. Notice if the other person looks approachable or seems caught up in something else, and try to find a moment when they seem more receptive. Timing your opener to match the situation increases the chances they'll respond positively. With each attempt, you'll become more comfortable. The goal isn't to be perfect or always get a deep connection right away. It's about practicing the act of reaching out. Over time, these small actions build confidence and make initiating conversations feel less like a chore and more like a natural skill. It can help to remind yourself that many people feel the same uncertainty in social situations, and most respond kindly to genuine efforts. If an opener doesn't lead anywhere, simply let it go and try again another time without self-judgment. Try to reflect after each interaction on what felt easy and what felt tricky. Notice if a particular opener or approach works better in different settings or with different people. This awareness helps you fine-tune your approach and makes future interactions smoother. Chapter 9. The Follow-Up. Great conversation, then nothing. It started on a sunny Saturday afternoon at a small coffee shop. I was there meeting someone new, a colleague from work I'd heard good things about, but never really spoken to beyond quick exchanges in the hallway. When she arrived, her face lit up with a genuine smile, and we dove into a conversation that flowed easily. We talked about our favorite books, shared funny stories from different travels, and even discovered we had a similar outlook on life. It felt effortless and promising, as if a real connection was forming right then and there. We wrapped up the chat feeling energized, exchanging contact info, and promising to meet again soon. I left that day feeling optimistic. Maybe I'd found someone I could really connect with. But then, days turned into weeks. I sent a message to follow up, a casual joke or a reference to something we discussed, but I received no reply. Nothing, just silence. That warm, promising interaction had suddenly evaporated, leaving me wondering if I'd said something wrong or if she just lost interest. It was a familiar feeling, having a great conversation that was suddenly cut short without explanation, leaving behind a sense of disappointment and confusion. This pattern happens to many of us. We meet someone who clicks with us for a moment, maybe during a party, at work, or even in a casual social setting, and think this could develop into something more lasting. But then, the follow-up never happens. Or it does, but only for a brief period before fading away. It's frustrating because it feels like all that potential just disappears, like a spark that never truly ignited into a flame. The truth is, having a meaningful interaction is only part of the process. The real connection often hinges on what happens afterward. Without intentional follow-up, even the best conversations can fall flat. You might walk away thinking, "That was great," but days later, that moment exists only as a memory, one that might not translate into anything more substantial. Many people miss the opportunity to nurture these initial sparks simply because they don't realize how critical timely and thoughtful follow-up really is. Follow-up isn't just about saying, "Nice to meet you." It's about recognizing the potential in that interaction and making the effort to build on it. Whether it's a quick message, sharing a relevant article, or suggesting a meetup, small actions can be powerful in turning a fleeting moment into a genuine relationship. Think of it as tending a seed, watering it with encouragement and attention so it can grow into something more meaningful over time. Without that care, even the brightest interactions can easily fade away, leaving behind only the memory of what might have been. Practicing considerate follow-up doesn't mean you have to be perfect or always come up with clever messages. It's simply about showing that you value the connection enough to keep it alive. Focus on being authentic, responsive, and timely. If a conversation is going well, sending a quick message later that day or the next can reinforce the interest and keep the momentum going. Even a simple comment like, "I really enjoyed our chat about books. Let's grab coffee sometime," can make a significant difference in whether the connection sustains or loses steam. The key is consistency. People have busy lives, and meaningful relationships rarely develop from a single encounter. They require care and intention. By paying attention to follow-up, you acknowledge the value of the interaction and signal that you're genuinely interested in seeing where it might go. In the end, it's about turning casual conversations into opportunities for ongoing connection, something that can be nurtured with just a little bit of effort and mindfulness. If you want to improve your chances of building real relationships, start by reflecting on how you handle these moments after initial conversations. Remember, a great conversation can be a spark, but only follow-up can turn that spark into a lasting flame. Keep it simple, be genuine, and don't underestimate the power of your small actions. Often, it's the consistent, thoughtful gestures that transform an ordinary interaction into a meaningful connection over time. Biggest mistake, waiting for them to reach out first. Many people feel the urge to wait for others to reach out instead of making the first move themselves. This tendency can often lead to feelings of isolation and ongoing loneliness. It's easy to think, if they truly wanted to connect, they would reach out first. However, this mindset can act as a barrier that prevents meaningful relationships from forming. When we wait for others, we give up our power to create connections. It breeds uncertainty about one's worthiness and can make social situations feel even more daunting. It's important to realize that others might also be waiting, unsure of whether to take the first step. The irony is that everyone is waiting for someone else to break the ice. The more we stay in this cycle, the more trapped we feel in our own loneliness. Recognizing the pattern is the first step toward making a change. To overcome this inclination to wait, it takes a conscious effort to initiate contact without hesitation or fear. Start by asking yourself, what's stopping you? Is it the fear of rejection or maybe the anxiety of starting a conversation? Taking deliberate actions to reach out can be liberating. Try sending a simple message or suggesting a casual meetup. Offer to grab coffee or attend an event together. The outcome doesn't always have to be perfect. What matters is that you took action. Practicing small gestures can help shift the mindset from waiting to acting. Send a text to check in with someone you haven't seen in a while. Instead of waiting for an invitation, propose an outing or share an experience that reminds you of them. It doesn't have to be elaborate. Even a simple message or salutation can open the door to more substantial conversations. When you take the initiative, it signals to others that you value the connection, which can encourage them to reciprocate. Building relationships is a two-way street, and taking that first step can pave the way for deeper commitments. Once you initiate contact, it's crucial to keep the conversation going. Focus on shared interests or ask open-ended questions to keep the dialogue flowing. Whether it's discussing hobbies, sharing experiences, or just checking in, these interactions can create a comfortable space for both parties. Remember, relationships are built on consistent communication, so don't hesitate to reach out regularly. Each time you make an effort, you chip away at the isolation and build trust. It can turn a simple acquaintance into a meaningful connection. When you find yourself in a situation where you feel lonely, remind yourself that connection is a two-way street. The next time you're hesitating, remember, taking the first step might just encourage someone else to do the same. Don't wait. Reach out. It could lead to a rewarding friendship that you've been longing for. How to follow up. Step 1. Get contact info. Ask in the moment. Step 2. Follow up within 48 hours. Specific invite. Step 3. Handle non-responses. One more try, then let go. When you meet someone new, capturing their contact information right away lays the groundwork for a potential friendship. It might feel a bit awkward at first, especially if you're shy or worried about seeming pushy, but asking in the moment shows genuine interest and keeps the connection alive. Instead of waiting until later or hoping they'll reach out, calmly and naturally ask if they'd be comfortable sharing their phone number, email, or social media handle before you part ways. This small step signals that you value the interaction and want to stay in touch. One way to make it easier is to offer your contact information first. For example, you might say, "Hey, I'd like to keep in touch. Can I give you my number?" This puts less pressure on the other person and gives them an easy way to respond. Sometimes, people hesitate to share their info because they're unsure what happens next. Clarify your intention by adding something like, "No pressure, just thought it would be nice to grab coffee sometime." That gentle invitation keeps things light and opens the door for future contact. Remember that everyone carries their phone, so asking for a quick text or friend request on social media can feel less formal than exchanging phone numbers. Whatever you choose, the goal is to capture something real and immediate, rather than relying on vague promises to connect later. The moment you decide to ask is the best chance to catch their energy and interest, making follow-up smoother and more natural. Once you have someone's contact information, the real work begins. Following up within 2 days shows you're sincere and helps keep the initial spark alive. Waiting too long can cause the connection to fade or feel less genuine. When you reach out, it helps to be clear and specific with your invitation. Instead of just saying, "Let's hang out sometime," suggest a concrete plan like, "There's a new coffee shop downtown. Would you want to check it out this Saturday?" Specificity gives the other person something tangible to respond to and makes saying yes easier. In your follow-up message, keep the tone friendly and relaxed. Avoid sounding desperate or overly formal. A simple, "Hey, it was great meeting you at the event. Would you want to grab a coffee this weekend?" is straightforward but warm. This shows you remembered your interaction and are interested in spending more time together, without overwhelming them with pressure. If space allows, you can mention something you talked about to remind them who you are, like, "I'd love to hear more about your hiking trips." This personal touch signals you were listening and value what they shared. If the first invite doesn't work out, it's okay to suggest an alternative plan without pushing too hard. For example, if this weekend is busy, maybe next week? It's important that your follow-up feels like a genuine attempt to connect rather than a chore or a demand. People respond best when they feel comfortable and that the invitation comes from a place of kindness, not obligation. Not everyone will respond right away, or at all, and that's a normal part of reaching out. When someone doesn't reply to your first message, wait a few days before sending a gentle follow-up. You can keep it light and casual, such as, "Hey, just wanted to check in case my last message got lost. Would still love to meet up sometime." This shows you're respectful of their time, but still interested. If you still don't hear back after this second message, it's usually best to let it go. Persisting beyond 2 tries can come across as pushy or desperate, which could harm your chances of a future connection. Remember, silence doesn't always mean rejection. They might be busy, overwhelmed, or unsure how to respond. Sometimes people simply forget to reply. Letting go gracefully keeps your dignity intact and frees your energy for other potential friendships. Saving energy for people who want to engage doesn't mean you're giving up on connection. It's learning to respect both your own time and others' boundaries. When you stop chasing one person, you open up space for new possibilities. Keep practicing the skill of reaching out and following up with kindness and clarity, trusting that connections will grow over time and with patience. Text/message templates. When reaching out to someone, whether for the first time or to deepen an existing relationship, the goal should be to come across as authentic and thoughtful. Start by referencing something specific about the person that shows you've paid attention. For example, mention a shared interest, comment on their recent post, or bring up a detail they shared previously. Keep your message warm and friendly, avoiding anything that feels forced or overly formal. Remember, most people appreciate honesty and kindness more than cleverness or perfection. As you craft your message, focus on making it conversational. Instead of asking yes or no questions, try to pose open-ended ones that invite a reply. Asking, "What's been the highlight of your week?" or "How did your recent trip go?" encourages more detailed responses and shows genuine interest. Be concise but personable. Showing you care about their thoughts creates a space where they feel comfortable opening up. Small touches like emojis or light humor can help make your message feel natural and relatable, but avoid overdoing it. If you're initiating a conversation, consider starting with a simple greeting followed by a comment or question related to something recent in their life. For example, "Hey, I saw you went hiking last weekend. How was it?" Or, "I noticed your recent post about your project. Looks exciting. How's it going?" Over time, tailor your messages based on their responses. If they share something personal or meaningful, acknowledge it and express appreciation for their openness. Personalization shows that you see them as an individual, not just another contact. To nurture ongoing conversations, it helps to have a few go-to-message templates that you can adapt. These templates serve as starting points and can be personalized easily. For example, for checking in, "Hey name, I was just thinking about you and wanted to see how you've been lately." This simple message feels genuine and opens the door for a deeper chat. For sharing something, "I came across this article/book/thing and immediately thought of you because," or, "I remember you mentioning you like topic, so I found this that I think you'd enjoy." These small gestures reinforce your interest and keep the relationship flowing without seeming pushy or insincere. Deepening a relationship through messaging involves more than initial greetings. When the conversation is flowing, share a bit about yourself to create mutual openness. For example, "I've started trying to learn guitar. Any tips?" Or, "I've been really into cooking lately. What's your favorite dish?" Responding to their updates with enthusiasm and questions builds momentum. Remember, the aim isn't just to fill a message thread, but to build a genuine connection based on mutual interest, curiosity, and kindness. A well-written message, personalized and thoughtful, can turn a casual reply into a meaningful exchange and lay the foundation for a stronger relationship. Practicing timely responses is a smart move. If someone shares good news, celebrate it with emoji or a quick comment. If they express a struggle, show empathy or offer support. Align your tone with theirs. If they're playful, match that. If they're more serious, keep your responses respectful and heartfelt. Small, consistent efforts in your messaging can make a significant difference over time. Remember, no one expects perfection. Being genuine and attentive is what truly counts. Consider keeping a few templates handy, but always adapt them to fit the context and individual personality. How to handle rejection. Rejection is something everyone experiences, yet it can feel incredibly isolating and painful, especially when you're trying to form genuine connections. Understanding that rejection is a natural aspect of human relationships can help you manage the fear and emotional turmoil it often brings. When you're putting yourself out there, whether making new friends or seeking deeper relationships, there's always a chance for someone to not respond in the way you hope. It's important to realize that their response often reflects their own circumstances and not your worth. When you see rejection through this lens, it becomes less of a personal affront and more just a part of the process of connecting with others. Experiencing rejection can trigger a variety of emotions, from sadness to anger and even embarrassment. These feelings are normal, but they can also lead to self-doubt and withdrawal if you're not careful. By acknowledging that rejection is something everyone goes through, yes, even the most charismatic people, you can soften the sting. Recognizing that this pain is shared among many can foster a sense of solidarity. It allows you to approach the situation with perspective rather than letting it define you. Accepting rejection as a part of life can free you from the shackles of fear, enabling you to pursue connections with more courage. Handling rejection gracefully involves developing resilience and a willingness to learn from the experience. One effective strategy is to practice self-compassion. Instead of being harsh on yourself after a rejection, try to treat yourself with kindness. Remind yourself that it's perfectly okay to feel hurt and that these feelings will pass. Journaling your emotions can be a helpful tool. Writing about your experience can provide clarity, allowing you to process your feelings rather than letting them fester. You might find it helpful to write down what you learned from the experience, which can be empowering and constructive. Maintaining a growth mindset is another powerful approach. View each rejection as a step toward improvement and greater connection rather than a failure. Ask yourself what you can learn from the interaction. Was there something you could have done differently? Did you perhaps misinterpret signals? Each experience can teach you something valuable about yourself and how you relate to others. Cultivating resilience through practice can help you bounce back more quickly when life throws you a curveball. Creating a support system can also make navigating rejection easier. Surrounding yourself with friends or loved ones who understand and support you can remind you that you're not alone in feeling this way. When you're feeling down about a rejection, talking it out with someone you trust can offer new perspectives and help lift some of the emotional weight off your shoulders. Also, remember to celebrate small victories in your connection journey, even if they don't lead to the deep friendships you seek. Each conversation, no matter how small, brings you closer to finding the connections you desire. Action step: follow up with one person you met recently. Sometimes, when we meet new people, the moment feels fleeting, and it's easy to lose track of those small sparks of connection. Take a moment to think about the last few people you encountered who left an impression. Maybe it was someone you chatted with at a coffee shop, a coworker you briefly connected with over a shared interest, or someone you met in a class or event. Ask yourself who felt easy to talk to or sparked your curiosity about them. This person doesn't have to be a perfect match or a lifelong friend right away. It's simply someone you want to know better and see if there's potential for more. Reflect on the conversations you had. Were they open, warm, or did you find yourself wishing you had said more? Identifying that one person who called your attention is the first step toward building a meaningful connection from a casual encounter. When you focus on just one person rather than trying to keep up with many, you give yourself permission to make a genuine effort without feeling overwhelmed. Think about what made that interaction stand out and why you want to follow up. Was it a shared passion, a funny moment, or just an easy vibe? Recognizing these reasons helps clarify your intention and gives you a natural way to reach out. This reflection also helps you move past the anxiety or hesitation you might feel by reminding you that this connection is based on something simple and real, not a rush toward friendship perfection or number of contacts. Once you've chosen who to follow up with, the next step is to reach out in a way that feels natural and sincere. You don't need a grand gesture or a long message. A simple note that references your prior meeting or something you talked about shows you remember and value the interaction. For example, you could say, "I enjoyed chatting with you about topic, and I'd like to hear more if you're up for it." Or, "I appreciated your perspective on subject. It got me thinking." This kind of message opens the door without pressure and signals your interest genuinely. Your outreach can be through whatever medium feels most comfortable: a text, an email, a social media message, or even a voice note. If you're reconnecting face-to-face, a brief follow-up question or comment related to your previous conversation works well. If you want to deepen the connection further, you might suggest a casual meetup like grabbing coffee or going for a walk together. Keeping it low-key reduces the chance of feeling overwhelmed and makes it easier for the other person to respond. Showing authentic curiosity and warmth is more effective than overthinking the perfect words or waiting for the right time. Remember that the goal is to build a real connection, which means being patient and allowing the relationship to develop gradually. One message doesn't guarantee a friendship, but it makes it possible. Follow-up is a sign that you value the other person beyond a brief encounter. By reaching out with honesty and care, you invite a new chapter in your social life. This small action can reduce the distance that loneliness creates and open the path to meaningful interaction. Chapter 10. The first hangout. Over-preparing, getting in your head, it feels forced. Many people who feel anxious or introverted tend to spend a lot of time preparing for social interactions. They might plan what to say, think through potential scenarios, or rehearse mental scripts before even stepping into a social setting. It's as if they believe that without perfect timing or the right words, the whole connection will fall apart. This constant mental checklist can become exhausting and frustrating, draining the joy out of genuine conversation before it even begins. Instead of feeling relaxed and natural, it often feels like a performance or a chore, adding pressure rather than easing it. This over-preparation creates a cycle. You worry about making a good impression, so you prepare excessively, which makes you overly conscious of every move. You might worry about saying the wrong thing or sounding awkward, which leads to self-criticism and self-doubt. As a result, you get stuck in your head, and your interactions start to feel forced or unnatural. The more you focus on controlling every part of the conversation, the less room there is for spontaneity or authentic connection. It's as if you're so determined to control the outcome that you end up pushing others away or missing opportunities to truly connect. Many feel that if they don't have their script perfectly in place, they might fail. This mindset can make even simple conversations feel daunting. You might find yourself rehearsing answers in your mind or worrying about whether you're saying enough or too much. Sometimes, people even avoid social situations altogether because the idea of failing or making a mistake seems worse than the discomfort of being alone. It's tempting to think that you need to be completely prepared to succeed, but most authentic interactions happen when you're present rather than perfect. Getting in your head so much creates a feeling of disconnect. You're more focused on managing your nerves or trying to appear confident than actually engaging with the person in front of you. It's easy to lose sight of the fact that most people appreciate honesty and vulnerability more than perfection. Over-preparing can turn an organic moment into something rigid, where every word feels staged and every interaction feels forced. When you're too focused on doing everything right, it becomes harder to relax and enjoy the process of connecting. Letting go of the idea that you must control every detail is often the first step toward genuine connection. Recognize that even if you stumble or your words aren't perfect, most people will appreciate your effort and your authenticity. Remember that conversations are less about performing and more about sharing a piece of yourself, which doesn't require rehearsing or overthinking. Simply showing up with curiosity and openness can make a bigger difference than trying to memorize the perfect script. When you shift your focus away from perfection, the conversation becomes more natural and genuinely enjoyable. One practical tip is to prepare some loose topics or questions, but allow yourself to be flexible. Instead of memorizing what to say, focus on listening and responding helpfully. If you find yourself overthinking, take a deep breath and remind yourself that mistakes are normal. Authentic connection doesn't come from perfection. It comes from showing up as yourself, even if you feel nervous. Sometimes, the best conversations happen when you embrace a bit of awkwardness instead of trying to avoid it altogether. Goal: see if you like each other, have fun, set stage for round 2. A first hangout should feel easy and casual. The main goal is to see if you both enjoy each other's company and if there's a spark that could lead to a deeper connection down the line. It's about creating a space where both people can express themselves freely without the pressure of expectations. One way to foster this environment is by selecting an activity that allows for conversation and interaction. Whether it's grabbing coffee, taking a stroll in the park, or attending a local event, choose a setting that feels relaxed. The atmosphere should encourage laughter and lighthearted interaction, paving the way for genuine exchanges. Creating a fun and engaging environment is crucial for this first hangout. Consider activities that get you both involved. Games, workshops, or even casual outings can stimulate conversation and help break the ice. This engagement not only helps you interact more naturally, but also sets a positive tone for the entire meetup. When both parties feel at ease, they are more likely to share personal anecdotes, laugh, and connect on shared interests. This initial interaction should feel like an enjoyable exploration rather than a rigid interview, laying the groundwork for a potential second meeting. Look for ways to ask open-ended questions that invite detailed responses rather than simple yes or no answers. Questions like, "What do you enjoy doing in your free time?" or "What's the best vacation you've ever had?" can lead to lively discussions that reveal common interests and values. Sharing experiences that are funny or heartwarming can strengthen this bond. It's essential to actively listen and show enthusiasm for their stories, which builds rapport. Keeping the vibes light and humorous not only makes the environment enjoyable, but also encourages both of you to relax, express yourselves, and potentially set the stage for another hangout in the future. Choose low-pressure activity: coffee, walk, lunch. Starting a new friendship can feel intimidating, but choosing a low-pressure activity like meeting for coffee, going on a walk, or sharing a casual lunch creates a relaxed setting where conversation flows more naturally. These simple moments remove the expectation of deep or intense interaction, allowing both people to be themselves without feeling scrutinized or overwhelmed. When the environment feels easygoing, it's easier to focus on the person in front of you, rather than worrying about what to say or how to act. Whether it's the informal vibe of a coffee shop, the calm rhythm of walking side by side, or the quiet calm of grabbing a quick lunch, These settings invite genuine connection in a way large gatherings or formal events often do not. These activities don't require long-term planning or special commitments, which lowers the stakes for both people. Because the time involved is limited and the setting casual, it's less likely that either person will feel trapped or pressured. When you say, "Let's grab a coffee," it's understood that this is just a short break from the day, not a life-changing event. This makes it much easier to say yes or no without stress. If the conversation doesn't spark right away, that's okay. It's a moment to test the waters and gradually build comfort. These low-pressure encounters create space for awkward silences without judgment, and they allow natural interest to grow over time instead of trying to force an instant bond. Choosing a simple activity also helps keep distractions to a minimum. When you sit over coffee or walk together, you're not overwhelmed by loud music, crowded rooms, or many other people clamoring for attention. This focus on just one or two people creates an environment where deeper listening and sharing can happen more easily. It's easier to notice small details in someone's tone, expression, or body language. Those little moments of connection, like a smile, a shared laugh, or a pause to think, add up into something meaningful. Low-pressure settings help remove the noise and create space for your friendship to grow naturally. When a social activity feels simple and informal, it also reduces social anxiety and allows everyone to relax more fully. The fear of making a mistake or being judged shrinks when you know the interaction isn't being held to a high standard. Instead of focusing on performing or impressing someone else, you can concentrate on simply enjoying the moment and being present. This relaxed state encourages your true personality to shine through, making it easier to express honest thoughts and feelings. It invites the kind of openness that leads to authentic connection. These encounters often act as gentle opportunities to practice social skills and build confidence. Over time, meeting for coffee, walking together, or sharing lunch can become comfortable routines that take away the pressure of forced conversation. With every small interaction, you'll notice that hesitations ease and your sense of belonging strengthens. These activities can lay the groundwork for deeper connections by showing that spending time together doesn't have to be complicated or demanding. They remind us that friendship grows from simple shared experiences, not grand gestures. When starting to build your social circle, prioritizing these low-key activities also means you can meet people in ways that fit your schedule and energy level. Whether you feel drained after work or have only a short break during the day, grabbing a quick coffee or taking a brief walk allows you to connect without overextending yourself. This makes staying consistent easier, which is key when building lasting friendships. Plus, these casual meetups give you chances to learn about someone new without the pressure of a formal friendship audition. You get to see who they are in everyday moments, which often reveals more than a big social event ever could. Next time you consider reaching out to someone, think about inviting them to one of these low-pressure activities. It's okay to keep things simple and small at first. Often, friendships that start with a shared cup of coffee or a walk in the park turn into the most meaningful relationships because they're built on comfort and ease. You don't need to plan anything elaborate or perfect. What matters is showing up with an open attitude and a willingness to spend time together without pressure. During the hangout, show up as yourself, ask meaningful questions, share reciprocally, read the vibe, how to end it. If good, suggest next hangout. If awkward, polite exit. The most authentic way to be present during a hangout is simply to be yourself. Trying to impress or put on a facade often makes interactions seem forced or awkward. When you show up genuine, conversations tend to flow more easily because people sense sincerity. If you're naturally curious, ask questions that go beyond small talk. Instead of sticking to surface topics, inquire about their passions, recent experiences, or their thoughts on something you've discussed. This isn't about grilling someone, but about truly engaging with what they share. Sharing reciprocally makes the interaction feel more balanced and real. If they tell you something personal, consider sharing something about yourself that relates, creating a sense of connection. For example, if they mention struggling with a project at work, you might share your own recent challenge or learning moment. This openness encourages a two-way exchange, building trust and warmth. Always keep the focus on mutual sharing rather than just asking questions or talking about yourself to foster genuine connection. Reading the vibe is crucial to knowing how to navigate the hangout. If the conversation feels lively, with laughter and rapid exchanges, continue along that energy. If it feels more subdued or someone seems distracted, adjust your approach. Sometimes, a playful, light comment can lift the mood, but if someone seems uninterested or distant, it's okay to gently ease off or shift topics. Respecting these cues shows emotional intelligence and helps maintain comfort for everyone involved. Noticing when someone is ready to switch topics or when you should slow down can make the hangout more enjoyable and authentic. Knowing how to end the hangout politely is just as important as how you start. If the conversation has gone well and you feel a genuine connection, suggest another meetup before saying goodbye. For example, you might say, "I've enjoyed talking. Would you like to grab coffee again sometime?" Expressing your interest without pressure. On the other hand, if the vibe was awkward or the energy has fizzled out, a polite exit is best. You can acknowledge the moment by saying, "It was nice to meet you. Thanks for the chat," and then politely stepping away. Leaving with warmth leaves the door open for future connections, even if the current hangout was not perfectly smooth. Remember, not every interaction will be perfect, and that's okay. The goal is to show up honestly, engage meaningfully, and exit graciously. Over time, these small practices help you become more comfortable and natural in social settings. The more you practice being authentic and reading the energy, the more your hangouts will feel less stressful and more genuine. Keep in mind, a friendly, confident goodbye often leaves a better impression than trying to force a connection that doesn't feel right in the moment. Action step: schedule one coffee/walk this week. Taking intentional action is crucial for building real connections. Scheduling a simple meetup, like a coffee or a walk, offers a low-pressure environment that can make reaching out feel more manageable. It allows you to interact without the daunting expectations that sometimes accompany more formal gatherings. Whether it's reconnecting with an old acquaintance or reaching out to someone you just met, these casual meetups can pave the way toward deeper relationships. This is the first step to move from the isolation of loneliness to the warmth of companionship. To implement this action step effectively, choose a specific day within the week to meet someone for coffee or a walk. Start by looking into your existing contacts to identify someone you'd like to connect with. Think about a colleague, a neighbor, or even someone from your social media. Once you have a name in mind, reach out and suggest a date and time that works for both of you. It could be as simple as saying, "Would you like to grab coffee after work on Thursday?" Making a clear plan converts your good intentions into tangible progress. Having a specific day and time creates accountability and increases the chances that you will follow through. Try to keep the expectations simple and focused. Instead of feeling pressure to engage in deep conversations or share personal stories right away, remind yourself that the goal is connection. Use this opportunity to enjoy another person's company and learn a little about them. You might share a few laughs or discover common interests, creating a basis for further connections in the future. The key is to be open and relaxed. Approach the meetup with curiosity and a genuine desire to know the other person better. This mindset will help you ease into the conversation, making it enjoyable for both of you. To make your first step towards connection more rewarding, remember, every journey begins with a single step. Reach out, schedule that coffee or walk, and embrace the possibility of friendship that awaits you. Chapter 11: How to Deepen a Friendship. Months of hanging out, still feels stuck at surface level. Imagine spending several months meeting up regularly with a group of people, sharing meals, going to events, or just hanging out on weekends. You laugh together, swap stories, and even make plans for future outings. On the outside, it looks like you have a circle of friends. But beneath the surface, something feels off. Despite all the time spent together, the conversations rarely go beyond everyday topics. When you try to open up or steer things towards something deeper, the mood shifts. You sense a hesitation, a polite deflection, or simply a change of subject. This leaves you feeling like you're still on the sidelines, watching from a distance rather than truly belonging. This situation happens more often than people admit. It's one thing to be in the same room and share activities, but it's another to build a connection that feels genuine and lasting. The comfort of familiar faces can sometimes mask the absence of true emotional closeness. You might find yourself wondering why these relationships don't deepen over time, especially when you've invested energy and hope into them. The question nags, how do you move from acquaintances and casual hangouts to friendships where you can share your fears, joys, and failures without fear of judgment? There's a common pattern among many adults who want connection but end up feeling stuck. At first, casual conversations focus on safe topics, work, weather, or favorite TV shows. These conversations are comfortable because they're predictable and don't reveal much about who we really are. Over time, however, the opportunity for vulnerability, sharing personal stories or feelings, often gets missed or avoided. Everyone may be busy, tired, or unsure if they want to risk being open. The friendships stay polite, friendly, but distant. Understanding why this happens is a crucial step toward change. Many people have learned, often through past disappointments, to keep emotional walls up. Vulnerability can feel risky, especially if you've been hurt or rejected before. Meanwhile, just showing up without intention doesn't automatically create depth. Genuine connection requires more than repeated hangouts. It calls for deliberate actions to break beneath the surface and invite real exchange. To move beyond surface-level interaction, it can help to start by acknowledging the distance instead of pretending it doesn't exist. This means recognizing those moments when you don't feel fully seen or heard and asking yourself what's missing. Often, the missing piece is vulnerability, the willingness to share a part of yourself that's not polished or easy. It means admitting doubts, fears, or dreams that you might usually keep hidden. You don't have to drop everything at once, but small acts of openness can signal trust and encourage others to reciprocate. Another important part is practicing intentionality in your interactions. Rather than letting conversations drift aimlessly, prompt questions or stories that invite deeper reflection. Instead of defaulting to "How was your weekend?" try something like, "What's something that's been on your mind lately?" Or "Has anything surprised you recently?" These questions open the door to insight and emotion. You're showing that you're interested in more than just the surface, which can encourage others to step out from behind their own walls. Recognizing that building meaningful friendships takes time and patience is key. It doesn't happen just because you spend time together, but because you create space for honesty and emotional presence. It's okay for those first moments of vulnerability to feel awkward or even uncomfortable. That discomfort is often a sign that something important is beginning. At the same time, watch for reciprocal effort. Connection should not feel like you're doing all the work. If someone regularly resists or brushes off attempts to get deeper, it's a sign to focus energy elsewhere. One practical step is setting small goals, like sharing one personal story or feeling during your next visit, or asking a question that invites reflection. Over time, these little moments add up, helping you to break past casual chat and into genuine, meaningful dialogue. Keep in mind that moving from surface to depth requires courage and a willingness to be seen as you are, with all your uncertainties and imperfections. Why friendships stay shallow. no one risks vulnerability first. Many friendships remain at a surface level simply because neither person wants to be the one to step into the unknown. Vulnerability feels risky. There's the fear of rejection, judgment, or being seen as needy. Because nobody wants to open up first, both tend to hold back, keeping the relationship safe but shallow. It's almost like a silent agreement. I won't reveal too much, and you won't either, to avoid potential discomfort or loss. This mutual reluctance creates a pattern where conversations stay light and feelings stay tucked away. Instead of sharing struggles or fears, people stick to small talk or safe topics. They might exchange greetings, comment on the weather, or talk about hobbies, but rarely get to the core of who they truly are. Over time, this leads to friendships that feel familiar but don't generate real connection or trust. The fear of being vulnerable keeps everyone outside the emotional deep end. Another reason friendships stay shallow is the assumption that vulnerability is a sign of weakness or that it will push people away. Many believe they'll scare others off if they reveal too much, so they keep their guard up. This is reinforced by past experiences where opening up led to rejection or judgment. As a result, they learn to hide their true selves, which keeps interactions superficial. It becomes an unspoken rule: don't risk too much, because the potential pain outweighs the benefits. People also worry that revealing their inner thoughts might make them appear needy or overly emotional. They fear that sharing their doubts, insecurities, or struggles could make others uncomfortable or see them as burdensome. So instead of risking being seen as too much, they hold back. This creates a cycle where no one feels safe enough to share deeper truths, and the friendship remains on the surface. Without vulnerability, there's no real opening for trust or understanding to grow. What often amplifies this pattern is the culture we live in. Many social environments reward politeness and surface-level interactions rather than authenticity. Social media, in particular, encourages curated versions of ourselves, where everyone appears composed and in control. Sharing authentic feelings might seem risky in such a context, so people stick to safe, controlled conversations. Over time, this reinforces the idea that vulnerability isn't safe or accepted, even when deep inside, we crave genuine connection. The reality is, everyone grapples with the fear of vulnerability. It's a natural human instinct designed to protect us from harm. But when both people in a friendship hesitate to take the first step, that friendship never moves beyond the shallow. Without someone to show the way, the deeper layers remain hidden and true connection stays out of reach. Recognizing this pattern is the first step toward changing it. A practical way to start shifting this dynamic is to examine your own willingness to be vulnerable. Remember, a friendship isn't about perfect sharing or revealing everything all at once. It's about small acts of openness, sharing a worry, admitting you're not okay, or expressing gratitude. When one person takes the risk, it can encourage the other to follow. Vulnerability, when reciprocated, builds trust, paving the way for deeper, more genuine relationships. Taking that first step might feel uncomfortable, but it's often the missing piece that moves a friendship from superficial to meaningful. The deepening formula: increase frequency, weekly/biweekly. Create shared experiences, be vulnerable first, ask deeper questions, show up when it matters, create rituals. Building strong connections often starts with increasing how frequently you interact with others. Meeting up regularly, whether it's weekly or bi-weekly, creates opportunities to foster familiarity and trust. When you prioritize these meetings, you show the other person that they matter to you. Consistency is key. As you continue to meet, the barriers of superficial interaction start to fade away. Getting to know each other in a more relaxed, consistent environment can deepen insights into each other's lives, personalities, and interests. It sets the groundwork for a stronger bond. Consider this: making plans for a weekly coffee, or a bi-weekly walk can shift the dynamics of your relationship. Instead of a one-off interaction filled with surface-level topics, you allow space for deeper conversations to happen naturally. Think of these meetups as rituals. They become sacred times where both of you can share, laugh, and connect. Creating shared experiences can significantly enhance the depth of your connections. Engaging in activities together not only gives you something to bond over, but also creates memories that you both cherish. These could be anything from exploring a new hiking trail every month to trying out different cuisines on a regular basis. Shared adventures allow both of you to invest in something bigger than yourselves, and you build a narrative of friendship that you both contribute to. Rituals don't need to be elaborate. It could simply mean celebrating a small monthly milestone together or dedicating one night a week to watch a series you both love. These moments become the fabric of your friendship, pieces of an ongoing story that grow in significance over time. Traditions provide comfort and anticipation, giving you both something to look forward to while reinforcing your bond. When memories are intertwined with activities you both enjoy, your connection will naturally grow stronger. Engaging regularly and creating shared rituals cultivates a space where vulnerability thrives. When both parties feel safe and connected, it opens the door to deeper conversations, heartfelt sharing, and mutual support. Signs of friendship is deepening. Friendships often start casually, with light conversations and shared polite smiles. But as they deepen, you begin to notice small changes that show a shift beneath the surface. These signs usually don't happen all at once, nor are they glaringly obvious. Instead, they quietly build up, making you aware that this relationship is becoming more meaningful. For example, you might catch yourself sharing more personal stories or feeling comfortable bringing up topics you wouldn't normally discuss with acquaintances. When conversations move from general chit-chat to meaningful exchanges, like talking about your hopes, fears, or past experiences, it signals an opening of trust. You might also notice how your interactions linger longer without feeling forced or awkward. Instead of quickly ending a conversation, your friend seems eager to keep talking, asking thoughtful questions that show genuine interest. There's a sense of relaxed ease where silences don't feel uncomfortable, but rather like a natural part of your connection. Another subtle clue is when you start to remember small details about each other's lives and bring them up later, showing attentiveness and care. These actions help pull you out of surface-level exchanges and into something warmer and more personal. Additionally, a deepening friendship often means you feel a growing sense of support without having to ask for it explicitly. Your friend might check in when they know you're facing a challenge or celebrate your successes with true enthusiasm. These moments highlight a shift from convenience-based interactions to genuine concern and investment in each other's well-being. It's these quiet signals, shared laughter that feels effortless, mutual respect for boundaries, and a sense of reliability that indicate your friendship is evolving into something richer. One of the clearest ways to tell a friendship is deepening is the level of vulnerability you both allow. Vulnerability doesn't mean oversharing everything at once, but rather letting parts of yourself show that were previously hidden. It might be admitting a personal struggle or expressing doubts you haven't voiced before. When your friend responds with understanding instead of judgment, or shares their own vulnerabilities in return, it creates a cycle of trust that solidifies your connection. This mutual openness is like building a bridge between two separate worlds where both feel safe and accepted. Consistency also plays a big role. It's easy to feel close with someone after one meaningful conversation, but lasting closeness depends on steady effort over time. When a friend regularly makes time for you, follows up on previous talks, and is dependable in both small and big ways, it shows they value your relationship beyond just passing moments. This reliability nurtures a sense of belonging and assures both of you that your friendship isn't fragile or temporary. Even when life gets busy or complicated, consistent availability signals a deeper emotional connection. Shared experiences are the glue that often holds friendships together. These can be moments of fun and laughter or situations that require teamwork and emotional support. When you go through challenges or celebrate special milestones together, you're creating memories that connect you on a stronger level. These experiences build common ground and a sense of history, which can help your bond feel unique and irreplaceable. Whether it's tackling a difficult project, planning a trip, or simply spending lazy weekends together, these shared times make the relationship more tangible and real. Notice when your conversations and interactions naturally include references to past experiences only you share or inside jokes that highlight your time together. These are clear markers that your friendship is more than casual. Finally, the willingness to be honest with each other, even when it could cause discomfort, is a sign that trust is growing. You start to give and receive feedback with care, knowing it comes from a place of respect rather than criticism. This level of openness is rarely found in surface friendships and helps the bond strengthen steadily. Pay attention to how you both show up for each other in everyday life, not just during big moments. Consistent listening, remembering what matters to the other person, and offering support without being asked all point to a friendship deepening naturally. When you see these signs, it's an invitation to nurture the connection by being equally open and present. Action step: go one layer deeper with one current friend. Think about a friendship you already have, someone you see regularly or talk to occasionally. Instead of sticking with surface-level conversations, try to imagine what's below the surface. What are their dreams, fears, or challenges? Often, we keep things conversationally light because we're unsure how to go beyond small talk. But this is the perfect opportunity to gently peel back those layers. Ask yourself, what would I like to understand better about this person? What personal stories or feelings could I learn from them that I haven't already heard? Recognizing these deeper layers isn't about turning every conversation into a confession session. It's about sensing when the time is right and being willing to open a little more yourself. This process helps forge a more genuine connection, turning a casual acquaintance into someone you trust more deeply. Engaging with a current friend by exploring their emotional world can be a subtle art. Notice times when the conversation feels honest and personal, perhaps after a shared experience or when the topic naturally shifts towards feelings or meaningful stories. People often respond positively when you show curiosity about what matters to them at a deeper level. It starts with small steps, asking about what matters to them, sharing a bit about yourself, or acknowledging emotions that surface. Over time, these small exchanges can develop into a meaningful bond. It's also good to pay attention to their comfort level. Some people may be more hesitant at first, so respecting boundaries is crucial. The goal isn't to force intimacy, but to gently invite vulnerability and authenticity into the conversation. Once you identify a particular friendship, consider what unique emotional layer or shared experience you could build on. Is there a challenge they're facing that you could help them process? Or maybe they've mentioned a personal goal or passion that you can show genuine interest in. Taking a moment to reflect on what you already know about them can reveal opportunities for deeper connection. Maybe you learned about their childhood fears or favorite childhood memories. Bringing these topics into the conversation can make it more authentic. Remember, the key is to listen actively and respond with warmth and understanding. This openness can encourage the other person to be more open in return, paving the way for a relationship rooted in trust and mutual understanding. If you're unsure about how to start this shift, try initiating small, meaningful conversations. For instance, ask about their feelings regarding a recent event or what they're afraid of currently. Share a personal story that relates to something they've said or something they're going through. These exchanges deepen your understanding and show that you value their emotional world. Over time, something that began as casual may evolve into a friendship with real emotional depth. Remember, building that layer of trust takes time. Patience and genuine curiosity are your best tools in this process. Sometimes, all it takes is one sincere question or sharing a personal insight to unlock a richer, more connected friendship. Focus on creating a safe space where vulnerability feels welcome, both for you and for them. As you look for ways to go deeper, keep in mind that openness tends to foster more openness. If they share something personal, respond with empathy instead of judgment or advice. Even simple affirmations like, "That sounds really tough," or "Thanks for sharing that," can encourage them to open up further. Over time, these moments build a foundation of trust that can turn a friendly acquaintance into someone you truly understand and care about. The result isn't just more engaging conversations, but a friendship that feels real and rewarding. And the more natural this becomes, the easier it will be to continue exploring deeper emotional layers without overthinking every step. One practical tip is to pay attention to their cues. Notice when they seem open to talking about feelings or personal topics, and look for opportunities to gently follow up. You don't have to force vulnerability. Instead, let it happen in a natural, unhurried way. Remember, every friendship has its own pace. What feels too soon for one person might be perfectly timed for another. As you practice opening up and listening more meaningfully, you'll notice your current friendships becoming richer and more authentic. This process helps you build trust and creates bonds that withstand the test of time, making your connection more meaningful and less superficial. Chapter 12. Maintaining Friendships When Life Gets Busy. Close friend, life got busy, now it's been months. The busyness of life can sometimes feel overwhelming, leaving us with little time for the things that truly matter, including our close friends. When schedules get packed with work, family obligations, and unexpected distractions, reaching out to friends often falls by the wayside. What started as regular catch-ups over coffee can turn into awkward silence, as days turn into weeks, and weeks into months. You may find yourself scrolling through social media, silently envying those seemingly effortless friendships while feeling increasingly disconnected from your own. Each notification might remind you of the conversations you haven't had and the laughter that has faded. This disconnect can feel like an invisible weight, pulling on heartstrings that once resonated with joy and shared experiences. You start to reflect on missed opportunities for connection. Imagine those times you used to share late-night talks or spontaneous outings. Now, they seem like distant memories. With every passing month, the gap grows wider, leaving you wondering if your friend might feel the same way or if they have simply moved on. It's not that you no longer care about each other. Life just happened. The pace of adult life often slips into a rhythm that neglects the very essence of friendship, time spent together. Reconnecting with friends doesn't have to be complicated, even amid hectic schedules. Start by taking small steps to bridge the gap. Send a simple text or direct message to check in. Hey, I've been thinking about you. How have you been? Can spark a conversation and remind them that they are still valued. If time zones or busy schedules conflict, consider setting designated times for regular catch-ups. This might be weekly, bi-weekly, or even a monthly video call, depending on what works for both sides. Scheduling doesn't diminish spontaneity. It simply helps prioritize connection in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Another effective way to nurture friendships is to create shared experiences, even if they're virtual. Watching a film together online or playing interactive games can maintain bonds despite physical distance. Remember, it's all about the quality of the interaction, not just quantity. To make reconnecting feel less daunting, plan an activity you both enjoy. This could range from a book club over coffee to a cooking challenge via video chat. The key is to keep communication open and seek ways to share life, even from afar. Simple gestures can reignite the warmth of friendship, and in a world that moves quickly, even a small effort can make a big difference. Try to remember that the value of friendship isn't measured solely by the time spent together, but also the understanding and support that remains despite physical distance. Take the first step. You might be surprised by how equally your friend shares those feelings of disconnection and eagerness to reconnect. Why friendships fade? No one takes responsibility. Friendships don't usually end with a dramatic falling out or a loud argument. More often, they just quietly fade away. This often happens because both people stop taking responsibility for keeping the connection alive. In the early stages of friendship, when everything is new and exciting, energy flows easily. But over time, if both friends assume the other will reach out or plan the next hangout, the relationship loses momentum. This lack of accountability creates space for distance to grow. When no one steps up to check in, make plans, or show interest, the friendship can slip into silence without either side explicitly deciding to let it go. One common pattern is that each person waits for the other to initiate contact. This might come from fear of rejection, feeling too busy, or simply thinking the other person values the friendship more. But when both friends fall into this waiting game, weeks turn into months. Calls, texts, or invitations stop coming, and the connection feels less important. The silence feels awkward, and neither reaches out to fix it. In this way, fading friendships aren't usually about a single moment, but about small, missed chances to keep the bond alive. Without clear responsibility shared, friendships become more fragile and eventually lose their hold. It's also worth noticing how each person's definition of responsibility might differ. One friend might think sending a text once a month is enough to maintain the relationship. The other might expect more frequent contact or effort to meet in person. When expectations aren't communicated, it's easy to assume the other person doesn't care. This mismatch can feed disappointment and create emotional distance, contributing to the slowing fade. Without honest conversations about what each friend needs and expects, assumptions fill the gaps and widen the space between them. Taking responsibility for friendships means being aware of your role in the relationship and actively caring for it. It's about making the first move sometimes, even if you feel unsure or hesitant. Friendship is a two-way street, but that doesn't mean you wait passively for the other person to do all the work. When you notice the friendship is growing quiet, stepping forward with a simple message or invitation can bring things back to life. Taking ownership is choosing connection over comfort or fear. It means accepting that friendships need nurturing, just like any other important part of life. Part of owning a friendship is recognizing common pitfalls that cause friendships to drift apart. Life changes like moving, new jobs, or even personal setbacks can reduce opportunities to meet. When these changes happen, reaching out becomes more important, not less. Another common problem is letting misunderstandings or small conflicts go unaddressed, silently building resentment or awkwardness. Taking responsibility involves addressing issues honestly, rather than hoping they'll disappear on their own. It also means forgiving yourself and the other person when mistakes happen, staying invested even when things aren't perfect. Sometimes, the hardest part is admitting your own fears or behaviors that hold you back from showing up for a friend. Fear of being too much, fear of rejection, or feeling like you're bothering someone can all stop you from reaching out. Being responsible for your friendships means pushing past these doubts and choosing vulnerability despite the risks. It may feel uncomfortable at first, but these moments often strengthen bonds because they create space for real connection. In friendship, showing that you care consistently outweighs any awkwardness that might come with being the one to say hello. Making small, regular efforts to stay connected is one practical way to take responsibility. This might be sending a quick text to check in, sharing something that reminded you of your friend, or suggesting a casual meetup. These actions show that you value the friendship and are willing to put in time and energy to keep it going. Even when life feels hectic or overwhelming, these tiny moments of attention make a difference. Over time, they build a foundation of trust and closeness, preventing friendships from slipping away quietly. When you feel like the friendship is fading, it's okay to name it out loud. Saying something simple like, "I miss our talks," or "let's catch up soon," opens the door for the other person to respond and reconnect. Sometimes friends don't realize they're drifting apart because no one has pointed it out. Bringing it up can be a gentle reminder that the relationship matters to you, inviting a renewed effort to stay close. Taking responsibility isn't about forcing or demanding. It's about offering care and inviting the same in return. How to maintain long-term consistency, intensity, lower the bar, 10-minute call counts, take turns initiating. Building lasting relationships doesn't require grand gestures or frequent meetings that drain your energy. Instead, focusing on small, regular interactions can create a steady foundation that keeps connections alive over the long haul. Think of it as watering a plant consistently rather than pouring a large amount of water once in a while. When you establish routines, like a quick morning check-in or a weekly coffee catch-up, it becomes easier to stay engaged without feeling overwhelmed. The key is making these interactions habitual so they become a natural part of your schedule rather than something extra to stress about. The more predictable and simple your routines are, the less likely you'll feel burnout or tempted to skip them. Remember, consistency is about showing up regularly, not about doing everything at once or trying to be perfect. Setting realistic and achievable routines ensures that maintaining your relationships is sustainable over years, not just weeks. Implementing these routines also involves being patient with yourself. If you miss a day or two, don't see it as failure, but as part of the process. The goal isn't perfection, but persistence. Over time, these small efforts add up, creating a sense of reliability and familiarity that deepen your bonds. For example, maybe you commit to sending a quick message every couple of days or scheduling a 10-minute call once a week. These moments don't have to be long, but their consistency signals to your friend that you value and prioritize the relationship. Also, try to keep these routines flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances. If your schedule shifts, adjust the timing or method to maintain the habit. Consistency builds trust, and trust deepens relationships faster than sporadic bursts of effort ever could. Sometimes, the biggest obstacle to maintaining long-term friendships isn't lack of care, but feeling overwhelmed by what you think the interaction needs to be. Lowering the bar means accepting that small, easy exchanges count just as much as longer, more involved conversations. Sending a quick text saying, "thinking of you," or sharing a funny meme can keep the connection alive without demanding much time or effort. These small gestures create a sense of ongoing presence, which is key to lasting friendship. It's also helpful to take turns initiating contact. When both people believe it's their job to reach out, friendships can become uneven or feel like a burden. By sharing the responsibility, each person feels more comfortable and less anxious about maintaining the bond. One week, you might start the conversation. The next, your friend might do so. Over time, this exchange fosters reciprocity and shows that both sides care. The idea is to create a rhythm that feels natural, where initiating is not stressful but simply part of the friendship's flow. Another strategy is to set small, specific goals. For instance, aim to have at least one brief interaction each week, whether it's a quick call, a comment on social media, or a shared playlist. This makes the process less intimidating and more sustainable. Remember, consistency doesn't mean perfection. It's better to have regular, even if modest, interactions than sporadic, intense efforts that burn you out quickly. When friends see your effort, even in small doses, it reinforces trust and keeps the relationship from fading away. Taking turns initiating also removes the pressure from one person to always be the one who reaches out. This shared responsibility makes the friendship feel more natural and less burdensome over time, helping it grow stronger without taking up too much mental space or energy. Practical strategies: set reminders, use voice notes, send random check-ins, plan standing dates. In the hustle of daily life, it's easy to push friendships aside, even when we truly value them. Setting reminders on your phone can serve as a helpful cue to reach out to friends. Whether it's a simple check on Sarah notification or a specific time to send a message to Mark, these small nudges can transform your good intentions into actions. Making it a routine can help ensure that you maintain those connections over time. Spontaneous check-ins can also be powerful. Sending a quick text or a voice note just to say thinking of you can brighten a friend's day and foster a sense of closeness. These interactions don't have to be elaborate. A simple message can show that you care. By dropping a nugget of thoughtfulness into their day, you not only strengthen your bond, but also create an opportunity for a conversation that may have otherwise not happened. Creating consistent routines with your friends can provide a reliable space for connection. Planning standing dates is one effective strategy. These could be weekly coffee catch-ups, monthly movie nights, or even a regular phone call to stay updated on each other's lives. Consistency builds trust and anticipation, making it easier for friendships to grow and evolve naturally. When both parties know there's a dedicated time to catch up, it's simpler to prioritize friendship amidst a busy schedule. Incorporating voice notes can also add a personal touch to your conversations, making them feel more intimate. By sending a voice note, you convey emotions that text may not fully capture. Share a funny story or discuss a recent experience, and your friend gets to hear your excitement or humor, which can be a delightful change from the usual texting routines. This can create a richer interaction, enhancing the connection you share and making it feel more alive. Ultimately, staying connected doesn't mean finding hours in your day. It means being intentional with the time you do have. By using reminders, sending spontaneous messages, and establishing routines, you can nurture your friendships effectively. Taking these practical steps can fill your life with meaningful relationships that combat loneliness and foster genuine connections. Handle drifting friendships. Acknowledge, restart without guilt. Friendships don't always stay the same, and sometimes you'll notice the connection beginning to fade. You might find that conversations happen less often, or that it feels harder to relate the way you used to. Recognizing this shift is not a sign that you've failed or that the friendship is worthless. People's lives change, priorities shift, and time gets limited. These changes are natural, even if they feel difficult or sad. The first step is to accept what's happening without blaming yourself or the other person. It's okay to feel hurt or disappointed, but try to approach the situation with kindness toward your own feelings and the reality of the changes. When a friendship drifts, it often means both people are growing in different directions or just can't invest the same energy at that moment. Instead of pushing yourself into guilt or frustration, respect the space that's formed. It doesn't mean the friendship is over for good or that it never meant anything. Sometimes friendships take breaks, sometimes they move slower, and sometimes they need a pause before they can grow again. Acknowledging these moments honestly opens the door to greater understanding and peace in your heart, even if things aren't perfect. This awareness helps you handle drifting friendships with grace rather than confusion or blame. Taking notice without judgment allows you to clarify what you truly want from this relationship moving forward. Do you want to reconnect deeply, or are you okay with a more casual bond that fits your current lives? Understanding your own needs during this time clears up internal doubts and helps you decide your next steps thoughtfully. It's fine to honor your feelings while accepting that the friendship might look different than before. This balance keeps your connection healthy, even when it changes. When you decide you want to reconnect with a drifting friend, it helps to start with honesty. Reaching out with openness about where you've been emotionally and what you hope for can rebuild trust and ease any awkwardness. Sometimes a simple message expressing that you've missed the connection or want to check in can be enough to break the silence. Being clear about your intentions helps both you and your friend understand what kind of relationship you're aiming to create or renew. It's natural to carry feelings of guilt or worry about past misunderstandings, but restarting a friendship shouldn't feel like carrying a heavy burden. Instead, try to approach it with compassion for both yourself and the other person. Friendships, like any human relationship, develop through ups and downs, and forgiving yourself and others for imperfections creates space for new beginnings. The focus should be on what the friendship can become, not on mistakes or past hurt that might have caused the distance. Taking small, consistent steps to reconnect is often more effective than trying to fix everything all at once. This could mean suggesting a casual meetup, sharing something that reminded you of them, or showing curiosity about how they've been. These actions demonstrate care and interest without pressure. When you let go of expectations about how the friendship should unfold, you create a lighter and safer space for both people to feel comfortable again. Restarting also involves setting boundaries, being aware of what you can give and what you need in return. Healthy boundaries protect you from feeling overwhelmed and encourage a balanced friendship. If the other person isn't ready or able to reconnect on your timeline, respect that without resentment. Staying patient and kind toward yourself keeps guilt from taking over and allows the process to happen naturally. Remember, friendship is not about perfection or constant closeness, but about mutual respect and support, even when circumstances change. Reaching out after distance shows courage and care. It highlights that you value the relationship without demanding it return to exactly what it was. This mindset turns restarts into opportunities for fresh connection rather than reminders of what was lost. By embracing honesty, compassion, and patience, you give your friendship the best chance to grow in a way that fits both of you now. Action step: text one friend you've lost touch with. Think back to someone you used to talk to regularly, a friend you haven't heard from in a long time. Maybe life got busy, schedules changed, or you simply drifted apart without noticing. Sometimes, it's as simple as losing track of time or assuming the other person doesn't want to hear from you anymore. Remembering the reasons behind the distance can actually bring clarity. Was it because of a misunderstanding? A disagreement that wasn't fully addressed? Or just two busy lives that never quite aligned again? Whatever the cause, recognizing it helps you understand that reconnecting isn't about fixing what's broken, but about reaching out with honesty and kindness. Often, the pause in communication isn't because of a lack of care, but because each of you found it easier to let things fade than to make the effort. But the truth is, reaching out, even after silence, can reopen a door that's been quietly waiting for you to step through. Now, consider the feelings you might have about this person. Do you still enjoy thinking about the good times? Do you miss the conversations or the shared moments? Knowing what you're hoping for from reaching out can guide how you compose your message. It might be simply to reconnect and see how they're doing, or to express that they've been on your mind. Keeping it genuine and straightforward helps keep things natural. Remember, the goal isn't to rewrite the past, but to create a new chapter. Sometimes, a light, honest message makes all the difference. It's a signal that you care enough to try again. Even if it's uncomfortable to start, taking that first step shows courage and a willingness to nurture a connection that once mattered to both of you. When you're ready, think about what you want to say. It helps to keep your message simple and sincere. Something like, "Hey, it's been a while. I've been thinking about you and wondered how you've been." Or, "Hi, I miss our talks and wanted to check in. Hope all is well." Avoid overthinking or making it too elaborate. A straightforward message is often the most effective. If appropriate, refer to a shared memory or a recent life event to personalize the note. This shows you're genuinely interested in reconnecting, not just sending a generic message. Remember, the intention is to restart a dialogue, not to pressure or expect immediate results. Sometimes, just sending a message is enough to spark a response, and from there, you can let the conversation flow naturally. Choose a time when you feel calm and relaxed. There's no rush, and it's better to send the message when you're in a good headspace. Write your message with kindness and authenticity. Avoid overthinking the wording. Keep it clear and friendly. If you're nervous about how they'll respond, remind yourself that you're reaching out because you value the relationship. Starting with a simple, caring message makes it easier for both of you to respond comfortably. Once you've sent it, give the other person space to reply. Often, they've been waiting for an opportunity to reconnect as well. If they don't respond immediately, don't take it personally. Sometimes, life is busy or messages get overlooked. Patience is key. Reaching out is about extending a hand, not expecting a perfect response right away. If they do reply, take the conversation slowly. Ask open-ended questions to show genuine interest, like, "What's been going on in your life lately?" Or, "Did you ever find time to do that thing we used to talk about?" This encourages them to share more and helps rebuild a natural flow. Be honest about your feelings, too. If you miss talking to them, say so. Authenticity goes a long way and helps to reestablish trust. Keep in mind that some connections might pick up where they left off, while others may need a little more time to rebuild. Either way, taking this step, no matter the outcome, is a positive act of caring. Every successful reconnect reinforces that friendship is always worth the effort, even after months or years apart. Your small gesture shows you're willing to nurture your relationships, one honest message at a time. Remember, a simple message can be powerful. Sometimes, just knowing someone thought about you enough to reach out is enough to make their day. So, take a moment, craft a short, heartfelt note, and press send. Your effort might be the start of a renewed friendship or at least bring closure to a chapter that's been quietly lingering. Whatever happens next, you've taken a meaningful step toward creating stronger, more intentional connections. Chapter 13. Navigating Friendship Conflict. Friend hurt you, but you stay silent. Resentment builds. In a small town, Sarah and Jess had been best friends since their high school days. They shared everything, from clothes to secrets. One Friday night, after a long week, Sarah found herself scrolling through social media, imagining how the weekend would unfold differently if only she and Jess could spend time together. But to her dismay, the messages she sent went unanswered. Later that night, while watching stories of friends having fun without her, Sarah discovered that Jess had gone to a party without inviting her. Instead of confronting Jess about it, Sarah stayed silent, hoping her hurt would fade. Days turned into weeks, and each time she saw Jess, a knot of resentment tightened in her chest. Sarah smiled on the outside, but felt increasingly isolated and frustrated on the inside, trapped by her own decision to bury her feelings. The silence Sarah imposed not only altered her perception of their friendship, but also led to a distance that neither could easily bridge. Unsaid words became walls, and the laughter they once shared faded beneath the weight of unaddressed emotions. Whenever Jess would ask Sarah to join her for an outing, a quiet resentment bubbled beneath the surface. Within her, those feelings of hurt and betrayal grew, distorting every interaction they had. Sarah began to question if Jess genuinely valued her friendship and whether she was even worth including. This spiraled into her doubting herself, ultimately leading to avoidance. She hesitated to engage with Jess at all, confusing silence with strength. Recognizing the signs of silent resentment is crucial in transforming a situation before it's too late. You might find yourself frequently replaying past incidents in your mind, unable to move on. Feelings of loneliness may intensify, even when surrounded by friends. Small irks can set you off in ways that seem disproportionate. Noticing these signs can serve as a wake-up call to address the underlying hurt. It's important to be honest with yourself about how you truly feel instead of dismissing or hiding those feelings away. To address hurt in a constructive way, start by taking a moment to reflect on your feelings. Write down what's bothering you and how it affects your friendship. This process helps clarify your thoughts and prepares you to articulate them when the time comes. Once you acknowledge your feelings, approach your friend with honesty. Choose a calm moment when you can talk away from distractions. Use I statements, like "I felt hurt when," to express your feelings without blaming them. This approach encourages a conversation instead of escalating into an argument. Lastly, practice active listening. When your friend responds, listen to their side of the story. Emotions deserve to be expressed, and navigating through them together can help heal not just your bond, but also deepen your understanding of each other. Consider this a turning point. Acknowledge your pain early on and speak up while the issue is small. By nurturing open communication, you can prevent resentment from building up and maintain the depth of your friendships. Remember, it takes practice, and the more you do it, the easier it becomes. Cost of avoiding conflict. Resentment kills friendships. Avoiding conflict might seem like the easiest way to keep a friendship smooth and peaceful. When tension arises, it's tempting to push uncomfortable feelings aside rather than face them head-on. On the surface, this feels like preserving harmony, but underneath, the feelings that don't get expressed start to pile up. Resentment grows quietly, often unnoticed by both friends, but it slowly eats away at trust and closeness. Small annoyances that might have been solved with a quick conversation turn into bigger issues when left unspoken. Over time, the weight of unaddressed frustrations creates distance that feels hard to cross. When we avoid difficult conversations, it's like building a wall out of bricks made from silence and avoidance. Each brick represents a moment you chose not to speak up or clarify, hoping the problem would disappear on its own. Instead, this wall traps those negative feelings inside, making it tougher to connect authentically. Friendships are not immune to this process. They require honesty and openness to stay strong. Without those elements, the connection becomes fragile, prone to cracks that could deepen into permanent rifts if not mended. Some people avoid conflict because they worry about hurting the other person's feelings, or they fear awkwardness and rejection. While these fears are understandable, they can unintentionally cause more harm than good. Resentment born from avoidance is harder to fix later on because it tends to combine many small hurts that have been simmering quietly over time. When resentment finally surfaces, it often comes out as anger, passive-aggressive behavior, or withdrawal, behaviors that confuse and distance friends even further. Recognizing how avoidance leads to resentment highlights why it is crucial to handle disagreements openly and respectfully. Addressing issues as they come up protects the friendship from silent buildup and keeps the relationship genuine. When you choose to talk about difficult feelings, whether it's disappointment, hurt, or frustration, you allow room for understanding and healing instead of silent separation. This doesn't mean every conflict needs to turn into an argument or a drama. Sometimes, simply naming the problem in a calm, clear way can restore balance and trust. Friendships are complicated because they involve two unique people with different views, values, and habits. Conflicts are bound to happen whenever expectations don't match reality. The key is how those conflicts are handled. When friends feel safe to express honest feelings without fear of judgment or rejection, the relationship grows stronger. Avoiding discomfort actually shuts down this vital process and leaves problems beneath the surface, waiting to erode the connection. Learning to engage with conflict constructively helps build resilience and deepens mutual respect. Understanding this makes it easier to see conflict not as something to fear, but as a necessary part of genuine connection. It can be an opportunity to clarify misunderstandings, set healthy boundaries, and reaffirm commitment to the friendship. When you address small issues early, You prevent them from exploding into bigger problems that feel overwhelming or hopeless to fix. Your willingness to face discomfort honestly shows your friend that you value the relationship enough to work through challenges, which encourages them to do the same. One practical way to start addressing conflict is to pause when tension arises and ask yourself what you feel and what you need to express clearly and kindly. Even simple statements like, "I felt hurt when," or "I need some time to talk about something bothering me," can open up space for honesty. This creates a healthier pattern where both people can feel heard and respected, avoiding the slow poison of resentment. Truth. Healthy friendships can handle hard conversations. When friends feel they can be honest without fear of judgment or rejection, the relationship becomes stronger. Trust isn't built overnight. It develops through consistent, genuine communication. When you know someone has your back and is willing to listen even when things get uncomfortable, you feel safer opening up. Creating that kind of environment involves showing up honestly yourself and being willing to listen to the other person's truths, too. Over time, these small acts of openness create a foundation that can support tough talks when they happen. Part of making your friendship resilient is being clear about boundaries and respecting each other's feelings. Sometimes, friends avoid hard conversations because they're afraid of damaging what's already there. But avoiding issues can cause hidden resentments or misunderstandings to build up. Instead, facing conflicts with honesty, delivered kindly, shows that you value the relationship enough to work through challenges. When both friends agree that honesty is an important part of the connection, they can navigate disagreements or difficult topics without feeling like the friendship is at risk. Another element that makes friendships sturdy during tough talks is consistency. When friends know they can count on each other to be genuine and respectful, they're more likely to share their true feelings. This doesn't mean every conversation will be easy, but it does mean that both people trust the other to handle hard topics with care. Over time, that trust becomes a safeguard, making it possible to discuss sensitive issues without fear of rejection or misunderstanding. The key is to approach these conversations with patience, humility, and a genuine desire to understand, rather than to win or prove a point. Finally, friendships grow stronger when both friends see challenging conversations as opportunities to deepen understanding rather than threats. When someone expresses an unpopular or uncomfortable opinion, it's tempting to become defensive or withdraw. Instead, practicing curiosity and listening actively helps turn what could be a source of conflict into a chance to learn. For example, if your friend shares a concern about how you handled something, instead of defending yourself immediately, ask questions to understand their perspective. This openness invites more honesty and can prevent issues from festering beneath surface-level interactions. Being willing to have these hard conversations doesn't mean the friendship will be perfect every time. It's about showing up each time with respect, patience, and a genuine intention to maintain the bond. When both friends prioritize honesty and trust, difficult talks become a normal part of the relationship, not a threat, but a means of building deeper connection. The more you practice having these conversations, the better you'll become at handling them with grace, transforming challenge into growth rather than fracture. A practical tip to start fostering this resilience is to set intentions before approaching a difficult topic. Take a moment to clarify what you want out of the conversation, such as understanding, apology, or clarification, and remind yourself that honesty is not about blame, but about connection. When you approach tough topics with this mindset, it's easier to stay calm, respectful, and open, even when the discussion gets uncomfortable. That openness can turn potential conflict into a stepping stone toward a stronger, more trustworthy friendship. How to bring up an issue, framework, when you behavior, I felt feeling. Addressing concerns in our relationships can be challenging, yet using empathetic and clear communication sets the tone for constructive conversations. The emotional weight behind a concern can create barriers if not handled with care. It is essential to recognize that honesty doesn't have to come from a place of blame. Instead, articulating your feelings helps your partner understand your perspective. This approach fosters compassion, cultivates deeper connections, and opens a path toward resolution. Utilizing the formula, when you behavior, I felt, feeling, makes it easier to express concerns without casting blame. This format encourages the person you are talking to listen without becoming defensive. For instance, instead of saying, "You never listened to me," which might spark guilt or anger, try rephrasing it. You could say, "When you interrupt me during our conversations, I feel unheard." This slight adjustment changes the focus from accusing to expressing your feelings. You're also taking ownership of your experience, which is less likely to provoke a negative reaction. Choose a quiet moment to bring up issues, ensuring you both have space to discuss what matters. Clarity in your expression is critical. You should be concise but descriptive enough to convey your real feelings. Think about what behaviors specifically trigger your emotions and prepare to share how those moments affect you. You might say, "When you check your phone while I'm talking, I feel unimportant." This not only shares your experience, but also highlights an area for improvement without creating an adversarial atmosphere. By framing your experiences this way, you create an opportunity for understanding, healing, and growth in your relationships. Whenever you need to raise an issue, remember that your aim should be to connect, not confront. Choose your words carefully, focus on your feelings, and encourage dialogue. This will help create a safe space for both parties to express their thoughts and move toward resolution. By practicing this technique, you can maintain an atmosphere of care and respect, which is crucial for nurturing real relationships. What not to do: attack, generalize, assume intent. When conflicts arise between friends, the way we respond can either heal the relationship or make things worse. Attacking someone during a disagreement rarely leads to understanding. It often triggers defensiveness and can deepen hurt feelings on both sides. Instead of focusing on the person's character, it's important to talk about specific behaviors or situations. Saying "you always ignore me" feels like an attack and can lead to more tension. But sharing how you feel when plans fall through keeps the conversation honest without causing a fight. Generalizing is another common pitfall that can sour connections fast. Using words like always, never, or everyone exaggerates problems and paints an unfair picture. For example, telling a friend "you never listen to me" isn't usually true and can make them feel boxed in or unfairly blamed. When we generalize, we close off the chance to hear the full story or find common ground. It's more helpful to focus on one moment or instance and explain how it affected you. This approach opens up space for empathy and a better understanding of each other's experience. Assuming intent behind someone's actions is also a source of many misunderstandings. Often, we jump to conclusions about why a friend said or did something hurtful. We might think they're trying to be mean, selfish, or uncaring when that might not be the case. Real life is complicated, and people make mistakes or act from their own struggles without meaning harm. Giving the benefit of the doubt allows room for honest conversations that clear up confusion. When you catch yourself assuming the worst, pause and consider alternative explanations for their behavior before reacting. Knowing these harmful habits is the first step to changing how you handle conflict with friends. When you avoid attacking, your words become less about hurting and more about sharing. This lays the groundwork for respect even in tough moments. It also protects your friendship from damage that can linger long after the fight ends. Setting clear boundaries means being honest about your feelings without blaming the other person's character. By focusing on your own experience, you invite your friend to listen without feeling crushed or defensive. Stopping generalizations keeps the conversation grounded in reality. It helps both people see the situation clearly, rather than getting lost in exaggeration or frustration. You can say something like, "I felt overlooked when you didn't respond last night," instead of "you never care about me." This simple shift makes it easier for friends to respond constructively because they don't feel attacked. Clear, respectful language builds trust by showing you value the friendship enough to be fair and accurate. When you check your assumptions about intent, you create room for deeper understanding. Instead of reacting with anger, you open a door that might lead to an apology, clarification, or a change in behavior. Remember that everyone comes from their own place of struggle, and what feels like rejection might simply be a busy schedule or a distracted mind. Recognizing this can ease the weight of hurt feelings. It encourages curiosity rather than suspicion, which strengthens the bond between you. In practice, when you notice yourself starting to attack, generalize, or assume negative motives, try pausing before you speak. Take a moment to breathe and ask yourself what you really want to say and what result you hope for. Often, approaching the situation with kindness and clarity improves the chances of resolving the conflict and keeping your connection alive. This small habit of self-awareness can change how you experience friendship struggles and open the door to deeper, more honest relationships. How they might respond. Best case. Listen and apologize. Middle case. Get defensive. How to respond. Worst case. Dismiss you. Consider if friendship is worth it. When you approach someone honestly and openly, the best response they can give is to listen attentively and genuinely apologize if needed. Sometimes, people realize that a mistake or a misunderstanding caused hurt, and they're willing to admit it. They might say something like, "I didn't realize I hurt you. I'm sorry," or "Thanks for telling me. I value our connection enough to make it right." This kind of response shows empathy and respect. It creates an opening for rebuilding trust and moving forward. Listening carefully, without interrupting or defending yourself, allows the other person to feel heard. An apology that's sincere signals that you care enough to address the hurt and want to mend the relationship. When someone responds this way, it's important to thank them for listening and for their apology, even if it's uncomfortable. You might say, "I appreciate you hearing me out," or "Thank you for understanding." Showing gratitude reinforces the trust and makes it easier for both of you to open up in the future. Remember, a genuine apology isn't about guilt or blame. It's about acknowledgement and taking responsibility. If you receive such a response, it's a sign that the other person values your friendship enough to make things right, which can deepen your bond over time. Sometimes, instead of accepting responsibility, a person may become defensive when you bring up an issue. They might say things like, "I didn't mean it that way," or "You're overreacting," or even accuse you of misunderstanding or being overly sensitive. In these moments, they're trying to protect themselves from feeling guilty or vulnerable. Their defensiveness can feel like a barrier to honest communication. If you respond with frustration or anger, it's likely to escalate the situation, making it harder to resolve the problem. Instead, the key is to stay calm and avoid jumping into a debate about who's right or wrong. A helpful approach is to acknowledge their feelings without dismissing your own. You might say, "I hear that you're feeling defensive," or "I understand this is uncomfortable for you." Then, gently clarify your perspective without blaming. For example, "I'm not trying to accuse you. I just wanted to share how I felt." Sometimes, giving space for their defensive reaction can encourage them to settle down and listen more openly. Recognize that defensiveness often blocks progress, but it can also signal that someone feels vulnerable or exposed. Your calm response can create a safe space for them to step out of that defensiveness and truly hear you. In the worst-case scenario, the individual might dismiss your feelings entirely. They might say things like, "That's your problem," or "I don't want to talk about it," or even avoid you altogether. This dismissive attitude can feel cold and rejecting, making you question whether the friendship is worth holding on to. When someone dismisses you, It often signals that they're unwilling or unable to engage at a genuine level. Their reaction might stem from a variety of reasons, such as discomfort, indifference, or a desire to end the conversation quickly. It can be painful to be ignored or pushed away, especially when you're trying to express something meaningful. Faced with dismissal, it's wise to step back and assess the relationship. Not every friendship can withstand this kind of response, and sometimes it's a sign that boundaries need to be reevaluated. If someone consistently dismisses your feelings or needs, it may be time to consider whether this connection is healthy or worth your emotional investment. Remember, a respectful friendship involves mutual understanding and care. If someone shows they can't or won't meet you halfway, focusing on relationships that do value your openness and vulnerability might serve you better in the long run. Protecting your emotional well-being is paramount. Sometimes, silence or distance is the best response to dismissive behavior. Dealing with different responses can be challenging, but understanding these reactions helps you navigate conversations more consciously. If you're met with a dismissive attitude, it's often best to step back and reflect on whether pressing further is worth the risk of emotional hurt. In any case, authenticity and patience are your best tools in building relationships that truly matter. How to apologize when you're wrong. Apologizing can feel challenging, but it's an essential part of maintaining healthy relationships. When you admit fault, you signal to others that you value the relationship and are willing to take responsibility for your actions. A sincere apology helps to rebuild trust that may have been damaged. It's important to recognize that everyone makes mistakes. Acknowledging your own missteps not only shows humility, but also demonstrates your commitment to improving as a person and a friend. People appreciate when someone owns up to their errors, which can significantly strengthen the bond between you and others. To apologize effectively, start by being genuine. Speak from the heart and avoid making excuses for your behavior. Clearly state what you are apologizing for and express how you believe it affected the other person. For instance, saying "I'm sorry for being late. I know it made you feel unimportant," conveys empathy and understanding. After acknowledging your wrongdoing, listen to their response without interrupting. This shows that you value their feelings and perspectives. Following this, it can be helpful to outline how you plan to avoid repeating the mistake in the future. This gives the other person confidence that you're committed to change and growth. Remember, a good apology is not just about saying the words, it's about the intention behind them. Make sure your behavior matches your apologies. Consistently act in ways that reflect your commitment to making things right. An effective apology can be a powerful step towards healing and can help pave the way for a deeper connection. So the next time you find yourself in a situation where you need to apologize, consider these elements, stay sincere, and approach the conversation as an opportunity for growth. Action step: address unresolved tension with one friend. When a friendship is clouded by unresolved tension, it can quietly chip away at trust and connection. Ignoring those uncomfortable feelings often creates distance, making conversations feel forced or superficial. The longer issues remain unspoken, the harder it becomes to bridge the gap. Tension might appear as awkward silences, avoidance, or even subtle resentment. Each small moment like this slowly pulls friends apart, even if both people still care deeply. Addressing that tension is not about blame or proving who is right. It is about clearing the air so both friends can understand each other better. Bringing unresolved feelings into the open shows respect because it values honesty over silence. When the hesitation to speak up lowers, trust can begin to repair. It allows the friendship to return to a place where real connection feels possible again, rather than remaining stuck in a tricky, uncomfortable space. Sometimes, the fear of making things worse keeps us from speaking up, but holding back usually causes more harm in the long run. Taking the first step to talk can feel risky, yet it often leads to relief. even if the conversation is difficult. Respecting the friendship means caring enough to clear muddy waters rather than letting them deepen. Starting a conversation about unresolved tension begins with choosing the right moment, somewhere private and calm where both people feel safe. Begin by expressing your own feelings honestly but gently. Instead of blaming, use phrases like, "I've been feeling," or "I noticed between us." This invites your friend to hear your experience without feeling attacked. It's okay to admit feeling nervous or unsure. Showing vulnerability often encourages openness. After sharing your perspective, give your friend the chance to speak without interruption. Listening closely without planning your response shows you value what they have to say. Sometimes, just being heard can soften defenses and open the way for deeper understanding. Acknowledge their feelings, even if they differ from yours. Phrases like, "I can see why you felt that way," or "That makes sense to me," go a long way in letting someone know their emotions matter. Try to explore the root of the tension together. What happened? What misunderstandings might have occurred? What unmet needs or expectations contributed? This process helps shift the focus from finger-pointing to teamwork. Reconciliation isn't about forgetting or pretending nothing happened. It's about agreeing to move forward with more awareness, respect, and care. If emotions run high, take breaks when needed and don't rush the process. Sometimes just agreeing to talk again later gives both people space to calm down and reflect. Ending conversations with a simple affirmation, like, "I value our friendship and want to work this out," can keep the door open for healing. Small gestures afterward, such as a message checking in or a thoughtful action, reinforce the commitment to reconnect. Remember, addressing tension with one friend can strengthen your ability to handle difficult talks with others, too. It teaches patience, kindness, and honesty, skills essential for all lasting relationships. Taking the risk to clear the air moves a friendship away from surface-level politeness and toward genuine closeness. Chapter 14. Knowing when to let a friendship go. Years-long friendship, but every interaction drains you. There was a friendship that had lasted for more than a decade. At first, it was effortless, easy to enjoy and look forward to. We shared laughs, supported each other through tough times, and felt like we truly understood one another. But over time, something started to shift. What once felt like a safe space and a source of joy began to drain energy from me, almost without me realizing it. The conversations became heavier, the interactions more obligatory. Every exchange left me feeling more exhausted than fulfilled, as if I was pouring my soul into something that no longer gave back. At first, I convinced myself it was just a rough patch. Maybe I was tired or overwhelmed with other parts of life. But the pattern persisted. Small interactions grew burdensome. Even simple messages or quick meetups felt like a task rather than a pleasure. I found myself avoiding calls and declining invitations more often. The friendship that once felt like an anchor now felt like a weight pulling me down. I began to question whether staying connected was worth the toll it was taking on my mental health. It's easy to get caught in the idea that long-standing friendships are meant to last forever, regardless of how they affect us. But relationships should not come at the cost of your well-being. Recognizing that a friendship is draining you is not about blaming someone or feeling guilty. It's about understanding that interactions must be mutually supportive, and if they're not, it's okay to rethink how close you remain. Sometimes, the effort you put in doesn't match the energy you get back, and that imbalance can slowly erode your spirit. It's helpful to notice the emotional toll of these interactions. Are you feeling more anxious or exhausted after spending time with this person? Do you feel drained and worn out, not uplifted or understood? If these feelings are frequent, it signals that the relationship may be more harmful than helpful. Reflecting on these moments can help you see that not every friendship needs to be maintained at all costs. Sometimes, Protecting your energy and mental health means stepping back or redefining what the relationship looks like moving forward. Pay attention to your own reactions and feelings during and after interactions. If you notice that your conversations are often one-sided, or you feel more anxious or depleted afterward, that's a clear sign. Long-time friendships that drain rather than nourish aren't necessarily malicious or intentional. They often evolve without anyone noticing. But acknowledging this truth is the first step toward making healthier choices for yourself. It might mean setting boundaries, limiting contact, or even choosing to let go of some connections that no longer serve your growth or happiness. Recognizing when a friendship is draining isn't about ending every close relationship, but about being honest with yourself about what genuinely energizes you and what drains you. It's about understanding your limits and respecting your own needs. Sometimes, a conversation about feelings or boundaries can bring clarity. Other times, it may be necessary to gradually step back from a relationship that no longer feels right. Either way, the goal is to prioritize your emotional health without guilt or shame. Protecting your peace in relationships is not selfish. It's essential for your well-being and allows space for genuine, reciprocal connections to flourish. Hard truth: not all friendships last forever. Friendships can begin like bright sparks, filled with excitement and hope. But over time, certain relationships may fade, shift, or even extinguish entirely. This phenomenon is not just a common experience. It is also a natural part of life. Often, people grow and change in different directions. As we navigate changes in careers, lifestyles, or personal values, it becomes evident that some connections will no longer suit us. Recognizing that friendships may not endure is essential to understanding our social landscape. This realization allows us to appreciate the friendships we have for what they are, rather than what we wish they could be. Some friendships serve a purpose, helping us through transitional periods or life events, while others may show their true colors when we face difficulties. A supportive friend can become a source of strength, while a friend who consistently drains your energy or undermines your happiness may signal it's time to reconsider that relationship. Healthy friendships should bring joy, support, and a sense of belonging, not weigh us down with negativity or stress. If you find yourself constantly questioning your friends' intentions, feeling unsupported, or dreading interactions, these are red flags that the dynamic has shifted. It is essential to evaluate how a friendship makes you feel. Feeling anxious or drained after spending time with someone can indicate that it's time to reassess the relationship. Ending a friendship can evoke a range of emotions, such as sadness or guilt, but acknowledging the necessity of that change is crucial. Remember that letting go of a friendship does not mean you are a bad person. It simply reflects the fact that people evolve. Cherishing memories and acknowledging the role the person played in your life is essential, but so is honoring your growth and well-being. Surrounding yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you is not only important, it's a fundamental aspect of a fulfilling life. As you navigate friendships, consider this practical tip: keep an emotional ledger of your relationships. By periodically assessing how people make you feel, you can help identify which friendships energize you and which ones deplete you. This exercise can guide you in making choices about where to invest your time and energy moving forward, leading to connections that genuinely resonate with your values and needs. Signs it's time to let go: one-sided, draining, they don't respect boundaries, you've grown apart, it's toxic. There's a certain feeling that starts to creep in when a friendship begins to lose its balance. It might feel like you're the only one making the effort to stay connected, reaching out with little to no response or enthusiasm from the other side. One-sided friendships often leave you questioning if they truly value your presence or if you're simply filling space in their life out of convenience. When you notice this becoming a pattern, it's a red flag that things are becoming unsustainable. Over time, The emotional energy you invest isn't returned, leaving you feeling drained rather than uplifted. Friendships are supposed to be a source of support, encouragement, and mutual give and take. When that dynamic shifts so heavily towards one person, something is off. Another clear sign is when your boundaries aren't respected. Perhaps you've shared your limits around time, emotional availability, or certain topics, but these aren't honored. Instead, the other person may dismiss your needs, push past your comfort zones, or make you feel guilty for standing up for yourself. Healthy friendships create safe spaces where both people feel heard and valued. If you find yourself constantly walking on eggshells or feeling violated in small but recurring ways, it's a signal that the foundation of respect is breaking down. This boundary crossing can sometimes look subtle, like shrugging off your requests or ignoring your feelings, but it chips away at emotional safety and trust. Sometimes, friendships quietly fade because you've simply grown apart. Interests change, values shift, or life circumstances evolve in ways that make your connection less relevant or fulfilling. It's natural for people to develop in different directions, but if you're feeling more distant, disconnected, or even indifferent to the friendship, this distancing needs attention. When shared conversations feel shallow or strained, and you no longer look forward to spending time together, it's a sign that the emotional resonance between you has diminished. These moments aren't always dramatic. Often, they're marked by an undercurrent of discomfort or disinterest. Recognizing this drift is important because holding on out of nostalgia or guilt won't restore the connection you once had. On the more serious side, a friendship can turn toxic. Toxic friendships are characterized by negativity, manipulation, or harmful behaviors that damage your self-esteem and well-being. If you notice consistent criticism, jealousy, or control disguised as concern, the relationship may be hurting you more than helping. Toxic friends might isolate you from others, take more than they give, or make you feel responsible for their problems. The emotional toll of such friendships isn't always obvious at first. It can build gradually until you're overwhelmed by anxiety, sadness, or a sense of worthlessness after interacting with that person. Recognizing toxicity requires honest self-reflection and sometimes the courage to admit that a relationship is causing harm rather than healing. Letting go of a friendship isn't a failure or a sign of weakness. It's a crucial act of self-care. When a relationship drains you, disrespects your boundaries, or leaves you feeling small, holding on keeps you trapped in emotional patterns that undermine your happiness. Recognizing the point where maintaining a friendship costs more than it gives allows you to protect your energy and make space for healthier connections. It's a way of honoring your growth, needs, and emotional health, which all deserve attention and respect. Sometimes people fear letting go because of worry over loneliness or guilt about abandoning someone. But staying in unhealthy friendships often intensifies loneliness rather than reducing it. Taking steps to let go doesn't mean you have to make a public announcement or cut off contact abruptly unless the situation requires it for your safety. Instead, it can be a gentle process of pulling away, setting firmer boundaries, or gradually reducing the time and emotional energy you invest. Clear communication can help if you feel safe doing so. For example, expressing how the relationship has changed for you or why you need space can create understanding and closure. If the other person isn't open to change or respect, it's even clearer that distance is necessary. At the same time, approaching this process with compassion for both yourself and the other person helps soften the hurt and guilt that may come up. Accept that friendships evolve and sometimes end, just like any other relationship. It can be helpful to remind yourself that letting go is a step toward new possibilities, not just a loss. By making room in your life, you invite connections that are more balanced, respectful, and nurturing. Pay attention to how your body and mind feel when you think about a friendship. Does it bring tension or peace? Notice the relief or calm that sometimes follows putting healthy distance between yourself and a draining relationship. This discomfort is often a sign you're ready for change. Lastly, practice kindness toward yourself during this process. It's okay to mourn the end of a friendship and still believe in your capacity to build meaningful, authentic connections. Time and self-compassion will help you heal and open your heart again. When deciding whether to stay or let go, try journaling your feelings and experiences related to the friendship. Writing can shine a light on hidden emotions or patterns you might not see clearly in the moment. Reflecting on questions like, how do I feel after spending time with this person? Or what do I gain or lose by staying connected? Can clarify your intuition. Remember that your emotional well-being deserves to be a top priority, and that healthy friendships support and celebrate who you are, rather than deplete or diminish you. How to end it? Option 1. Slow fade. Option 2. Honest conversation. Option 3. Boundary shift. Downgrade. Don't end. Many people choose to gently step away from friendships that no longer feel right without making a formal or confrontational move. This approach, often called a slow fade, involves gradually reducing the amount of time and energy you invest in the relationship over weeks or months. It can be a respectful way to disengage without causing hurt or drama. For example, you might start replying a bit later to messages, decline invites more often, or keep conversations shorter. Over time, the friendship naturally becomes less central to your life, allowing both of you to drift apart naturally. This method works best when the friendship isn't highly toxic or deeply rooted in obligation, but still offers value for a time. The key with a slow fade is consistency. If you're careful to avoid sudden or cold endings, the other person may not even notice at first. But be aware that it can sometimes leave questions about what happened or lead to assumptions. It's helpful to stay somewhat polite and friendly if you encounter each other, but avoid overly engaging or making promises to reconnect. Remember, it's a way to prioritize your well-being with minimal conflict. Keep in mind that this approach works best when the ending isn't urgent or driven by conflict, but rather by a natural shift in your feelings or priorities. Having an open, honest talk can be a straightforward way to close a chapter in a friendship. When you choose this route, you communicate your feelings directly, explaining why you feel the need to step back or end the relationship. Preparing for this conversation means being clear about your reasons and maintaining a respectful tone. It's about sharing how you've changed or what you need now, rather than pointing fingers or assigning blame. This kind of conversation can sometimes bring unexpected relief or understanding, helping both people find closure. During the chat, focus on using I statements that express your feelings and needs. For example, you might say, "I've realized I need to focus more on myself right now," rather than "you've been demanding." It's also helpful to listen if the other person has feelings or concerns, even if you're firm in your decision. If the friendship has been difficult, confrontational, or hurtful, honesty can clear the air and prevent lingering misunderstandings. Remember, it's about giving each other closure so each of you can move forward without resentment or confusion. Sometimes, ending a friendship completely feels like an overreaction, especially if the relationship still holds some positive aspects. Instead of ending it outright, you can choose to shift boundaries and adjust the level of closeness. This might mean spending less time together or engaging only in specific contexts where you feel comfortable. You're not cutting the person out entirely, but you're lowering your expectations and commitments to protect your emotional health. This approach is useful when you value certain parts of the friendship but realize it's no longer serving your best interests. For instance, you might decide to see the person only in group settings or limit deep conversations to certain topics. It allows you to maintain a connection without feeling overwhelmed or drained. Over time, these small boundary shifts can naturally reduce the intensity of the relationship, giving you space to focus on other connections or your own growth. It's a way to keep the good parts without feeling obligated to maintain a level of closeness that no longer fits your life. Sometimes, a friend might also respond positively to this kind of restructuring, clarifying that you still care and appreciating the parts of the friendship that work can soften the shift. Keep in mind that boundary shifts aren't about avoiding conflict. They're about protecting yourself while respecting the other person. They can make the process feel less abrupt and more aligned with your current needs, giving both of you time to adjust. Handle guilt. You're not obligated to stay. Experiencing guilt when contemplating the end of a friendship is common, and this feeling can often weigh heavily on your mind. You may find yourself reflecting on shared memories, the support you've given each other, or the time invested in the relationship. It's natural to feel a sense of obligation, especially if the other person has leaned on you during tough times or if they seem to value the friendship more than you do. However, it's important to recognize that guilt shouldn't be the primary driver of your choices regarding any relationship. Holding on to a friendship out of guilt can lead to resentment and prevent you from pursuing connections that genuinely uplift you. One way to process these feelings of guilt is to ask yourself why they are surfacing. Are you feeling responsible for another person's happiness? Do you fear causing them pain by stepping back? Understanding the root of your guilt can provide clarity and a better perspective. It's helpful to remember that every relationship has its season, and it's okay for some friendships to change or fade as you grow. Letting go of a friendship doesn't diminish the good times or the support you've shared. Instead, it can open the door to new connections and opportunities that align more closely with your current self. The first step in freeing yourself from guilt is acknowledging that you are not obligated to remain in any friendship. You have the right to reassess your connections and prioritize your emotional health. This understanding shifts the narrative from one of obligation to one of choice. It empowers you to examine whether a relationship still adds value to your life or has become a source of stress and negativity. By prioritizing your needs, you create space for more fulfilling interactions that enhance your overall well-being. Recognizing that friendships can come to a natural end is also pivotal. Friendships may change based on life circumstances, personal growth, and shifting priorities. What once worked for you may no longer be effective or enjoyable. When you accept that it's okay to walk away from a friendship that no longer serves you, you empower yourself to seek out healthier dynamics that nourish your spirit. Surrounding yourself with positive influences contributes significantly to your emotional resilience. Remember, your ability to connect deeply with others comes from a place of personal strength and self-awareness, which can only grow when you prioritize relationships that truly fulfill you. As you navigate the complexities of friendship and guilt, consider practicing self-compassion. Reflect on what you need and deserve in your relationships, and give yourself permission to step away from those that no longer resonate with your journey. A simple exercise can be to journal about your feelings regarding each friendship in your life. This can help you clarify your thoughts and feelings, making it easier to decide which connections to invest in or let go of. Action step: decide, fix it, set boundaries, or let it go. When you feel stuck or uncertain about a friendship, the first step is to take a step back and honestly evaluate the relationship. Think about what you really want and need from this connection. Ask yourself whether this friendship brings more support and joy to your life, or if it causes frustration and stress. Pay attention to how you feel after spending time with this person. Is there energy and warmth, or do you feel drained and anxious? Also consider how the other person behaves. Are they respectful of your needs and feelings, or do they repeatedly cross boundaries? Sometimes, discomfort or disappointment can be temporary. Other times, these feelings signal that something deeper is off. It helps to look for patterns instead of isolated incidents. For example, if your friend often cancels plans last minute or only reaches out when they need something, that might point to a lack of balance. On the other hand, If most interactions feel genuine and positive, but a few rough patches occur, it could mean the relationship just needs a little tending. Remember that friendships are like plants. They need care, watering, and sometimes pruning. Taking stock lets you decide whether you're dealing with something worth investing in, something that needs clear boundaries, or something that's past the point of repair. Once you've assessed your friendship honestly, it's time to take clear action. If you see potential and want to fix things, start by communicating what's on your mind. Share how you feel without blaming or accusing. Use I statements like, "I feel hurt when plans get canceled last minute," instead of "you never show up." This invites a conversation rather than a conflict. Be ready to listen to their perspective as well. Repairing a friendship takes both sides meeting halfway. Sometimes that means rebuilding trust or setting new expectations together. It may also involve making small changes in your own behavior or giving the friendship more attention over time. If fixing the friendship feels too difficult or one-sided, setting boundaries clearly defines what you can and cannot accept. Boundaries protect your emotional energy and create safer spaces for connection. For example, you might decide that you no longer respond to messages outside certain hours, or that you avoid conversations that make you uncomfortable. Setting boundaries may feel awkward at first, especially if the person is used to overstepping, but it is a powerful way to respect yourself. Boundaries are not punishments. They are guidelines for healthier interactions. When communicated kindly and calmly, most people will respect your limits, even if there's some initial resistance. If neither fixing nor boundaries seem enough, you might have to let the friendship go. This doesn't mean giving up on connection altogether. It means preserving your well-being by stepping away from relationships that harm or stagnate you. Letting go can feel sad or scary, especially if this person has been part of your life for a long time. But holding on out of obligation or guilt drains you. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for yourself and the other person is to gracefully detach. This might mean gradually reducing contact or being honest about why you need distance. Remember that ending a friendship doesn't define failure. It means you are making space for healthier, more fulfilling connections to grow. Before making any decision, think about how each option serves your happiness and growth. Repairing means hope and effort. Boundaries offer safety and structure. Letting go allows freedom and renewal. Trust your judgment and emotions to guide you. If you find yourself confused or overwhelmed, try writing down your thoughts or talking to someone outside the situation. Clear decisions open the door to deeper connection or peace, whichever you need most right now. Chapter 15. Building a life where you're never lonely again. You've made friends, but still lonely sometimes. Walking into that familiar coffee shop, I felt a familiar rush of excitement mixed with nerves. I had been making efforts to expand my social circle, and finally, I was sitting across from someone I'd met a few weeks ago. We shared a few laughs, exchanged stories, and even planned to meet again. But as I left that evening, I couldn't shake a strange feeling. The loneliness still lingered. Despite having these new faces and conversations, a part of me felt hollow. That night, I realized that making friends doesn't automatically erase the sense of being alone. It's a common experience. Many people find themselves surrounded by acquaintances, but still feel disconnected inside. This paradox can surprise many. You've put in the effort, maybe even pushed yourself out of comfort zones to build connections, yet the sense of loneliness persists. It can feel like you're caught in a cycle. You've achieved the goal of making friends, but the deeper longing for intimacy or understanding remains unfulfilled. This is because true connection is more than just being around people or exchanging small talk. Sometimes, it takes more than surface-level interactions to fill that emotional gap. Recognizing this is the first step toward addressing what ails us when friendships, no matter how plentiful, don't seem to satisfy the deeper need for belonging. What makes loneliness so persistent despite social efforts? Often, it comes down to the quality of those connections rather than quantity. You might be saying yes to invites out, but still holding back your true self. Maybe you're sharing superficial stories, but not opening up about what truly matters to you. Or perhaps, the friends you've made haven't yet seen your vulnerable side. Either way, loneliness isn't just about being alone. It's about feeling alone within your relationships. Knowing this helps you understand that bridging this gap requires more than just accumulating acquaintances. It involves cultivating relationships where you can be fully yourself and feel genuinely understood. One practical step is to reflect on your current friendships, asking yourself whether these interactions allow for real openness and emotional connection. If not, consider what might be missing. Is it trust, consistency, vulnerability? Building that kind of connection takes time and intentional effort. It's also helpful to remember that some loneliness can be a part of the process of deepening relationships, especially at the beginning. Sometimes, feeling a bit alone within your friendship signals that you're on the cusp of forming something more meaningful, but you need to lean into those feelings and take the next step, whether that's sharing more of yourself or inviting your friend into a deeper conversation. Ultimately, staying aware of this paradox can help you be patient and gentle with yourself as you navigate your social world. Real connection often requires more than surface interactions. It's about creating spaces where you can truly be seen and heard. Focusing on those opportunities can gradually transform loneliness from a persistent shadow into a part of your path toward genuine closeness. Truth: loneliness won't disappear completely. It's human. Loneliness is something everyone feels at different points in their lives. It's not just a sign of social failure or a lack of friends. It's a common thread that runs through our shared human experience. You might notice that, despite being surrounded by people, loneliness can creep in quietly, making you feel isolated even in a crowd. This feeling stems from our innate desire to connect and belong. Recognizing that loneliness is a natural emotion can somehow lighten the burden. It shifts the perspective from seeing loneliness as a flaw to understanding it as part of being human. You can acknowledge your feelings rather than bury them under the pressure to be perpetually connected or happy. Everyone faces moments of loneliness, whether it's during big life transitions, such as moving to a new city or dealing with personal changes like a breakup or job loss. These moments can feel isolating, but they resonate with many people. By understanding that this feeling is part of the broader human condition, one can accept it rather than fight against it. It helps to realize that the desire for warmth and connection is universal, cutting across age, culture, and background. When you allow yourself to feel this way rather than deny it, you can begin to understand your own emotional landscape a little better, reducing the shame or stigma around feeling lonely. In doing so, the pressure to completely erase loneliness lessens, and that can be a relief in itself. Accepting that loneliness may never entirely disappear can be liberating. Instead of fixating on eliminating loneliness, why not redirect that energy towards creating meaningful connections? This mindset shift can lead to more practical and rewarding interactions with others. Focusing on depth rather than breadth in relationships can prove to be more satisfying and fulfilling. When you think about your relationships, are you more concerned with the number of friends you have or the quality of these connections? By prioritizing meaningful interactions, you'll not only enhance your social life, but also build a support system that matters to you. When you remedy the expectation that you must always feel socially fulfilled, you open the door to exploring the relationships you already have. This could mean deepening ties with old friends or even forging new connections with people who share similar interests or values. Think of your friendships like a garden. Some friendships may bloom faster than others, and some require time and nurturing to truly grow. By accepting the persistent presence of loneliness, you empower yourself to focus on those relationships that bring you joy, rather than chasing after a fleeting sense of connection. Remember, loneliness does not equate to unworthiness or failure. Instead of resisting loneliness, embrace it. Use it as a springboard to create opportunities for genuine connections. Arrange a coffee date with someone you've been wanting to catch up with, or join a hobby group that piques your interest. These small actions can lead to richer experiences and deeper connections that make the occasional lonelier moments feel like a part of life you can accept. But you can build a life where it's temporary, not chronic. Loneliness can often feel like a deep, unshakable state when it clings to you day after day. The first step toward changing your experience is to shift how you understand it. Instead of seeing loneliness as a permanent label or a fixed part of who you are, think of it as something that can change over time. Like any difficult feeling, loneliness rises and falls. It has seasons. When you accept this, you open the door for hope. Hope that your current feelings don't have to define your life forever. This mindset isn't about ignoring or minimizing loneliness, but about recognizing that it isn't an unchangeable condition. It's a temporary experience that can be addressed and relieved. This flexibility in thinking protects you from getting stuck in despair. Resilience isn't just about toughness. It's about adapting and letting yourself move forward despite hard emotions. When loneliness feels overwhelming, remind yourself that it is part of a process, not the final destination. You can develop this by gently noticing your feelings without judging them or yourself. It helps to see loneliness as a signal rather than a label, a reminder that something in your social life needs attention. Thinking this way gives you power because it moves you from being a passive victim of loneliness to an active participant in your own connection journey. Changing loneliness from a chronic state into a temporary phase takes more than mindset alone. It requires action, day by day, habit by habit. Small steps toward connection add up. Begin by creating routines that bring you closer to others, even if the interactions start small. For example, regularly attending a community class, joining an interest group, or volunteering creates natural opportunities to meet people. These activities anchor you in social spaces and build familiarity. Over time, these familiar settings become safe spots where connection can grow without pressure or expectation. Alongside these external habits, internal habits matter too. Practicing curiosity about others, asking genuine questions, and listening fully can deepen relationships over time. Sharing a part of yourself, even small and ordinary details, invites others in and encourages trust. Scheduling time for friend-building activities, such as having coffee with someone or sending a thoughtful message, makes connection intentional rather than accidental. Building these habits into your life creates a steady foundation you can rely on when loneliness threatens to return. While you might be tempted to wait until things feel perfect or until you find the right group, the key is to start wherever you are. Connection is rarely instant or perfect. It grows in messy, imperfect ways. Keep practicing openness and patience. Eventually, these habits will help you build a life where loneliness is a moment you move through, not a chronic condition you endure indefinitely. The components of a connected life: core people, 2 to 3, activity friends, 5 to 10, community, place you belong, solitude, not loneliness. Having a few core people in your life means more than just knowing a lot of people. These are the individuals who really understand you and with whom you can share your deepest feelings and thoughts. These relationships need effort and attention. You can't just stumble into them without knowing it. They develop over time through mutual trust, shared experiences, and a willingness to be vulnerable. Keeping these connections strong involves regular communication, being present when it matters most, and showing genuine interest in each other's lives. Core relationships usually consist of 2 or 3 people who offer consistent support and companionship. These can be a best friend, a family member, or even a trusted coworker. The goal is to have people with whom you feel safe, understood, and valued. Building these bonds requires honesty, patience, and a willingness to accept each other's flaws. It's not about having perfect relationships, but about having genuine ones where both parties can be their true selves. To nurture these core relationships, think about spending quality time together, whether that's having a long conversation, sharing a hobby, or simply being available when the other person needs support. Keep in mind that these relationships are an investment. They require consistent effort, but yield a deep sense of connection and stability in your life. When done well, core relationships become anchors that help you navigate life's ups and downs with resilience. Beyond your core connections, having a diversity of social experiences enriches your life in meaningful ways. Activity friends are those you enjoy spending time with doing specific things, like sports, hobbies, or attending events. They don't necessarily know your innermost thoughts, but add fun, energy, and variety. You might have 5 to 10 such friends with whom you share common interests, which helps you stay connected without relying heavily on deep emotional exchanges. Community, on the other hand, provides a sense of belonging in a larger sense. It can be your neighborhood, a religious group, a club, or a volunteering organization. Being part of a community gives you a feeling of being part of something bigger than yourself. It offers opportunities to meet new people, contribute, and feel connected to a shared purpose. Regular participation helps build bonds over time and can be a source of comfort during challenging periods. Solitude is often misunderstood as loneliness, but it's really about your relationship with yourself. Taking time alone allows for reflection, renewal, and clarity. It helps you process experiences and reconnect with your inner self. Solitude can be a source of strength, providing balance to your social life by preventing burnout and fostering a sense of independence. Regularly carving out time for solitude can deepen your appreciation for your connections and improve your resilience in face of life's uncertainties. Maintaining this balance requires awareness. Engaging with activity friends energizes you without draining your emotional reserves. Participating in community activities provides a sense of purpose and belonging. Meanwhile, cultivating solitude offers space to recharge and reflect, preventing social fatigue. When these elements work together, they create a foundation that is resilient, flexible, and fulfilling, enriching your life in ways that meet both your social needs and your need for inner peace. How to maintain all four. Building strong relationships takes effort, and maintaining them is just as crucial. Start by setting regular check-ins with your friends, family, and acquaintances. This can be as simple as a text message or a phone call to ask how they're doing. Make it a habit to reach out at least once a week to each type of connection you have. This will show you care and keep the lines of communication open. Organizing casual get-togethers or activities is another excellent way to keep connections alive. Whether it's a coffee date or a group hike, spending physical time together strengthens bonds and creates shared memories that help maintain emotional warmth. To nurture emotional connections, practice active listening. When your loved ones share their thoughts or feelings, give them your full attention and validate their experiences. This simple practice can go a long way in reassuring them that they matter and deepening your relationship. It's also helpful to express vulnerability. Sharing your struggles can encourage others to open up as well, leading to a more profound understanding of one another. Creating traditions, like a monthly dinner or yearly trip, also plays a significant role in maintaining friendships. These shared activities provide touchpoints you can look forward to and remind you of your shared history. Consistency is key in keeping all relationships thriving. Establish personalized routines that fit your lifestyle. For example, if you enjoy cooking, try inviting friends over for dinner once a month. If you prefer activities, commit to trying a new group class or workshop together regularly. Creating these engagements can break the monotony and make it easier for connections to flourish. Don't forget to celebrate special occasions like birthdays and anniversaries. A small gesture like sending a card or text message on their special day can show you are thinking about them, keeping the connection warm. It's also essential to shift your mindset around relationships. Instead of focusing solely on quantity, the number of friends or connections you have, embrace the quality of your relationships. Prioritize depth over breadth. It's better to have a few close friends who you connect with deeply than a vast network of acquaintances who don't know you well. Make it a priority to engage in deep conversations that foster understanding. Ask questions, share stories, and don't shy away from talking about difficult topics. This openness often lays the foundation for long-term, fulfilling relationships that can withstand the test of time. To keep loneliness at bay, build a proactive attitude towards your relationships. This means not waiting for others to reach out. Instead, take initiative and foster connections before they become strained. Incorporate routines that encourage social interaction, such as volunteering or joining clubs that align with your interests. Involvement in group activities allows you to meet new people and gives you opportunities to strengthen existing friendships. Keeping a gratitude journal can also help you reflect on the positive relationships in your life, reminding you of the importance of connection even during tough times. The act of outreach shouldn't feel overwhelming. Set small goals like sending one text a week or inviting one friend for coffee each month. These manageable targets allow you to cultivate relationships without feeling burdened. Remember, many people also struggle with loneliness, and they might be waiting for someone like you to reach out. By making a concerted effort to maintain all 4 types of relationships, you'll not only enhance your emotional health, but also create a supportive network that encourages fulfilling connections. What to do when loneliness hits, short-term and long-term? When loneliness strikes, it often feels urgent and overwhelming, making it hard to think clearly or act in ways that help. In these moments, the first step is to find small, immediate ways to soothe yourself and reconnect with the world around you. You don't have to wait for a big event or a perfect situation to find relief. Simple actions, like stepping outside for fresh air or engaging your senses, can create a pause that breaks the intensity of loneliness. Even listening to music you love or lighting a candle can shift your mood enough to feel less stuck in that isolated space. Another quick way to ease loneliness is to reach out, even if it feels uncomfortable. A short text message to a neighbor, an old friend, or a coworker just to say hi or share a small part of your day can remind you that connection is still possible. If direct contact feels too hard, try joining an online community related to your interests or hobbies. Sometimes just reading how others express themselves or responding to a shared passion can help you feel less invisible. It's also helpful to move your body. Even a brief walk around your block can change your perspective and boost your mood. Physical activity triggers chemicals in your brain that ease stress, improve focus, and lift your spirits, all of which make loneliness easier to handle. If going outside isn't an option, stretching or dancing around your living room works in much the same way. In the moment loneliness hits, it's important to remind yourself that these feelings are temporary, even if they feel heavy right now. Write down what you are feeling or say it out loud to yourself. Naming the emotion can sometimes lessen its power. Try to avoid isolating yourself further by retreating into negative thoughts or distractions that numb without healing. Small, intentional acts of connection and self-care create a ripple effect that can build a bridge back to feeling grounded and seen. While short-term strategies help you manage the immediate pain of loneliness, long-term practices focus on building a life where loneliness is less frequent and less intense. Real change comes when you nurture habits that widen your circle and deepen your capacity for connection. This begins with shifting how you think about yourself and relationships. Instead of waiting for others to rescue you from loneliness, focus on becoming your own friend first. This means developing curiosity about your feelings, treating yourself kindly, and accepting that it's okay to feel lonely sometimes. It doesn't mean you are broken or unlovable. Another key practice is intentionally creating opportunities that foster real connection. This can look like joining a local group where people share your interests, volunteering for causes you care about, or taking classes that get you out of the house and face-to-face with new people. The goal isn't to collect a huge number of acquaintances, but to gradually build a few trustworthy relationships where you can be authentic. Keep in mind that deep friendships take time and consistent effort, so patience is crucial. Building meaningful connections also requires learning to show vulnerability in small, manageable ways. This might mean sharing a bit about your day when chatting with a coworker or expressing your true preferences when making plans. These honest moments encourage others to open up too, and over time, they lay the foundation for friendships that feel safe and satisfying. Lastly, tending to your emotional well-being prevents loneliness from taking root unnecessarily. Regularly practicing mindfulness, journaling about your experiences, or seeking support from a therapist or counselor can help you understand patterns in your loneliness and build resilience. The more you know about yourself, the clearer it becomes how to meet your needs and reach out when life feels alienating. With consistent effort, loneliness no longer controls your sense of self or happiness, but becomes something you can navigate and overcome. When loneliness hits, try focusing on one small, positive action, whether that's stepping outside, sending a quick message, or just breathing deeply for a few moments, and then gently expand your focus outward. Over time, these small steps accumulate into a more connected, accepting life where loneliness visits but doesn't stay long. Ultimate goal: feel known, valued, connected. Humans are wired for connection. From the moment we're born, we seek to be understood and accepted by others. It's not simply about having people around us, but about truly feeling seen and appreciated for who we are. When we feel known, it means others recognize our true selves, our hopes, fears, quirks, and dreams, and they respond with genuine interest. Valuing ourselves and others creates a sense of safety and trust, allowing relationships to deepen beyond surface greetings and casual chats. Connecting deeply isn't about having many acquaintances. It's about nurturing meaningful bonds where both sides feel heard and appreciated. Feeling valued is equally essential. It's one thing to be acknowledged, but another to be appreciated for who you genuinely are. When people feel valued, they believe their presence matters and their voice counts. This doesn't mean constant praise, but authentic appreciation that recognizes our worth. Valuing each other fosters confidence and encourages vulnerability, which are key to building trust. When you aim to feel known and valued, it shifts your focus from seeking validation from others to cultivating authenticity, being genuine, and inviting others to do the same. That's when relationships start moving beyond superficiality, turning into real connections where both parties feel safe and appreciated. The foundation of all this is connection. Feeling connected isn't just about sharing space or conversations. It's about mutual understanding and emotional closeness. When you connect with someone, you sense that you're not alone in your experiences or feelings. You realize someone truly understands your world, and you in turn understand theirs. This exchange transforms fleeting interactions into meaningful relationships. The desire to feel connected is universal and fundamental, no matter your age or background. It's what makes life richer and more fulfilling. Achieving this level of connection requires intentionality, being present, listening actively, and showing genuine interest, and it's something that everyone can learn to do. Building connections often starts with small, intentional shifts in how you approach relationships each day. First, focusing on genuine curiosity, asking questions that show interest rather than just performing small talk, can open doors to deeper conversations. When you approach others with openness and kindness, it encourages them to do the same. It's helpful to pause and reflect on your mindset as well. Instead of assuming people prefer to keep things superficial or fearing rejection, remind yourself that most people want connection too. Approaching interactions with this positive belief can ease nerves and make it easier to be authentic. Practicing active listening is a powerful way to make others feel truly known. This means giving your full attention, asking clarifying questions, and reflecting back what you hear. It's not just about waiting for your turn to speak, but about genuinely engaging with what the other person is sharing. Over time, this creates trust and emotional safety, encouraging real sharing. Making consistent small efforts, like initiating a coffee chat or sending a quick check-in message, builds familiarity and warm connection. These actions may seem minor, but add up to a stronger foundation for more meaningful relationships. Shifting your mindset from waiting to be chosen to actively choosing connection is another important step. Recognize that you are deserving of genuine relationships and approach others with kindness and authenticity. Try to let go of perfectionism or the need to impress. Instead, accept that being sincere and vulnerable, even in small ways, can be enough. The goal isn't to be perfect, but to be real. When you focus on showing up as your authentic self, you create space for others to do the same. Over time, this consistency helps transform surface-level encounters into bonds where you feel truly valued and known, papering over the loneliness that can so easily take hold when we stick to surface interactions. Action step: map your connected life. Where are the gaps? Mapping your connected life starts with a clear assessment of your current relationships. Consider all the people you regularly interact with: friends, coworkers, family, and acquaintances. Take a moment to categorize these connections based on their depth and importance to you. For instance, think about who you truly connect with on a personal level versus those with whom your interaction remains surface level. Are there friends you see only during social gatherings, but never discuss anything deeply meaningful? Are there relatives who you care for, but the conversations tend to be about small talk rather than sharing feelings or experiences? Noticing these distinctions helps identify the areas where genuine connection may be absent. Next, reflect on the emotional fulfillment these relationships provide. Ask yourself questions such as, do these connections make me feel seen and valued? Do I feel comfortable being my true self around these individuals? It's natural to have a range of relationships, but if most are superficial, this could be an indication of gaps needing attention. Write down your findings. This inventory may surprise you and help clarify your current social landscape. Once you have assessed your relationships, the next step is to create a visual map of your social life. This can be as simple as drawing circles on a piece of paper, each circle representing a person or a group. Organize them based on tiers of closeness. Place your core friends in the center, as these are the people with whom you share your most authentic self, followed by more distant connections in outer circles. This visual will help you see at a glance where your relationships lie. As you create this map, consider the empty spaces or gaps. Are there fewer connections in the inner circles compared to outer ones? This might highlight a need to foster deeper relationships with those you care about. Look for patterns, like whether you have many acquaintances but few close friends. Identifying these areas can serve as a clear call to action to seek deeper connections in your life. For example, if you notice several individuals in your activity friends group that you'd like to get to know better, make a plan to invite them out for coffee or a casual lunch. The visual representation of your social life can be a powerful motivational tool in your journey toward forging meaningful connections. Epilogue: you're worth knowing. Remember that lonely Friday night. Remember that lonely Friday night, sitting alone with your phone in hand, scrolling through social media feeds filled with photos of smiling groups and lively gatherings? It felt like everyone else had places to be and people to be with, while you were stuck in solitude. This experience isn't just a one-off. It's a moment many adults know all too well. Loneliness can hit hardest when the world around us seems connected, yet we feel invisible. That night is a starting point to understand the deeper reality behind loneliness and why it matters to recognize the value you bring to any relationship. Feeling isolated doesn't mean you lack worth or that meaningful connection is impossible. Instead, it's a signpost that your current way of relating to others might need some reshaping. Loneliness often feels like a personal failure, but it's actually a universal human experience. It's important to remember that your feelings matter and that you deserve to be seen, heard, and understood. The empty space on that quiet Friday night is more than just a pause. It's an invitation to look inward and see what's there waiting for connection. When you hold on to the truth of your own worth, you can begin to open doors to authentic friendships that go beyond the surface. Knowing your value means accepting yourself even when the world feels distant. It means realizing that you don't have to be perfect or enough for someone else. You just have to be real. Thinking back to that night can help you pause and reflect on your loneliness without judgment. When you recognize how many others are feeling the same way, it breaks the isolation's hold. It helps you understand that loneliness is not a reflection of your character, but often a mismatch between your needs and your current social situation. This understanding gives you a new kind of power, knowing that you are not alone and that the desire for real connection lives in many hearts. It can motivate you to take small steps toward building the kind of friendships that nourish and sustain you. Almost everyone encounters moments when they feel lonely, even those who seem surrounded by friends and family. These moments come and go, sometimes triggered by big life changes, other times by everyday routines that don't feed our need for closeness. Rather than rejecting these feelings, it's more helpful to accept them as part of the human experience. When you allow yourself to feel lonely without shame, you create space to explore what you really want from relationships and how you might reach for them differently. This doesn't mean settling for less or ignoring your needs. It means holding yourself with kindness, knowing that feeling lonely doesn't make you weak or unlovable. Recognizing your inherent value means shifting your perspective from one where connection is a prize to be won, to one where it is a natural part of being human. You don't have to become someone else or fix yourself before relationships happen. The qualities you already hold, your honesty, your curiosity, your humor, your presence, are the foundation for authentic friendships. Approaching relationships with compassion for yourself opens the door to compassion for others. When you bring awareness to your own feelings and needs, you communicate more clearly and create safer, more fulfilling connections. Building relationships this way takes patience and self-awareness. It requires giving yourself permission to take risks, make mistakes, and sometimes face rejection without letting it define your worth. Compassion toward yourself fuels resilience, making it easier to keep reaching out even when it feels hard. The journey toward finding real connection begins when you stop seeing loneliness as a flaw and start seeing it as a signal that you're ready for something more meaningful. Embracing this feeling, rather than pushing it away, helps you move from feeling stuck to feeling hopeful about forming connections that last. One practical step is to start noticing small moments in your day where connection feels possible. It might be a genuine smile at a cashier, a quick conversation with a coworker, or even sending a message to an old friend. These small acts build confidence and remind you that connection doesn't have to be overwhelming or perfect. Over time, they add up into a web of interactions that can grow into deeper relationships. Start where you are, with what you have, and trust that the loneliness you feel now can become a doorway into meaningful friendship. The truth you needed: you're not unlovable/boring/broken. Many people walk around feeling unlovable, boring, or broken. These thoughts often seem to surface during lonely moments or after setbacks in relationships. It's easy to believe these negative stories because they feel so real in the moment. But they're just stories that aren't based on your true value or worth. These feelings can make you forget that everyone has doubts, fears, and moments of self-criticism. The truth is, feeling unworthy doesn't make you unworthy. Feelings are temporary and aren't the same as facts. Most of the time, these feelings come from past hurts, along with society's tendency to promote perfectionism and comparison. No one is truly unlovable or boring. They're just human, with flaws and all. Recognizing that these feelings are common doesn't mean they're facts. It's vital to see them for what they are, temporary, non-defining thoughts, not the reality of your worth. Believing you are unlovable is a story many carry, often rooted in childhood experiences or past betrayal. Perhaps you were ignored, criticized, or rejected at some point. These memories can cling tightly, convincing you that you're not enough for others. But those moments don't define who you are now. Adults are resilient, capable of healing and rewriting their stories. The idea that you're boring usually comes from comparing yourself to others, especially when social media shows only highlight reels. But everyone has a unique blend of quirks, stories, and moments that make them interesting. Boring is a judgment, not a fact. You have your own experiences, perspectives, and humor that others might find refreshing or relatable. Feeling broken can stem from past failures or disappointments, but it doesn't mean you're irreparably damaged. We all carry scars, but they don't have to prevent us from forming meaningful connections. These feelings, being unlovable, boring, or broken, are often amplified by our own inner critic. This critic whispers negative messages and keeps us stuck in doubt. It's crucial to challenge these voices and realize they're not the whole story. Your worth isn't measured by your past mistakes, your perceived flaws, or even how others have treated you. It's rooted in your very existence, your capacity to grow, and your ability to connect with others. When you believe these false stories about yourself, it becomes harder to reach out or take risks socially. But understanding that these feelings are part of a narrative you can choose to change is empowering. You are more than your doubts and fears. Your real self is whole, lovable, and deserving of kindness, including from yourself. One practical step you can take is to notice when these thoughts arise. Instead of accepting them as truth, gently question them. Ask yourself, is this really true? Or where is this belief coming from? By doing this regularly, you begin to weaken the grip of negative stories and open space for more compassionate, accurate thoughts. Remember, everyone has moments of feeling unworthy or uncertain. Having those feelings doesn't mean you are these things. They are temporary states, not your permanent identity. The more you recognize these feelings as stories rather than facts, the easier it becomes to see your true worth, worthy of patience, kindness, and, most importantly, love from others and yourself. What you've learned. Understanding your loneliness is the first vital step towards making real connections. Everyone feels lonely at times, and recognizing this can help. Rather than viewing loneliness as a flaw, consider it an opportunity for growth and exploration. You begin to see that loneliness manifests in various forms: social, emotional, situational, and chronic. Knowing which type you face allows you to address it in specific ways. For instance, if social loneliness resonates most, you might focus on building new acquaintances and stepping into unexpected social circles. Learning about these different forms can change how you perceive your experiences and struggles. In redefining what friendship means, it becomes clear that relationships come in tiers. Not every person needs to be a close friend, and understanding those tiers, acquaintances, activity friends, close friends, and core friends, can ease the pressure you might feel. You don't need a vast network. Rather, a few close relationships where there is genuine support and understanding can be more fulfilling than a large circle of acquaintances. This shift in perspective helps you set realistic expectations and focus on nurturing quality relationships instead of quantity. Building authentic connections often starts with increasing your social confidence. Everyone feels nervous in new social situations. It's completely normal. What you can do is practice low-stakes interactions where the pressure is minimal. Starting conversations with new people over a common interest, whether at a cafe or a community event, allows for easier connections. By reframing your nervousness as excitement and working to shift your focus from yourself to others, these interactions can become less daunting. The more you practice, the more comfortable you will feel reaching out to others and expressing your genuine self. This journey emphasizes that meaningful relationships are not just for the socially skilled or the extroverted. They are for everyone. Your worthiness for connection is innate and reaffirmed through the strategies shared. Embracing your unique qualities, such as your honesty, sense of humor, and support for others, means realizing the contributions you can bring to relationships. Consider keeping a friendship inventory, where you list your attributes and reflect on what you can offer as a friend. Cultivating these attributes makes you more relatable and accessible to potential friends. Connection is an attainable skill, and the hardships you've faced do not diminish your ability to form lasting relationships. It's essential to remind yourself that these steps are not overnight solutions. They require patience and practice. Each small effort cumulatively leads to greater connections in your life. Keep in mind, initiating one simple conversation this week can lead you to unexpected friendships. What happens next? Awkward conversations. Some won't work, but you'll build connection. Awkward moments are a natural part of trying to build real relationships. Yet many people expect conversations to flow smoothly right away. This is rarely the case. When you reach out to someone new or try to deepen an existing connection, there will be times when silence stretches too long or words come out wrong. You might stumble over what to say, feel unsure about how to respond, or wonder if you're making a good impression at all. These uncomfortable moments don't mean you're failing. They mean you're trying. And that trying itself is how connection begins. Not every attempt to connect will take hold, and that's okay. Some conversations will fizzle, others may feel forced, and a few people might simply not be the right fit. The idea that every interaction should lead to instant friendship puts too much pressure on both sides. Instead, see each exchange as a step forward, no matter how small or imperfect it feels. Over time, these attempts add up. They build a pattern of openness and courage that attracts others and helps you discover where true connections naturally grow. Learning to be okay with awkwardness means accepting that connection doesn't always look or feel polished. Sometimes it's messy, uneven, or uncertain. That messiness is what makes it authentic. When you stop trying to avoid discomfort at all costs, you give yourself permission to be more real with others. You show up fully, even if that means fumbling through a conversation or not knowing exactly what to say. This kind of honesty is the soil where trust and closeness can take root. Discomfort and disappointment are inevitable in any effort to make meaningful bonds. You might invite someone to meet up and get turned down, or share something personal only to feel it was ignored or misunderstood. These moments sting, especially when you're vulnerable, but they also offer important lessons. Every awkward conversation or failed attempt is a chance to understand yourself better and refine how you connect with others. When something doesn't go well, it's helpful to view the experience as practice rather than rejection. Each tough encounter builds emotional strength and teaches you what feels right or wrong for you. You learn to spot who respects your boundaries, who shares your values, and who simply isn't available for deeper connection right now. This awareness keeps you from getting discouraged and helps you invest your time and energy where it matters most. Over time, these experiences make your approach to relationships more authentic. You become less afraid of vulnerability because you've seen that mistakes and awkwardness don't end everything. They're part of the process. You start to trust that showing your true self, even if it's imperfect, actually makes others feel safe to do the same. That reciprocal openness is the foundation of lasting friendship and intimacy. Try to remind yourself that connection is rarely instant. It grows through many small, imperfect steps. When you accept setbacks as a normal part of this journey, you cultivate patience and keep your heart open. This attitude helps you stay engaged even when connections don't happen quickly, and it allows you to appreciate the unpredictable pace at which real friendships develop. Invitation: stop waiting, reach out, show up, risk. One of the biggest barriers to making new connections is waiting for the right moment. We tell ourselves that we'll reach out once we feel more confident, once we lose a bit of weight, or once life slows down. But the truth is, the perfect time rarely arrives. Life is unpredictable, and waiting for ideal circumstances often means never acting at all. Reaching out to someone, whether for a casual chat or to build a deeper bond, is fundamentally an act of bravery. It's a statement that your needs for connection matter, and that you respect yourself enough to take that risk. Every time you send that message or make that phone call, you're showing yourself that your desire for human connection is worth the effort, regardless of whether it feels completely comfortable or not. Remember, the timing is never perfect. People aren't sitting around waiting for the perfect moment either. Most successful friendships begin because someone decided to act first, despite the nerves or uncertainty. Recognizing that the power lies in your willingness to take the first step can be freeing. It shifts the focus from waiting to participating, from hoping to doing. When you accept that the right moment doesn't exist, it becomes clear that courage is built in the action, not in the absence of fear. Every small step, sending a text, offering a smile, showing up, builds your confidence. These moments remind you that you can handle discomfort, rejection, or awkwardness, and still come out stronger on the other side. Instead of waiting for the perfect opportunity, choose to act intentionally. Make it a conscious decision to reach out rather than letting time slip away. When you spot an opportunity, whether it's a casual coffee invite or a quick message saying, "Hey, I was thinking about you," seize it. Don't overthink it or second-guess your motives. Just do it. Showing up authentically matters more than trying to impress or be perfect. Let people see the real you, the person who's genuinely interested, a little nervous, and all too human. Vulnerability might feel uncomfortable in the moment, but it's often the key to developing deeper, more genuine relationships. Opening up, sharing your true feelings, or admitting you're nervous can encourage others to do the same. Taking these small but deliberate steps shifts the dynamic from passive wishing to active building. It's about replacing hesitation with action and excuses with effort. No relationship was ever built by waiting for the right time. It was built by people who showed up, risked rejection, and stayed true to their intentions. One practical tip is to set a specific goal for yourself each week. Decide, for example, that you'll send 3 messages to different people or initiate 2 casual meetups. Making this a habit helps you develop the muscle of taking initiative, which in turn makes future steps feel less daunting. Remember, connection isn't about perfection or waiting for the stars to align. It's about showing up, risking the possibility of rejection, and trusting that the effort is worth it. Final words: you're worth knowing. Go find your people. Your worth isn't defined by social media likes or your number of friends. It's inherent, and recognizing that is the first step toward building the connections you desire. Everyone deserves to be known deeply, to share experiences, laughter, and even quiet moments with those who understand them. In a world where loneliness often feels unavoidable, it's crucial to remember that you have something valuable to offer. Your unique story, your perspectives, and your presence are all treasures waiting to be shared. Acknowledge that you are worthwhile and capable of forming meaningful relationships. Start believing you are enough just as you are. Now is the time to put yourself out there. The first step might feel daunting, but every small action counts. Whether that's joining a book club, attending a community event, or simply reaching out to a coworker for a coffee chat, These efforts can lead you toward those who resonate with you. Be open to opportunities and don't be afraid to take risks. Friendships often blossom from unexpected encounters. You might discover that by taking the initiative, you encourage others to do the same, creating a ripple effect of connection. Real, lasting friendships are worth pursuing. Remember, building relationships is not about perfection. It's about showing up, being vulnerable, and sharing your authentic self. Each time you engage with someone, try to let go of your worries about being interesting or entertaining. It's your honesty and willingness to connect that will draw people in. Embrace the possibility of new connections and don't shy away from being your true self. The right people will appreciate you for it, building bonds that can enrich your life profoundly. Before you go, I want to say this. If you made it this far, it tells me something important. You weren't just listening for information. You were listening because this matters to you. Loneliness doesn't mean something is wrong with you. It means you're human in a world that forgot how to slow down and stay. If this book helped you feel seen, even for a moment, then it's done its job. You don't need to fix your entire social life tomorrow. You don't need a perfect group or endless confidence or the right words. Connection is built the same way trust is built. Slowly, imperfectly, one small reach at a time. Some attempts will be awkward. Some invitations won't land. Some people won't be your people. That's not failure. That's the process. If you take one thing with you, let it be this. You are not asking for too much by wanting connection. You are not behind. And you are not alone in this. Thank you for listening. Thank you for staying open. And when you're ready, reach out, show up, and let yourself be known. You're worth knowing.